Ребятушки, здорово всем. Не играю. Я отказался. Мне даты не устроили. Какой там турик, блин? Чемпионат мира идет. Здесь анализировать надо многие моменты. Здорово всем, ребят. Я не знаю, сегодня буду болеть за риксов. Гейморды, скорее всего, вылетят с такой игрой, как они играют. Абсолютно смотреть нечего. Ну, они первые играют, сейчас посмотрим. Может быть, смогут удивить меня. И нас всех. Посмотрим, как риксы сыграют. Потому что за риксов обидно. Они очень хорошо показали себя для первых игр.
Pride and shame. Sometimes the scars ain't worth the pain. Hit 'em where it hurts 'em. Can't stop the rain. Let the money burn, feed the fame.
Ребят, всех приветствую, приятного просмотра.
Welcome to day number 4 of Icons here at the Suntech Convention Center in beautiful Singapore. For the first time this tournament, it's win or go home. 8 teams are competing today in the play-ins, but only 4 will still be a part of Icons when the day is done. And as TJ would say, it's Elimination Day. Joining me, Digon on the desk, it's TJ and Riku. Riku, how are you?
I don't know. That was pretty accurate.
Thank you.
Impression of TJ there.
All I can say is it's Elimination Day.
There
it's
you go.
Elimination Day. It's been an
Elimination
exciting week. Lots of surprises. What is your biggest takeaway so far? We'll start with Riku.
Okay, I'm not going to do that voice. I don't think I can do it consistently. But I want to talk about the WRL recipe, right? We're looking at the teams. All of the Chinese teams were able to proceed to the next round in the group stage. And why is that? It's because mechanics are all pretty much already intact. That is their strength. It's a given. They don't have to work on that anymore. What's next would be their play style.
Sure.
The way that they move in the early game, it's always having to have a bot lane that has secure wave clear, very strong wave clear, focus on top and jungle early, marinate the enemy top laner. If you can kill him, that's great. If you can't, then get turret plates. That means gold into the upcoming fights and then just snowball their lead through that.
But with Nova, JDG, and J-Team all three of the WR...
Сейчас будут геймворды играть. Последний шанс для них, кстати.
The question is now who can beat them? Because it is very clear that China is the best region at this tournament, and everyone here left in the play-ins, all the teams waiting in the group stage, that's the mark they have to hit.
Right. And again, these are the play-in squads, so maybe there is a team that might be better, but region-wide, the WRL has reigned supreme and have not lost a game except for one Furious Gaming, Latam taking a win off.
Не знаю, за рексов надо попробовать потопить. Да, сейчас сегодня Европа играют, и рексы, и геймворды. Я за рексов болею, рексы больше заслужили. Геймворды вообще пока ни о чем. Посмотрим, как сейчас они отыграют. Что-то я мало верю в их. После того, что они показали, я вообще в шоке был.
Yeah, so if you paid attention to SEA, you will have seen the Yumi before. I think what the Jess is the player
Да, Илья. Это уже тут на вылет. Сегодня на вылет. Надеюсь, рексы не вылетят. На геймвордов как-то уже пофиг на самом деле. Ну, все равно хочется, чтобы они сейчас показали какую-то игру. Работу над ошибками. Марат, привет. Надеюсь, рексы затащат сегодня. Я вот из-за рексов прям быстрее бы матч рексов. Да, там замена, там лесника Зефты нету, но я об этом сказал уже сразу. Ну, там помимо этого еще куча проблем на самом деле. Поэтому сейчас ждем, смотрим.
Right, and when we think about the champs that Yumi kind of fits into, then, right, we've seen Karma being banned away consistently, and if it's not banned, generally gets picked. And then we've tried to see also, was there any other alternative other than the Yumi and Karma? And we saw Sona a little bit here, TJ. Why are these all kind of clumped together?
Well, the Karma is very easy because she does the same things as the Yumi, right? You have that single target poke damage in the lane, which gives you a little bit of a boost to maybe a scaling carry you want to enable. And then come late game, if you've got a ton of bruisers, something like an Olaf, the Karma does the same thing, accelerates the team, speeds them up, gives them extra HP in the fight.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up because it's when I was watching VODs, especially from either WCK, Wild Tour, and stuff like that, even in the Japan Cup, Sona isn't popular at all in the WCS. It was more like the tier list of supports were Yumi, Lulu, Karma, and then that's it. No Sona at the bottom. But apparently Sona is like the third best if ever the two popular enchanters are not available.
And I will say it's worth noting Karma is the most banned character at this tournament. And Sona is much further down, getting there because Yumi and Karma must be removed. The Sona is less powerful because she can't leave and roam in the same way.
That's true.
You can't abandon your dragon laner in quite the same way that a Yuumi will do once you hit the mid game.
Right. Now, Riku, I wanted to get your thoughts on some of the champions that have been standing out so far in this meta.
Oh, there's so many, but I have to pick the Lucian pick because the Lucian, I believe, is something I wouldn't consider a first pick blue side priority at all. It was very surprising to me, but as the days go by, it felt like the Lucian was a gatekeeper in the draft, where if I see a Lucian in the draft, that means I'm not going to pick hyper-scaling carries. That's going to bully my early game. Therefore, Vayne and Kai'Sa will be deterred in the draft.
Right. A very smart person in my ear said it's like Lucian right now,
Oh,
TJ.
wait.
I know. Normally that would be a TJ joke, but this one.
No, that was worse than anything I've ever seen.
TJ, any other final picks that you wanted to bring up that have been popping up?
So the Lucian is really good for that aggressive early game, but it's kind of a new pick as well. It kind of takes to the
Очень сильно жду Риксов игру. Прям очень сильно жду Риксов. Самый интересный сегодня матч для меня, потому что реально болею за них.
What we've been playing all season has won out. That's Varus, that's Ziggs, that's Corki. Characters that can play in that dragon lane by themselves from when their support leaves, and characters that can scale into team fights and operate in team fights from very far behind their front line.
Риксы третий играют.
Now, the best Wild Rift players from every region are here at Icons. So the next topic, who are the top 5 players?
Просто кого ставить в первой паре, по твоему мнению, против геймвордов. У геймвордов неполный состав, ужасная игра, очень низкий уровень. Они проиграют этому стаку. А, это кто? Стоп. Да, это без шансов, кстати, для геймвордов. Походу ГГ. Можно за Риксов болеть. Ну, посмотрим сейчас. Может быть, я говорю, может быть, выстрелят сейчас как-то геймворды. Но это вероятность 5%. Если говорить как есть, на чистоту, объективное такое мнение. Посмотрим тут. Но эта команда хорошо играет, неплохо.
Yeah, Singdo, the current kill leader in all of the tournament, so very well deserved to be on Riku's list. All right, time to see TJ's list, and because it's TJ, he has 2 lists, so we can go ahead and figure that one out.
Сейчас геймвордов... А, нет, это у нас... А, топ-5 players. Да, я увидел. Да. Я еще посмотрел на игроков и думаю, а что такое? Ну, типа из разных команд. Вот этот Лима, который, кстати, нормально играет. Чел. Луна.
They'll be popping up here just a little bit. Yes. Here's my list that I submitted here, and it starts with a couple of players that we haven't seen yet in the jungle. Rush and Lebmont. Again, Rush, part of Sengoku Gaming, led them to heights over at Horizon Cup, and then Lebmont for Immortals.
Вот этот первый раз тоже неплохо играл.
Looks good on you. A little bit of NA and bias.
What the Jess, Long, and Exosen. And Exosen, again, I said it a little bit in the interview that we had yesterday. 9 years ago, made it to the global stage.
А, RQ будет завтра, да. За RQ болею. Они завтра играют. Ну, Риксы сегодня должны выигрывать. Я думаю, что Риксы вы должны выиграть. Ну, как минимум, будет очень жесткий матч.
So hopefully we will continue to tell that story, and there will be more wins.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
right?
of course. I mean, you did manage to interview, not Helios, Exosen and Kaigo last time. They were very happy being back in the world stage.
Yeah, I'm very excited for them. All right, now let's take a look at our schedule for today. First up.
Вот у нас ФГ играют против геймвордов, СТМ играет против USG. Кстати, хороший матч. Тут все матчи хорошие. Риксы против ВК играют, да? Не помню, а что-то за команда. Vivo Kid, которая...
Okay, for me, it has to be Rickson.
Я не помню, как она
Both teams, I
сыграла
feel like
уже.
both of these
Столько
teams
игр,
can be
блин,
explosive. I
посмотрели.
feel like that's going to be a very skirmish-heavy, team-fight-heavy series, and I feel like that's going to
Ну,
go
Фурию,
as
да,
well.
да.
Some game threes, TJ.
I mean, the last one is obviously where my heart is pounding, but I think we've been blessed with a lot of really
ФГ
good
должны
eliminations.
выиграть.
We're gonna have to say some goodbye to some teams, but everyone has a fighting chance today, so it'll be a delight.
Yeah, and today it all starts.
Там уже игроки приготавливаются. Сейчас начнется матч скоро.
Gaming, and for Furious, it's a bounce back here as they're
Вот у нас
attempting
состав.
after that crazy game three-game series versus Nova. Here's Furious Gaming's
Посмотрим,
closure
они не
on
особо
why their
такие прям
confidence has only
сильные.
grown after that loss.
El medio de Furious Gaming. Es rara la sensación, como que estamos tristes por perder, pero contentos por el desempeño que dimos también. Entonces creo que dimos un buen espectáculo y mejor de lo que todo el mundo esperaba de nosotros, incluso nosotros mismos. Entonces, si bien se nos queda la espina de que nos quedamos cerca de ganar, creo que el balance es positivo. Nosotros siempre fuimos muy seguros, somos seguros de nuestras capacidades, de lo que podemos dar y lo que no. Y de hecho hoy nos superamos a nosotros mismos. Entonces es un boost de confianza para todo lo que queda del torneo y para nuestros siguientes enfrentamientos. Creo que son los que estamos más parecidos a nuestro nivel. Y pienso que juegan un estilo muy diferente a nosotros. Entonces va a ser un choque de estilos interesante, con un nivel de juego similar. Entonces tengo muchas expectativas por ese partido y claramente es nuestra prueba de fuego y nuestro rival a vencer. Voy por vos, Ruiz. Te tengo en la mira.
Love that there from Prusher, and I just love the interview because it's taking away the wins that they had in their series versus Nova, and then giving the respect necessary for their next opponent in Game Lord, but then finishing with that confidence against Ruiz, that matchup there, TJ.
And that is a matchup for all the teams. Ruiz is one of the other veterans who played the same mobile game previously, and in that game, Prusher played on a team called Assassin's Crew that was kind of around the middle of the pack in Latin America. Ruiz played on the world stage, played with some of the best teams. They never actually got to face each
Офигеть,
other.
какой плохой показатель. Килл 1.5, ассист 2.0 у Руиза.
Yeah, it's gonna be very exciting.
Миди дорогим морду.
When they went up against Nova, where he's just super aggressive. You know, when we saw him perform in their local region, it was a very lone wolf kind of style. High risk, high reward. If he sees an opportunity to eliminate you, that split-second decision making is gonna take, you know, Furious Gaming into new heights, and that's exactly what we saw in the Nova series.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was very much the. You could tell.
Ну, Аргентина себя хорошо показала. Они хорошо сыграли 1-2 против там Китая. Тим Кьеза вышли, да.
Yeah, and I think so much of what worked for them was their team fighting. Not just Prusher, but the entire team managing to build around his engage. We saw so many synced up plays where he would go in on the Z, find a ton of damage, and they would follow through with Echo on the Jack, securing the kill. That's the style of team fighting that might work against EU, a region where I'm a little bit skeptical about their team fights.
Okay, when it comes to EU, right, I feel like they're no stranger to 1-3-1s. I feel like they can also pull it off. I remember when I look back at, you know, the Origin series last year, they were the first ones that I saw that consistently would pull up the Ash, that would do 1-3-1s. And I feel like that can also appear in case they're not very confident too much on the team fights against Furious Gaming.
Well, I think that's the dream. If you can
Yeah.
avoid this, then you're
Yes.
doing your best. Game Lord here got a game against Flash Wolves where they got bodied because they struggled to control the map and because they struggled to take the team fights. I think the map is going to be easier against Furious Gaming. The team fights are going to be harder.
All right, well, if we take a look at this Game Lord roster here, remember, they had to have some shuffles in their roster, right? Not the Redemption now moving over to the jungle.
Вот у нас состав геймордов. Ну, то же самое. Ванелли Кит на топе. Redemption в лесу. Это их вообще дэшник. Руиз Смит. Джеш и Хеста. Ой, сейчас, секунду, ребят. Чихнул я, извиняюсь. Не успел микрофон отключить.
You're right, it didn't look great on their first outing, but it's hard to play jungle into a team like Flash Wolves that is specifically so good at taking away your control of the map.
Sure.
For me, it has to be like we already talked about Ruiz and Pusher. For me, I'm looking at Lonely Kid and Libra as well. Libra had another amazing performance last time on that Nova series, right? And I felt like because of their individual performances, it led them into that big early lead, to stall into that late game. And I feel like Lonely Kid has to act as that gatekeeper to make sure that Libra doesn't spin out of control, or else they might have a bit of a hard time here.
Yeah, and shout out to Stuart. His bold prediction was that Lonely Kid was going to get a couple solo kills, or get a solo kill. He got 2 of them in game number 1.
Yep.
But in game 2 against Flash Wolves, they very much focused him, and he ended up falling behind here, TJ.
I mean, that's the cost of doing well in game 1.
That's true.
I think that top lane matchup is going to be really exciting because how much of the engage Libra was for Furious game, right? That's a team that has a ton of stars that want to finish fights. You need someone who's willing to facebreaker into an entire team and see what happens. And Libra's willing to do that. The difference, I would say, Lonely Kid was playing for those solo kills. As his team was falling apart, he was staying on the sideline trying to make the split push work. I don't think that's going to work against Furious, who are good at forcing fights, who aren't going to give them an opportunity to get objectives. It needs to be Ruiz stepping up, being able to match that pressure in the mid lane, being able to team fight alongside Lonely Kid.
I like that. Pressure.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Почему Леону не пикают? У нее же... Нет, пикали Леону. Леону пикали, но там, видишь, суть в том, что она не со всеми героями на линии хороша. И в тимфайтах тоже. Например, вот сцена Грагас лучше, чем сцена Леона. Намного причем. Функций больше. А так Леона, да, она весьма хороша там за счет контроля своего энгейджа. Но она как-то была несколько раз. Я очень жду риксов, ребят, очень буду болеть сильно за риксов. Я и сейчас тоже за геймвордов как бы переживаю. Но я уверен, что аргентинцы сейчас закроют 2-0. А вот риксы должны сегодня прям кровь из носа тащить. Просто тащить должны. Спасибо за лайки, ребят, всем. Посмотрим, что сегодня геймворды смогут противопоставить Аргентине. Наверное, ничего, но будем смотреть.
I guess stressing out Riku and RQ here.
I mean, Riku, are you stressed out by either of those teams if they reach RQ?
No.
Yeah!
RQ, they are amazing. That's it. Period.
Done. Let's take a look at the bracket here for Group C in our elimination match. We'll get to that in just.
Так я вчера тоже говорил. Я только на последние 2 матча, по-моему, ничего не говорил, потому что я уснул.
Really good earlier in their matches regionally, didn't manage to deliver versus Jade Team. Rix managed to step up versus T1. So in a way, this is kind of a reoccurring match between our Chinese and Korean teams. This is another chance for us to get a metric how good that matchup is, because how good is it to be good against T1 is what we're going to learn.
Right, T1 very kind of awkward opponent to play against, so that'll be a series.
Так, смотрим дальше.
I guess whoever wins that
Меня слышно, ребят? Я вроде говорю, не молчу.
They're all important, but this one just feels
this one's the most important, dear God.
Guangdong Freaks and Sentinels, and again, I think Sentinels got, I think they put a good punch in, but it was just that little
they
bit.
They could have won.
Whereas Guangdong Freaks, it felt like they were a little out of sorts.
Well, again, I mean, the same thing we were talking about with T1. I think
Да нет, я на релаксе, на чили. Вчера просто что-то долго там вот эти вот периоды, там что-то долго затянулось все. У нас еще дождь пошел, я такой думаю, а что так долго они? Ну, самые основные матчи я сделал там, думаю, да. Скучно там комментировать? Нет, потому что если комментировать, то только с тем, кто, как я, разбирается, шарит. Так, когда говоришь не по делу, вот, например, как вот эти комментаторы, теряешь мысль, а тут же какая задача? Донести, когда все самое грамотное, полезное и самому что-то взять из этого. Поэтому вот такие дела. Подскажи, пожалуйста, я не могу зайти в лигу. Не знаю, честно.
They gotta find fights.
Oh, win, get WRL. And yeah, they'll have to find those fights. So we'll see if they're able to do it. Now, the predictions are locked on in, and our pre-show has now ended. In just a few minutes, Grandin and Hell's Devils will bring you the first match of the day. Icons 2022 starts right now.
Гидр турик. Нет, давайте без этих сообщений там. С Данте... Нет, Данте мало понимает, он только на саппортах может что-то, и то по игре мало что скажет. Короче, по скиллу податься на пираче, конечно, да. Клоун аналитик, да, так и есть. Векс русский, нет. Да нужно все комментировать. Если ты комментатор, ты комментируешь все. Баны, пики, что и как, зачем, куда и почему вообще. Вот почему сегодня на турке. Потому что я им сказал, условия говно, раз. Во-вторых, даты неудобные. Как я могу играть в турнире, если тут идет чемпионат мира? Где тут в 1000 раз полезнее и лучше. Переставляйте свои даты тогда, я сказал. Даты переставите, тогда буду. Но я там свой стак, там мой стак будет участвовать просто с другим. Я там должен был играть я, Фотон, Стайл, Принц. Короче, половина краудов, Изёв, Лесник у меня в команде был. Ну, хороший стак был. Мы бы хорошо сыграли. Плюс этот помойный рутуб никому не интересен. Я не хочу своей аудитории советовать говно, чтобы они туда переходили. Я так написал, кстати. Я говорю, вы о чем? Никто не будет там смотреть турик. Какой рутуб, типа? Тем более чемпионат мира идет. Здесь люди хотят научиться чему-то новому, а вы... короче, там свои моменты были. Тем более там 4 команды. Я вообще не понял. Я позвонил, ну, мы созвонились с ними. Я говорю, так у нас же, видите, да, какая команда там? Изёв, Лесник, я, пол краудов. Они такие, ну да, я говорю, так вы же сказали, это шоу-матч. Почему там 4 команды? Казур, Джак, ну, короче, команды, с которыми даже играть не хочется. Даже с учетом того, что они сетку сделали специально там, как и должно было, сильные, слабые сами. Если вы делаете шоу-матч, зовите шоу-матч. Не надо туда профессиональных команд. Если вы делаете профессиональный турнир, то только для профессионалов. Там, короче, столько дуристики было, на самом деле, много. Но меня даты не устроили. Какой сегодня турнир, если чемпионат мира идет? Который в 1000 раз круче, полезней. Выходит у нас геморды, кстати. Руту бабки рубит, да, удачи ему. Рус, расскажешь, что ты лично для себя очень много что. Я очень много что подчеркнул. Я еще отдельно пересматривал игры. На всех ролях я очень много чего подчеркнул. Начиная от рун, сборок, тактик, схем. Ну, там вообще много очень. Там надо отдельно ролик делать. Да, все верно, Грагас. Ну, так и есть, да. Завтра будет чемпионат мира, да. Завтра будут играть филиппинцы, за которых я топил, которые вчера проиграли 1-2 сильной команде, да. У нас Аргентина тоже выходит. Будем смотреть сейчас. Кстати, кто-нибудь помнит, что моя первая пентакилл на киберспортивной арене была против юолов в финале? Когда я начинал только играть, в миду на корке я играл. До сих пор эту игру можно на канале АП найти. Я тогда на корке в миду играл, когда начинал только играть. Я тогда вот 2-3 месяца играл, по-моему. Кстати, Там я и стоял против Стаева, его тоже в миду я выигрывал постоянно. На корке я играл. Это, по-моему, в полуфинале. Короче, в финале, когда я попались против Елов, там я сделал пентакилл первым. Там мы 3-2 проиграли, кстати. Сдавич тоже, ну как он говорил, да никак, 10 тысяч игр на ру-сервере. Ну, это же очевидные вещи, ребят, что ранг сейчас у каждого инк-претендента брал. Эти грандмастер, ну это же вещи такие, что смешно даже обсуждать. Спасибо за лайки, ребят. Так, начинаются у нас драфты, ребят, все, переходим, давайте потихоньку к игре. Геймворды у нас, надеюсь, что сегодня смогут показать против ФГ. Ну, ФГ это аргентинский коллектив, они, кстати, честно скажу, хорошо Аргентина себя показала. Честно скажу, это непроходные типы. Они сейчас могут просто уничтожить и закрыть 2-0 геймвордов. Уходит Z от геймвордов. Смотрим дальше у нас.
Pressure on that set yesterday was incredible. He took a game from Nova with that set, I believe. So you don't want to be playing up against that. Corky ban makes sense. One of the most played champions in the game as well right now. So as I said,
Корки в бан, да, отвечают. Ну, это, в принципе, логично. Ксинжао уходит от геймвордов. Ну, Ксинжао зачем, я так и не понял. Пока что Люцион уходит в бан от Аргентины.
Going back for the same idea, or does he move away into something else?
It's interesting because, you know, you still have champions like the Diana that are open, so there's definitely still assassins up for grabs. But another interesting thing that I do want to talk about is the supports. We see a Yumi ban right now, right? We talked about those aggressive.
Юми уходит в бан от геймвордов. Третьим, да, баном. Ну, в принципе, нормально. Там потому что Олаф еще открыть. Да, Джейс уходит от аргентинцев у нас. Спасибо за лайки, ребят, всем за поддержку. Сейчас будем смотреть, как у нас на First Pick что пойдет. Вообще открыто почти все. Карма уходит на First Pick. Пока что Карма на турнирах не особо такая прям импакта вносит, да и в принципе такая полезная. Давайте будем откровенны, честно, хотя чемпион очень полезный, неприятный. Сцена Казикс у нас открывается сразу. У аргентинцев, кстати, довольно такой жесткий даблпик. Не знаю, я считаю, что сцена на турнире сейчас, то, что показывают, она на другом уровне по сравнению с Кармой. С Кармой, Морган, ну вообще на другом. Намного жестче, полезнее, намного больше винрейт. Популярность даже героя тоже. Она либо в бане, либо ее берут вот так вот. Пока что все. О, ну Варус, Карма Варус. Ну, неплохо. Варус, в принципе, очень сильный в компетитив, да, такой полезный. С уроном, с контролем, с полком.
Exactly. That's what I was going to talk about. You could still get that Nasus on Furious Gaming's competition, and honestly, no one has showed yet how to counter it out. Like, it's just
Вуконг допикивается третьим пиком для геймвордов. Ну, это такое себе на самом деле. Будем смотреть, как будет себя реализовывать. Вуконг, скорее всего, наверное, будет играть на топе. Он и в лесу, кстати, играется. Его специально берут против Казикса в компетитив. Посмотрим. Насус сцена, да, у нас у Аргентины. Ну, все стандартно, да, сцена с Насусом. В лесу какой-то ассасин. Например, Казикс.
Lonely Kid go into the fights. He was there to clean up. He was there to be that big carry towards the end. Now, if he gets the Akali, could still look to do that. Furious Gaming banning away the Riven, trying to target that pool a little bit.
Синджит в бан уходит, Ривен в бан уходит. Есть еще Редниктон Грагас. Есть еще Сет. Ну, сейчас нужны топеры, поэтому топеров надо убирать. Я бы, кстати, Редниктона забанил для геймвордов. Дариус уходит, да, от Аргентины. Ну, уходят топеры сейчас. Но Редниктон, кстати, очень хорошо заходят против геймвордов здесь. Если Аргентина, ну, если не забанят, то, скорее всего, ФГ заберут Редингтона, как по мне. Диана в бан? Не знаю. Не совсем, конечно. О, Олаф у нас пикается. То есть это Олаф на Барон Вейн, да? Или мид? Да, Олаф сюда хорошо заходит, но... Да, на топ, наверное, скорее всего. Да, Вуконг... А нет, Вуконг, наверное, лес, Фиора пойдет на топ. Ну, слушайте... Ага. Нет, здесь Фиора мид пойдет, Вуконг лес, а Сет на топ. Ну, Сет и саппорт может пойти. Не знаю, неплохой пик у геймбордов. Намного сложнее у аргентинцев пик. Посмотрим, что будет пятым допикивать, есть у них 12 секунд на это. Эко пятым пиком. Ну, сложный пик у аргентинцев, сложный. Лейтгейм, конечно, за командой справа. В лейтгейме, кстати, урона вообще не будет у геймвордов, если доживут. Fiora should win the matchup against Olaf. And I feel Libra understands this as well, so he's probably going to be playing it a little more safely. The problem that Furious Gaming has, however, is Senna. Senna is not the type of champion that's that good at rotating. She's not that good at ganking like the Galio, for example, and these other types of support champions. So Furious Gaming kind of wants to sit down, scale up to the late game, you know, get that, ramp up that Echo, ramp up that Senna Nasus, and win the game in the late game. But Gamelord is not going to allow that to happen easily. I mean, we still see on Gamelord's side some pretty powerful champion picks in the late game as well. The Fiora's definitely scales up decently. We've seen how well it's able to do in the jungle, in the Baron lane. But do they stack up as well as Gamelord? The question, I think the better question to ask is Lonely Kid gonna play it correctly? Because you're right, Fiora scales into the late game as well, but we saw in their second game in the first series, Lonely Kid didn't play a good macro game. You remember, like, Gamelord gave away an Elder Dragon for free, Lonely Kid was farming on the top side of the map, Gamelord was fighting constantly in a 4 versus 5, while Lonely Kid was, yet again, split pushing, without a hole breaker. So like it just really felt like Lonely Kid was not. Ребят, накидайте лайков, пожалуйста. But I feel he has it in him on Fiora, and if he shows it, he has to show it right here, right? Along the back of Lonely Kid. Game win or loss could be on the back of this Fiora performance. They actually lost because, well, I wouldn't necessarily say because of him, but he didn't hard carry them that game. Yeah, well, it's funny when you phrase it like that. You just need someone to hard carry you. That's what I need in my games. I feel like Gamelord looking at it the same way right now. Почему игрок? Потому что ковид-тест обнаружили. Ну, там каждый день проверяли. Нас тоже в Швеции проверяли каждый день. Возможно, обнаружили ковид-тест, поэтому... Может быть, просто температура. Такие основные моменты. Да, тренер. Все то, что вы видите, какие пики, это все делает тренер. Почему Грагаса не видно? Грагас тут в каждой игре 90%. I hate to answer this, but I'm putting you in a tough spot right now. Okay, you know what? Gamelord is gonna take at least one game. I'm just gonna say that. They're gonna take one game. At least one game. I don't think they'll win, but I'll think that like they'll lose 2-1. Кто первую карту возьмет? Да мне кажется, что вообще 2-0 закроют аргентинцы. С тем, как играют геймворды. То, что я увидел сами тогда. Да, ребят, накидайте лайков в поддержку по-братски. Но сегодня риксы должны выигрывать. Болеем за риксов, геймворды вряд ли что-то смогут сделать. Ну, пик у них неплохой, особенно в начале. Аргентинцы, это которые, ну, ФГ, которые.
that's another thing. There's so many things your head has to do when you play jungle.
I love the way you put it. The
Которые
arcs of the
справа.
jungle, you can hear the Krugs respawning, the chirping of the raptor camp as you walk through the jungle, as you clear it out as well. You know, that is a big trademark of a lot of these top teams now.
Рикс уже играли против китайцев. Проиграли. Ну, хорошие показали игры по сравнению с другими. Фадет, здорово, родной. Да ничего страшного. Выведу бабки спокойно. Там же, я думаю, не проблема вывести. Сейчас $20 на карту. Морду залил, не перестаю верить. Но у них нормальный драфт сейчас, неплохой.
He's also gonna have to be ganking the mid lane, ganking the bot lane, and he has to put up that pressure. Because if he doesn't, they will very likely lose that late game against this composition that Fury is Gaming drafted. And it's just so hard for Redemption. I honestly feel bad for him because all the pressure is gonna be on him to.
Вал, за какую команду болеешь? Ты имеешь в виду вообще или за данные? Вот я вообще за европейцев болею и за филиппинцев. Филиппинцы завтра тоже будут играть в нижней сетке.
Let's move a little bit over. So we've talked so much about the jungle world, the kind of difficulty stacked on Redemption right now.
Ну, вообще, это Европа сейчас играет, обе команды, да, вот, ну, в смысле, я имею в виду Аргентина, она такая тоже наравне вот с геймвордами, с рексами должна быть. Не знаю, почему. Посмотрим сейчас, короче, по катке, но пока что геймворды огромный гап показывают на всех линиях. Думаю, еще карту рексов. Ну, карту рексов, кстати, да. Там можно взять. А здесь ты зря взял. Ребят, добейте лайков до 200 хотя бы. У нас почти 400 человек. Не, Дудка не играл, отказался.
Yeah, every matchup is going to be an interesting one. And another one, you know, in the Dragon Lane, as I said, Josh, this guy is new to, well, it's not new to Gary, but he's on the main roster right now. He used to be a substitute. He has to step up his game instantly as well. So a lot of pressure on Game Lord. They lose, it's over.
You can tell how Hells is so committed to this match right now. It's like, what's the one thing that can win in the game? Well, actually, it's not one thing. It's like the 5 things. Like
I want them to win, you know?
Game Lord could win this game if any of these check marks are hit. It's not an easy check mark, but once you get there, Game Lord stand that chance. And of course, we look at them as an incredibly strong team, one of the best teams at Wild Rift in the world.
They actually used to be the best team.
Вопрос не по теме, но кого брать на мид, если против команды много танков? Героя, который будет дамажить очень много в АТ, там, ну, Ариана, например, в миду, да, или все-таки, ну, много вариантов есть, или все-таки это будет Дариус в мид, Ясуа, Ривен, там много моментов есть. Если в вражеской команде много танков, там можно любого героя брать, зависит от других моментов уже. Но лучше, конечно, брать тех, кто скелится больше вейт. Вейгары, Арианы, это из магов, если. Бренд, кстати, хорошо играет против танков, миличников.
These are the games where you'll see everything from them. You'll see a lot of emotion coming through from them. Because yesterday, you know, when teams win, sure they win. When teams lose, sure they lose. It's not whatever, right? We didn't see as much emotion as we would expect. But today, we will, right? Like, if you're down 1-0, and then you reverse it to a 2-1, like, I can guarantee you, people are going to be screaming. People are going to be breaking tables.
Ну, я помню эту команду. Они очень хорошо отыграли, аргентинцы. Они такие, не с проходного двора. Ну, типа, они прям очень хорошо играют, честно скажу. Они прям такие потные, типа, я так даже сказал бы. На следующей неделе, вот.
Honestly, Fury is Gaming. That's the one team that, you know, I see stand out. To be honest, between USG and Stamina, like...
Ну, конечно, китайцы, у них сколько уже опыта. Кто-то вот ты представляешь, вот ты первый раз приезжаешь на ван-турнир. Ты вообще в шоке будешь. Они, наверное, уже там 3-й, 4-й. Когда первый раз приезжаешь, ты волнуешься, типа. Ну, многие. Это же все опыт. Первый раз там все так бывает. Волнуешься, страшно. Еще что-то. Ребят, добейте до 200 лайков по-братски. У нас игра начинается. А, вон, кстати, финал в верхней сетке. Ой, там пот будет, кстати. Ну, там китайцы выиграют. Я почему-то уверен, прям. Ну, слишком сильная команда. Я в первый день еще, помните, сказал?
These guys are also inconsistent. I feel this is the biggest problem with most teams. They're super good, but they're just inconsistent. And
ФГ Фиору на саде никто не сможет остановить, если... Нет, ее любой герой остановит. Казикс, Олаф, любой. Это компетитив игра.
You know, they had a lot of games where they just lost the Elder Dragon. And I said it before, right? Like, they're probably having nightmares about the
Здесь Фиора берется не как жесткий чемпион, чтобы убивать, а как сплитпушер.
From an outsider perspective, when I watch Game Lore play regionally as well, it seems like a team that does have some really strong peak moments, but like you've mentioned, have that level of inconsistency. Well, they get to have a bit of a prize, I suppose, after winning this match. They get to move on and look for their next opponents, right? Which are reminding again Group B. This is Group B.
В смысле, Олаф убивает ее на 2 сетах. Фиора начинает его убивать только когда перескелет. После 10-й минуты и после 2 спинных сетов, 3 сетов. Там уже Олаф ничего не может сделать. Вначале Олаф намного сильнее. Я там не про вайн-фазу говорю, а вообще вот. Если хорошо трейдиться, играть. И, кстати, на линии тоже Олаф может ее убить спокойно.
That's just what makes all of these matches so incredibly interesting, because that's also going to be an elimination.
Трансляция подвисла, кстати.
It's also going to be an elimination match. You lose that one and you're out as well. But Grandin, I got to ask you as well, you know, outside of your region, right now, what is your favorite team in the Icon series?
Right now, in plans.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta give me a moment.
Спасибо за лайки, ребят.
I gotta think this one through, and maybe I'll verbalize some of my thoughts as well.
Yeah, sure.
So what I've really liked so far is I like.
Олаф один из самых сильных героев, 1-1, кстати. Он на первом уровне, если на первом уровне качает Олаф второй скилл, его невозможно, ни один герой его не убивает на первом уровне 1-1, если Олаф качает второй скилл. Если вот так стоять, прямо драться, да и трейдиться пытаться. Просто у Фиоры есть преимущество, урон, рывки, метка. Посмотрим, как Олаф отыграет.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Quantum Freaks. You know, I like what they've been able to try and do.
Что-то долго опять какой-то трабл у них произошел. Раньше, помню, когда начинал только в киберспорт, там, когда Олаф был, его на топ брали, второй скилл, короче, качаете на втором или на первом уровне, просто убивают любого. Рус, кого бы ты брал на топ против Джейса? Я бы играл бы Грагасом, играл бы Шеном, Гареном бы играл, Малфитом бы играл. Это если в компетитив. Блин, как же долго. Сет Олафа перебьет. Да, 50 на 50. Вот недавно играл. Даже хотел гайд сделать, как сетом ставить в Олафа. Вот прям была игра недавно вот, до чемпионата мира. Сет убивает на линии, да, Олафа. И Олаф может убить тоже. Там, короче, кто как разыграет. Если ты второй скилл сможешь на Олафе задоджить сета, тогда да, ты убьешь его. Малфит был на чемпионате, да. А против Ренника сейчас он сильный. Против Ренниктона я могу на любом чемпионе играть, честно скажу, потому что я на Ренниктоне сам играл, ну, особенно компетитив, я знаю, как против него играть, какие там комбы у него. Ну, то есть я могу Дариуса спокойно взять в Ренниктона. Могу Акали взять. Также Шена, Гарена, Малфита, они все спокойно стоят. А так он сильный, да, чемпион. Рус, интересно, если после окончания пика тренер видит, что русская команда перетрейдила... Перетрейдила? Не понял, что значит перетрейдила. Перепикала, может, ты имеешь в виду? Рус, стоит ли Камила играть в Солку после нерфа? Ну, она, если ты понимаешь, как вообще чемпион работает, от чего зависит, то есть это скелющий чемпион, тогда да, стоит. Но она стала прилично слабей в Солоку. Ты не понял, скро который. Ты пишешь, но мне было легко стоять на Джейсе против Шена. Хотя, может, и попался слабый Шен. Дело-то не в этом. Джейс один из самых стронг, топовых, сильных биг просто чемпионов на топе. Шена берут не для того, чтобы Шен тебя выиграл, а для того, что Шену комфортно стоять. Он не должен тебя выигрывать. Задача Шена, чтобы Джейс не смог его убить. На турнире такие задачи. Вы что думаете на турнире? На турнире вот... Могу вам сказать, какие... Ну, вот ты, например, я топер на турнире, да, играл. Моя роль основная топ. Очевидно, там против меня стоит Джейс, я Шен. Мне сразу тренер говорит задачу, я понимаю, что моя задача вот фармить аккуратно, по возможности дать трейд. Все. Поэтому мне не надо, если тебя Шен не убивает, и тебе легко против него стоять, это не значит, что Шен плохой. Это значит, что герой просто разного уровня на линии. Вот в чем суть. И таких много вариантов. Вообще линию выигрывать в компетитив это на последнем месте стоит. Самое главное это не проиграть ее. Я раньше ставил приоритет, но у меня такой агрессивный стиль, что нужно всегда делать ФБ. Я всегда играл агрессивно. Потом уже понял, когда я должен виксайтить, когда стронг садить. Это же от героев зависит, там, от матчапа, от всего. Я не знаю, что они ждут, там какие-то трабы у кого-то. Марк, тебе можно задать вопросы? Где-то... Конечно, можно, мне все задают всегда. И в ВК, и в Дискорде, и в Телеграме, без проблем.
Привет. Что думаешь по поводу кармы на миду и можно ли ее собирать не через эхо Людина, а через посох Архангела?
Нет, через этот сот точно ее никогда нельзя собирать. Карма в мид это хороший пик. У нас началась... Спасибо тебе огромное за донат. У нас началась игра, ребят. Смотрим геморды против аргентинцев. Это последний шанс для европейцев. Напоминаю, сегодня еще Риксы играют. Рикс GG, который здесь у нас сет с Варусом стоят. Довольно агрессивная линия, хорошая стяжка. Сет играет еще и с хорошей руной. Там хил прожимают и вовремя игнайт. Фиора с хваткой, там Олаф будет... Я не знаю, у Олафа не особо много проблем против Фиоры на линии, на самом деле.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like we're gonna see a lot of ganks. We're gonna see a lot of these aggressive plays. This is just the beginning, and I want to see Heste being comfortable on this. Redemption.
Абсолют, спасибо за донат. Ну здесь, видите, лесник выходит, у гемордов помогает взять Прио. Теперь у них спокойно есть шанс выйти на краба. Сейчас это и будет делать мидер. Пойдет в сторону Вуконга, если понадобится. Нам, кстати, Казикс пытается... Вообще Казикс должен на нижнего краба играть зеркально, но он... Да, здесь он разбивает вижен.
As we start to see a skirmish towards the top side of river, fighting for the scuttle crab, it will just go over the redemption. Well, maybe not a skirmish, it's just going to take it away.
Oh, good rotation by redemption, and Heste is ready here as well. So game mode actually.
Кирилл, ты что пишешь вообще? Честно, не понял. Что ты имеешь в виду? Ну, неплохо. Неплохо здесь хорошо играл Сет, не хватает ему урона. Отдал, правда, флэш он. Фиора здесь должна душить Олафа все равно за счет своего урона, да, и кушки. Здесь, кстати, можно убивать. Вуконг будет заходить, да. У Фиоры есть ульт. Ой, как плохо. Ну как, нет, нормально, нормально. Отлично сыграли геморды. Нет, это плохо. Нет, хорошо, все. Найс. Я не увидел там, только фуша не отдали, нормально, все выжили. Неплохой ферстбат, задавили они вражеского топера. Хорошо сыграл тут Сет, хороший дал проказ, хороший дал стан. Ну, Фиора и должна его гонять за счет рейнджа своего. Ну, там не было так сильно, там нормально Олаф стоял на линии. У них даже уровень там одинаковый был почти. Там в одного крипа разница XP. Вот здесь хорошо должна Фиора давить, потому что получила килл. Это, кстати, на Фиоре он неплохо играет. Топ-1 раньше был. Фиора любого героя душит на топе. О чем я говорил тебе? Вот о чем я тебе говорил. Вот что значит опыт. Скадар, который. Поэтому я тебе просто советую слушать меня и понимать вообще вот такие моменты. Олаф убил ее с учетом того, что у нее был уровень больше и перефарм. Он убил ее без шансов, кстати. 1-1 там на топе. И то его убили втроем, а Олаф 1-1 ее перетрейдил сейчас. Это я о чем я и говорил. До 2 сетов он убивает любого героя на топе. Если хорошо сыграть. Олаф. Вот там живой пример. Я вижу, что у нее был, да. Но там ульта не особо зарешала бы. Игнайт, да. Потому что он не хилился бы. Ульта не особо. Она не убьет его с ультой сейчас уже. И с игнайтом. Здесь, кстати, Эко неплохо врывается. Отдает, правда, ульт. Там через фэш играет Вуконг, дает ульт. Надо догорать, да. Вуконг добивает Эко. 2-1 пока в пользу геймвордов. Но пока они неплохо играют, но они должны так играть. У них пик сильней. Именно в early гейме. В начале. Вейта все равно за Аргентиной. А у Вуконг-то без ульты карма дала неплохой ульт. Задевает Насуса, есть игнайт на нем. У нас спокойно как-то вышел. Ой, какой хороший там был прокаст от Эко. Отзонили. Ой, от Эко говорю, от Казикса там. Хорошо, Казикс. И сцена дала хороший рут. Здесь, вот здесь Фиора убивает. Причем она его под тавером убила. Там далеко зашел сначала Олаф. Олаф даже флэш игнайт не успел дать, но есть дракон для аргентинцев. Почему Олаф флэш не отдал, кстати? Странно очень. Вообще ничего не отдал он. И самонерок. Что он хотел сделать? Есть герой для геймвордов. 3-1 пока, ну, перефарм небольшой в 1000 геймвордов, ну хотя бы они нормально играют. Спасибо за лайки, ребят.
Heste roams around the map. Just says, okay, I'm just gonna play really far back. No, this is looking like a very strong game lord, to be honest. Like, this is the game lord that I wanted to see. I didn't expect it, but Redemption is stepping up his game in that jungle. Like, as we said, we expected Echo to destroy Redemption, as he was able to keep up with Long, who was, in our opinions, the
Мне 500 игр на Фиоре, я шарю. Да мы с тобой о другом говорим. Я тебе говорю про то, что у Олафа есть шанс убивать Фиору. То, что Фиора дуэлянт самый сильный на топе, это понятное дело. Я ж не говорю тебе, что Олаф сильнее нее. Я говорю, что Фиора его перескеливает, Олаф в начале силен. Так же, как и Фиора, просто Фиора еще выйти сильнее. Там нет такого сильного доминирования, кстати, от Фиоры. Если бы вначале не задавили Олафа. Здесь что-то очень сильно гейморды заинтили из-за этого тавера. Хороший рут от цены там по троим, кстати. Нужно тавры забирать. Вуконг дает фэш ульт. Да, забирает цену, отлично. Даблкилл, отлично. Там тавр падает, офф пушит. Неплохо геймлорды, молодцы, стараются. Нет, сокрушитель сейчас посильнее будет, особенно против таких чемпионов каков на линии. Там сустейн есть, да, хп, дополнительный урон. Тем более у него руна хватка. Здесь сет плохо сыграл очень. Слишком много по нему там тоже продамажили.
Granted, Game Lord could win this. Game Lord's in a good spot. They could very well win this game right now. Oh yeah.
5-2 счет, тут паузу ставят. Единственная проблема здесь в том, что лейтгейм у геймлордов будет сильно проседать. И, кстати, у Фиоры, короче, есть такой момент еще. Она не всегда сильная в вейте. Она иногда тоже проседает против жирного пика, ничего не может сделать. Ни такого неприятного пика, как Сцена, тоже Казикс.
Or do I want to get my team ahead? So Lonely Kid took the approach of just fully getting himself ahead in that second game in this last series, and it didn't work. Like, sure, he got ahead, but they lost an Elder Dragon, they lost the game, right? So this time, he completely turned it around, and it's interesting to see Lonely Kid play like this, because I've seen this guy play a lot. He likes to have that, I'm saying egotistical approach, but which basically means, like, just him farming his lane, getting a hole breaker, getting turrets, that, you know...
Is that a Baron laner thing?
Basic Baron laner thing, right? Like, a lot of Baron laners do that, but he
Да там, чтобы Лейка хорошо дать ульт, нужно ждать, пока копия будет в хорошем месте, и то, чтобы потом оттуда еще выйти можно было. Суть в том, что геймлорды сейчас неплохо играют. У них такой пик, который нужно давить. Там Сет, Вукон, Карма, Варус. Если будут так играть дальше, могут выиграть, но нужно быстрее выигрывать, потому что там все-таки есть сцена. Ребят, докидайте, пожалуйста, лайков до 300. Хотя бы, нас почти 500 человек. Просто каждый проставьте лайк по-братски. Сегодня еще риксы играют, поэтому будем болеть за риксов.
They didn't need him during that one, so he should have actually stayed. So as I said, like, it's all about finding that balance, but they don't really have time to find a balance, because if they lose this, they go home.
Exactly. And so, better trying than not.
Right.
At least if you are making those moves to go down to the bomb side, maybe you show up and you are needed. And you win the fight. That's better than being off on the top side. You save the turret, but your team gets wiped alone.
It's like the same story as Unsold Stuff Gaming, right? Like, they have that one thing that works for them, which is that late game scaling playstyle. But if it doesn't work, you gotta change up. We saw them not changing up, so they just kept losing the games. So it's good to see Gamelord actually changing it up, and that makes me even more excited to watch this series, right? Especially if this goes to a 3-game series, because we're probably gonna see a lot of different kinds of things from Gamelord. Are we maybe gonna see Lonely Kid on a tank?
Вот мой телеграм-чат, ребят, кто еще не присоединился, можете, пока есть пауза, кликнуть туда. Да, чтобы лучше скользила рука. Пальцы по экрану.
Talking about what we cannot see, what we don't know what's going to happen, I want to talk and ask your opinion about something we do see now, this Echo.
Да, вот это я тоже вчера из этого устал. Слишком много пауз было.
He can play it, okay? You saw it. He stunned Ruiz multiple times. And this is not an easy ability to hit, especially against a pro player like Ruiz. But he did it consistently, already early on in the game. This is the moment where Echo is at his weakest. And he's already been showing that he's on the map right now, right? He's not playing it safe. He's not just farming. He's already going in. So can you imagine what the hell is going to happen in the late game? Like, once he reaches those item power spikes, you know, when he gets 3, 4, 5 items, that ultimate could potentially one-shot the entire lineup of Gamelord.
It is a problem that you have to deal with. You constantly need to keep an eye on where you could have pressure jump back in. You know, we saw him nearly take down Jash in the bomb side dive, and so
well, once he has another item.
So another interesting champion to talk about is Karma on Ruiz, because we've seen Ruiz play the Lulu before, where he kind of funnels into his team. Karma is a bit of a similar champion, right? Because she has that third ability, she has that shielding for his teammates. If Lonely Kid is going to be roaming around all the time, he as a Karma can constantly give those shields to him. And if that happens, Lonely Kid is going to be stronger during a team fight, and he's going to be doing even more damage. And also Redemption on that Wukong, right? Like, he can shield him. He goes in, Redemption, boom, you throw in the Karma shield, you throw in the Wukong ultimate, you throw in the Karma ultimate. Like, they could even potentially win in the late game against Furious Gaming. They just have to play it right, Grandin.
Of course, you see here on your screen, it's your players.
It's Ruiz. This is the guy. This is the Karma player right here. You know, he always plays with a lot of emotion. When we were in Europe, like, the one that screamed the most was Ruiz. Like, I would be casting the games, and I would hear Ruiz scream through my headphones. So I'm sure throughout these games, you'll hear him scream as well, and it's like the funniest thing ever. And it gives his team so much energy. Like, you can see that when they win those team fights, they're all so hyped up, and it's because of this guy right here, Ruiz. So having a lot of emotion is also such a good thing in this game right now, because, you know, if your team is feeling a bit down, you're down 1-0, but then you get a few kills, and when you hear Ruiz scream in your ear, you'll be hungry for even more blood, and you'll be hungry for the series again.
So he's in-game support with the Karma.
I mean, he's out-game support.
And he's out-game support. He's just an overall big support. He's a big buff.
Во сколько FPS играют на чемпионате? Тому, как удобно каждому. 120 в основном. Мы играли на 60, но с айфоны были 12.
You'll hear him. Anyone right here will hear him.
If you're in the building right now,
maybe even in your house, like the microphones are gonna pick him up.
Hopefully you won't be able to hear that. Tons of energy here from Game Lord. Of course, we just need to get things resolved. Hearing that were some issues.
Ну, посмотрим. У них есть шансы выиграть, кстати, их. Ну, в этой карте точно есть. Если сильная игра не затянется.
Everyone hates Kill, as in, like, no one wants to see a Kill in his team anymore, because unfortunately, she got nerfed so hard, right?
Yeah.
But Furious Gaming, who's playing today, these guys are Kill players, and you know who plays it? Prusher, the guy that we've been talking about all day. This guy has played the Kill, So if we see that Akali come through from Lonely Kid, because Kill actually hard counters those types of assassin champions, we could see a Kill.
I don't know, House. I know, like, in theory, this might be good, but I can't say I want to see it.
I'm just getting my hopes up, you know?
I can't say I want to see it.
I'm the guy that loves late-game scaling champions. That's why I love seeing Sen and Asses, and that's why I was screaming in the back when I saw the Veigar picks as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work for Unsold stuff, but doesn't matter. I was happy. These are the types of champions.
They'll make it work eventually.
Right. And then Kill was one of my favorite ones. When Kill came out, I played it so much, and, like, when in the hands of the right player, when she skills into that late game, man, she is strong. But that also shows another thing, that Prusher knows how to skill into the late game. If this guy can play Kill into professional teams, he'll be able to play anything and skill into the late game. So that's what I'm talking about. Like, this guy is able to skill into the late game as an Echo. He's even able to play aggressively in the early game. And wow, just wow, what a player.
Well, you sound definitely very excited for Prusher. I think you guys want to hear a little bit more. Let's take a look and listen at what Prusher had to say for his last games getting into Day 4 play-ins.
Soy Prusher, el medio de Furious Gaming. Es rara la sensación, como que estamos tristes por perder, pero contentos por el desempeño que dimos también. Entonces creo que dimos un buen espectáculo y mejor de lo que todo el mundo esperaba de nosotros, incluso nosotros mismos. Entonces, si bien se nos queda la espina de que nos quedamos cerca de ganar, creo que el balance es positivo. Nosotros siempre fuimos muy seguros, somos seguros de nuestras capacidades, de lo que podemos dar y lo que no. Y de hecho hoy nos superamos a nosotros mismos. Entonces es un boost de confianza para todo lo que queda del torneo y para nuestros siguientes enfrentamientos. Creo que son los que estamos más parecidos a nuestro nivel. Y pienso que juegan un estilo muy diferente a nosotros, entonces va a ser un choque de estilos interesante con un nivel de juego similar. Entonces tengo muchas expectativas por ese partido y claramente es nuestra prueba de fuego y nuestro rival a vencer. Voy por vos, Ruiz, te tengo en la mira.
Oh yeah, he's coming for Ruiz indeed, and Yeah, and yet again, like, these are both players with a lot of emotion, right? It's so fun to see, like, a lot of these players don't have as much emotion, especially the Chinese teams that we saw play. But when you have these two players with a lot of emotion...
You know what it is, right?
Yeah.
Because they're robots meant to win.
And
I am...
No, this is too easy for them.
I am the Wild Rift pro player. I'm programmed to only win. I do not need emotion. Emotion makes me lose games.
Honestly, that's what it felt like. They played so well that you could even say these guys are robots. But I'm sure we'll see emotion from them. But when are we going to see that? Later in the tournament. When they're up against the top teams, that's when the Chinese teams are really going to be challenged. But these guys right now, you know, when you have two mid laners with that much emotion in them, it makes the game even more fun. Like, it's not just the actual game that you want to watch. You actually want to see the cams of the players as well, right? Like, when something happens, when one of them outplays each other, you kind of want to see their reactions.
Something to look forward to when we get back into this one. How Ruiz and Pressure are able to play out this rivalry. First and last time, I think they will play each other.
Yeah, it is the last time. Because if one of the teams loses, they go home. So this is it, right? Like this. And we saw that Prusher was very excited to be playing up against against Ruiz. So, yeah, prove it now. You have 2 or 3 games to prove that you are the better mid laner. If you don't, then you just go home. And you gotta wait for the next Icons, or sorry, you gotta wait for the next Worlds tournament, which both players may not even attend. Talking about that, however, Ruiz, he has already attended a World stage, right? Like, this guy is familiar with the stage, and he performs when he has to. So, like, he doesn't have nerves in these games. So he plays exactly how he plays at home. He plays exactly how he plays at his best. So that's the one thing that GameLord does have with them. And then also Redemption, you know, multiple titles. He's played multiple different games, multiple different roles. That's why he is the guy that's swapping roles, by the way, and not anyone else. Because he's played so many different roles and everything, and you can see it. He's pulling it off right now.
Ну чё они так долго, я не понимаю, ребят. Так. Это просто жесть. Вы представляете, вот сейчас гейморы довели, да, игру? Они сейчас просто все в тильт войдут, скажут, мы час ждем, алло.
I knew this was happening, but also seeing surprises, right? Like, seeing surprises is what makes it super fun as well. So, it's going to be interesting to see how this game evolves, how the drafts are going to be evolving, how the series evolves. I'm saying evolves, we will only have 2 or 3 games between these teams, but a crazy thing as well during these tournaments is, like, drafts can evolve like crazy. Like in Europe, for example, no one used to pick Singed, but then after a few series, everyone was like first picking Singed. And now here we can see it as well, right? Like, Singed got banned as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how the draft evolves, especially in this game, because GameLord picked so many different kinds of champions, and they're showing right now that they can pull it off. So it's going to be a very hard draft for Furious Gaming to do, even if they win this game.
No, look, I recall seeing some Shyvana being played.
Oh my god, no.
Like, I saw it happen. Kind of what happened there. Like, how did we get from we're playing good, standard, principled Wild Rift to let me play some Shyvana, guys?
Yeah, there's a few champions that are really hard to play in the current meta. Shyvana being one of them, you know, she's not that powerful right now, and she needs dragons. So what teams can do, they can just pick aggressive junglers like the Lee Sin and just completely destroy her and counter out. But there are gonna be drafts where it's possible, and that's where I feel like GameLord has to win this game. And they have been doing a good job with it up until now. Their third game, third good draft. So, I just want to see these teams play, man. I just want to see what's going to happen in this game.
A lot said, but a lot to be seen here as GameLord. We go back in the game. Quick refresher, 5-2, up with the kill lead right now. GameLords looking to pressure down Furious Gaming, keep the momentum going.
Oh yeah, and Furious Gaming picked up that first objective, but it's fine. Whoa, there it is. No, there it is. Pressure killed Ruiz.
The Pressure Echo combo.
Yeah, the Pressure Echo combo. He just destroyed Ruiz right there. We were just talking about it, and it happened. And here we can see as well, we're talking about Jash being in the mid, and he's able to 1v2 that Senanasis combo, right? Like, he won't have any trouble with it. This is the good thing about GameLord's draft right here. He's going to be able to just push out that wave very, very easily, and Heste is going to be roaming around.
Of course, just being able to manage waves could be an issue if GameLords aren't able to get anything else done. Heste moving down the bottom end. We see big rotations from both sides.
Oh, there's going to be a big fight happening right there. I can feel it. Both teams are going to want to fight, and Heste goes in!
Beautiful pull to get the showstopper, the bring Kaposiba back. Echo stealing away the Krugs, and Heste pushes him back off.
Oh, that was good. That was a clean one. Heste just ulted Capasiba right there, and they killed him for free. Just with a beautiful follow-up right there. This is one of the combos that can work from Game Lords. And as we look into a replay right there about how Ruiz died, unfortunately he stepped up just a bit too far. But yet again, Brusher was able to hit that stun right there and secure that kill for Furious Gaming.
I mean, something they've been able to do consistently, but I want to kind of draw attention to now the gold gap shrinking here. Furious Gaming being able to claw back very well.
These teams are very close to each other right now, and that's not a good thing for Game Lord. This is a very good thing for Furious Gaming because, as we said before, Furious Gaming scales very, very well into the late game with this composition. Game Lord is still gonna have a few ways to just blow up a champion for Furious. Game Lord is gonna be able to blow up a champion for Furious Gaming because they have that set, right? Like he can ult someone, then you have the follow-up from the Varus, and Game Lord is picking up a free Rift Herald right now.
Yeah, Furious Gaming not here to contest that. There is 10 seconds still till the Dragon is up, so maybe a little bit too preemptive to move over to the Dragon.
And this is gonna help Game Lord as well. This is gonna help them contest this Dragon because they're either gonna get the mid lane, or they are gonna get the mid lane turret. But are they though?
But are they?
They are. Yeah, there you go. So now they also have an advantage during the Dragon. Game Lord playing a beautiful macro game right now.
Absolutely. Being able to set themselves up here and then forcing Furious Gaming off the Dragon.
Oh, Brusher! Ooh, he nearly caught Jash right there.
That parallel conversions could very well be the fight starter, but it looks like Redemption is going to perform that role instead. Lonely gets out to dash in, flash away from Libra.
Oh, wow. Both teams are kind of playing safe, but those Varus arrows, look at those Varus arrows, just constantly rushing through Furious Gaming, dealing so much damage. But it seems like Game Lord is gonna be on the backhand regardless, but they're gonna go for the fight again.
All right, hunting for the kill, looking to engage, and Set Embrace comes in, and a beautiful pull, face breaker, engage out from Heste. Now Game Lords get to run them down, side flashes over the wall. Redemption still over by the side, gets the Nimbus strike onto Pressure, taking down 3.
What a beautiful fight by Game Lord right there. Heste just doing an absolutely phenomenal job with that ultimate, and Ruiz following up with a Karma ultimate too. Absolutely no chance of Furious Gaming right there. Oh my god, this is the Game Lord that we want to see. And as we look at this, I mean, look at that. Oh my god, Heste going in, stunning 3 people, followed up by the Varus. Just no chance from Furious Gaming.
And they got what they came in here for. They got the Dragon as well. Winning the fight, winning the Dragon, continuing to scale up.
Oh, they got everything. They got everything. This is what Game Lord has to do against Furious Gaming. They can't allow Furious Gaming to scale for free. This is the pressure they need. They got Rift Herald, they got mid turret, they got Dragon, they got everything right now. They actually got 3 turrets as opposed to the 2 turrets that Furious Gaming has. And Game Lord still has that all-important mid lane.
У меня микрофон был выключен, я разговаривал уже минуты 2. Я говорю, Сет как сыграл хорошо, Вуконг заруинил файт, дал ульт Волофа просто так, чуть не слил объект, но Сет заиграл один в 3, огромный дэмэдж нанес. Нет, ребят, я с выключенным микро разговаривал, я комментировал все. Не здесь.
He's not up that much gold, but this is the power of Fiora. This is what Fiora can do. Those 1v1s are always gonna be.
Это интересно, конечно. Ребят, добейте до 300 лайков, пожалуйста. Сет хорошо очень сыграл. Ну, у Емордов эта карта должна выигрываться уже 100%. Что-то они как-то фармят, правда, медленно. Они все бегают. Че бегать, я не знаю, фармите, растягивайте по карте.
Если не сложно, можешь сказать сборку на карму на мид и какие руны брать в среднем.
Спасибо за донат, абсолют. Будет проще, если ты мне ВК напишешь, я тебе там скину. Ну, ты собираешь ее через Люден, ВП, Люден, Рабадон, антихил, там пробитие. Здесь хорошо энгейджит Вуконг. Прожимает. Кстати, здесь опять Сет хорошо влетает, но все равно хорошая стяжка от Сета. Хватит ли дэмэджа? Нет, не хватает там дэмэджа. Хорошо играют аргентинцы на развороте. Там Варус добивает Олафа. Вуконг ушел на лоу HP. Даблкил для Варуса. Варусу нужна позиционка хорошая. Нужно дальше. Здесь Эко будет... Да, Эко пытался доиграть. Триплкил для Варуса. Джеш делает триплкил. Хорошо сыграли. Геймворды здесь. Варус позиционку хорошо дал. У Фиоры Бартолом нужно идти уже сплитить ее. На среди никто не убьет все равно 1-1.
absolutely run down Gamelord right there. So, you know, yet again, we can see the problems that Gamelord is having right now. Lonely Kid not rotating around.
Как работает айтем сет, он очень простой.
Before I can talk about it, taking a quick look at the team fight again. So, here you can see they caught Crucial.
Полезный в компетитиве. Там Вуконг чуть-чуть заинтил опять.
Barely, but here we can see it, right? Like Libra is there. Lonely Kid is
Я
not
думал,
there
он
yet.
дал хороший ульт, но я думал, он дальше прыгнет во всех, а он нет. Он, посмотрите,
Yet again with a beautiful
он
engagement.
плохо сыграл. Там еще от фэш... Вся команда дала фэш, кстати, от второго, от Скона. От второй ульты Вуконга. Не хватало там карму добить, Вуконга на лоу HP прям выжили. А здесь Фарус, посмотрите, на какой дистанции расстреливает. Ну, неплохо, да. Здесь, конечно, Нека в конце заинтил, пожадничал. Зачем ему на Фиору вообще он побежал? Я так и не понял. Он ее никогда не забрал бы, там ну, дэмэджа не хватает.
Okay. The power of that joke was too much for even Christian to handle.
I am so sorry. Gamelord looking for a bit of trouble right here. But look at this. Lonely Kid, right? Libra cannot deal with Lonely Kid. That turret is gonna fall down. I'm telling you, if enough time gets wasted right here by Gamelord, that turret is gonna die.
It is a matter of time here.
Это Вуконг, короче, может игру слить, я вам так хочу сказать. Он играет очень плохо. У него хороший счет, он как бы старается, но он иногда такие глупости делает, я просто поражаюсь. Он бежит вперед, дает просто так ульт в одного героя. Не знаю, зачем, смысл какой, ну... Пока что все хорошо у геймвордов, есть преимущество по фарму в 6000, там, в 5. Умирать нельзя Вуконгу и Варусу, за них стрик дадут. Нужно играть также на дистанции, через сета. Вообще желательно, чтобы сет первый играл, потом играл Вуконг. Потому что Вуконг влетает, дает ульт, оттуда дают все флеша, все, он бесполезный. А сет должен, если заингейджит первый через прота, да, там флеш он-то делал, они дают флеши, и уже Вуконг достанет их потом, так как нет самонеров. Ну, в принципе, так и было. Сет так играл. Сет как первым начинал много раз. Здесь хорошо. Что? Ай, Вуконг очень жестко интит, ребят. Хотя это можно понять, он как бы преимущество там по 8 киллов разница. Фиору, кстати, очень тяжело убить будет сейчас, она такая довольно нафиженная. Redemption играл на ДК, да. У них лесник не смог, что-то там произошло у них. Ребят, добейте лайков, пожалуйста, по максимуму, у нас 500 человек. Последний шанс сегодня для геймвордов, нужно выигрывать, нужно тащить. Вуконг дает ульт флэш. Надо кого-то убивать уже, дает второй ульт. Все кнопки в Насуса почему-то летят. Фиора убила на сейде Олафа, естественно. Элдер появился, нужно Элдера забирать через бэк, да. Почему на эхо больше урона? Потому что в начале. Люден хорошо на эко смотрится в миду, плюс он вейв хорошо забирает. Это нормальный айтем. Нет, Люден не бесполезный. Это хороший айтем на эко. Я сейчас серьезно говорю вам. Риксы вчера тоже снич, когда позавчера не играли, тоже играл через Люден. Я тоже пробовал, тестил, смотрел. Это нормальный айтем, только нужно понимать. Тим Кизо играли? Нет, они чуть дальше прошли. Они в основной стадии будут играть. Ребят, добейте лайкосы, пожалуйста. До 400 давайте теперь. Ребят, на... Ой, тут ладно, Элдер начинается, потом объясню. Играют тут сразу. Хорошая там стяжка от кармы, неплохой ульт. Забирает Варус сразу эко. Эко даже не успел ульт нажать. Да, эко с ультом умер и флешом. Он просто с ТЦ не вышел, там ульт Варус дал. Здесь геймворды забрали карту. 1-0, красавцы. Честно, красавцы, я думал, что 2-0 будет. Но они очень плохо играли, да, в прошлую игру, в прошлые карты. Здесь они нормально камбэкнули. Было бы хорошо, если бы они и Риксы... ну они тогда встретятся. Ну, все равно посмотрим. Молодцы геймворды, здесь затащили катку. Хороший у них пик здесь. Ну, мне не нравится, как Аргентина играет вообще, если честно, эту карту. Я не понимаю, что у них мидер всю игру делает на эко. Он подбегает первым, пытается влететь туда с W. У него, кстати, вон было время нажать ульт сейчас. Почему он ульт нажал, не знаю.
Yeah, they need to move away. This is dangerous. You can see, even though they got the Auto Dragon, Furious Gaming still has that potential to win this game.
Absolutely, but that was
Ну, надо реально сказать, что очень плохо отыгрывает мидеру. Там вообще все плохо отыграли, если честно скажу. Возможно, только Ботейн старался, остальные как-то очень слабо отыграли. Казикс, в принципе, здесь Фиора уже, ну, понятно, да, она будет любого героя отбивать, Эко бежит, мансит, кидает кушку на развороте, выходит через Е, впить дракона туда. Ну, в принципе, на этом игра должна сейчас закончиться. Перед Нэшором, да, есть Элдер.
Can 1v1 Lonely Kid. All Redemption is looking for it, but unfortunately not able to get it. But Lonely Kid, he's gonna be the biggest problem from Furious Gaming right now. I can guarantee you that Furious Gaming is probably gonna ban out Fiora. It's funny because he never played it up until the world stage, and I predicted this one. It was not necessarily a bold.
Посмотрим, что во второй карте аргентинцы напикают. Здесь они проиграли по пику, можно сказать, потому что реализация пика 0 просто. Для чего было пикать Эко, Казик? Ну, для чего вообще надо было пикать, если 0 реализации просто? У нас у сцена, да, на линии, они там отстояли еле как. Старались там в файтах, но под что им играть вообще нечем. Здесь Фиора 1 в 2 убивает, и она, наверное, умрет, да. Хорошо играет Фиора, у нее есть Элдер, она убивает 1 в 2 там. ГГВП 25 счет. Молодцы. Не, зуб на шара на эко я не рекомендую собирать вообще. 1-0 довольно легко. Я честно удивлен. Молодцы. Хорош. Вот так надо было играть всегда. Идти, жать кнопки, а не стоять, ждать, как они тогда отыграли. Вообще жесть просто. Руа нормальный слот на эко. Как думаешь, заберут игру или нет? Не могу ничего сказать, честно. Аргентинцы неплохо играют. Надо смотреть, не знаю, честно. Мне почему-то кажется, 1-1 будет. Ребят, накидайте вайкосов, пожалуйста. Каждый. Фадет, родной, ты мне еще 2500 торчишь, говорят. Но я тебе простил, если что. Там уже смотри, от твоего слова зависит.
Now, yes, but of course I can't change my prediction. My prediction was just they're gonna win one because, you know, they have these really good drafts. They have a really good coach. Again, like, man, without this coach, they wouldn't be able to do it. This is the problem they had in Europe because they were having a bit of struggles with the drafts. Unfortunately, the coach could not attend the tournament, so they were actually playing without a coach. Yeah. They were not playing as well as they could. So seeing them now with a coach, be a bit more confident. You know, they've evolved their gameplay. This is the Game Lord we know.
And this is the game mode that we want to see in the competition. We're going to toss it back over to the analyst. As Digon Hell says his team is going to win one more. What do you guys think? Let us know your thoughts.
I think no matter what, they surprised us with the win there. Furious Gaming do not get the W there, like what we all predicted here. It's
all three of us.
Yeah.
Game Lord coming out on top, and it all starts with the draft. And Riku, you wanted to dive in there because we saw that it was the Nasus getting taken away, the Senna getting taken away, and then the Kazakhs, which was a pull away here.
Yeah, a lot of strong picks, right, when we look at the draft of Furious Gaming. But when we look over at Game Lords, there's a lot of heavy engage. Set and Wukong just so easily able to, dictate the pace of the game, start fights. And on the other side, Furious Gaming, how are you going to start fights? Yes, you've got the Olaf that presses R, but nothing that can help assist him enter the fight.
And so often it is Libra for this team that starts fights. Not only is he stuck on Olaf, but he also got blown out of lane because of the performance of Lonely Kid in the top side. Libra was behind the entire game. There was no way to start those fights, even if the Olaf is in good position.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? It started off at the early game. I feel like there were two things happening at the same time. There was a big duel at the top portion of the map with Libra and Lonely Kid, and meanwhile you got Redemption starting fights all over the place.
They were playing their own fighting game, and then the rest of the team was doing exactly what we said they had to do. They were forcing fights early, especially with that draft. Game Lord needed to take fights, and they needed to take them on their terms. Furious Gaming were trying to stall out that game, last until the Senanasis came online. They just didn't.
Yeah, I feel like you're totally right, TJ. It's like we have to move now because the Kha'Zix is going to scale, get the Senanasis that's going to scale. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's so smart that Lonely Kid was on this Fiora because that means they can do a 4-1 split push and have at least that late game insurance.
And I want to flag out Hesta in particular.
Oh,
because we're talking about starting these fights. He is a huge part of that, and he's playing like this really aggressive support roaming style that's very familiar if you've watched other mobile esports, if you watched especially Asian teams in other mobile esports. It's this idea that, okay, I'm playing support. The way that Gold Game works in these mobile MOBAs, I don't need to be tied to the lane.
Right.
I don't need to be farming minions or tagging them like with Relic, Shield, and PC. I can be anywhere on the map at any time, contributing to any lane.
Right, and specifically for Hesta, they called it out on the broadcast. He was 0-6 in the series before, where he was not having any impact. Just saw a team fight there where that was the only time one of his engages gave Furious Gaming a little bit more
You're
life.
calling him out? You picked the one he got wrong?
The one? Well, that's the time that you gave back to me. All the replay was playing, and you
so it's my
team
fault.
composition, the center, and all that good that. Everybody. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. When actually very reminiscent, and actually could be the answer against I have to say it again, against WRL teams that like to dive your top laner. It's the best answer. You have a wave clear bot lane like the Varus in this case. Let your support roam mid, top, doesn't matter. You help assist whoever is alone.
Yeah, I feel like Furious Gaming's draft here just asked way too much of Pusher yet again, but this time to also be the engage, right? The parallel convergence was the main way on in, other than Olaf popping ult and trying to run in. Like, there was no way to hold someone down here, and that proved to be such a big issue for them, and Game Lord just taking full advantage of it. And I'm not sure if you all at home could hear it. Every single time, every time there was a team fight, there was a pop-off by Ruiz, by Redemption, and then there was always one more person, couldn't figure out who it was, that would laugh after every pop-off, be like, ah, haha. It was every time. It was great, and so this Game Lord squad with great mental going into it, and even though, not everything went perfectly, they very much snowballed and took this victory here.
And I want to flag kind of the other side of that. You're talking about winning early team fights. Obviously, the engage is a huge part of that. But also, this is why you draft Varus. Because if you're going to play this style with a roaming support on the map, be it Yumi Karma or be it, in this case, a Set, you need someone who can stay alive in that lane. A Varus, very good.
Ребят, лайкосов не вижу, родные. Добейте лайков.
Very good in these team fights because he is on another screen. He is playing a different game. He's in solo queue.
Что-то перекусить захотелось, ребят. Я перекушу, вы не против? Микро отключу. Короче, геймморды тащите. Если вы сейчас проиграете 1-2, все, вас все русское комьюнити будет любить очень сильно. Ребят, сегодня еще рексы играют. Ждем рексов. Камбэкать надо, камбэкать. Шанс дают для чего? Чтоб камбэкнуть.
We're going to take a look at how well our global influencers play on the Rift. It's time to see your skills in our Coca-Cola Wild reactions. Let's take a look at some of the biggest players we had. And we have a couple of influencers here from Brazil. This is Teals popping off with the Aurelia.
Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Wow, the flawless duet dashing in under that tower, by the way. That was so, flawless, I gotta say.
Wow.
Ребят, до 400 добейте лайков, чисто по-братски. Но если рексы подведут сегодня, все. Посмотрим второй драфт.
People don't realize, but Sona is kept alive by her heal. It's a huge self-shield, so very well timed.
It
And
is.
Lastly here, we have a couple of clips here from After Rift from the LATAM region, hitting it not with the double, but the assassinato.
That was a triple kill.
Try it again, Digon. Run
You
it
got
back.
this, Digon.
Assassinato.
Oh, there you go.
Assassinato.
Assassinato.
Assassinato. There
we
we
go.
go. A couple of triple kills there, and then one final clip here on the Echo. The parallel convergences.
That's what they were missing.
Yeah.
That's the big parallel convergence they were missing.
That's insane, right? We got to see sets like this one.
Oh.
My God, into the shockwave. It's just the wombo combo is just something that we don't usually see in the icons, but it looks so well here in this clip.
All right, well, we salute you, and don't forget to submit your own clips using the hashtag #RiffPopOff. Cheers. You like that?
I ran out of. He didn't.
Me too.
He didn't finish it either.
All right, there we go. The players are set for game number 2, so let's send it back to Grandin and Hell's Devil.
Well, the Death is having a lot of fun. We are as well. We're getting ready for game number 2 as the draft is going to come underway. You had some moments as well. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see them, Hells. Where can we see them?
Sona stole that Elder Dragon with Redemption. You guys didn't see that. That was probably the best one out of all of them. It happened once to me where I was dead.
It happened to you.
No, I did it. I was dead.
You did it.
Yeah, I was dead as a support, and I stole an Elder Dragon with Redemption. That's the best feeling. I can guarantee you, if it hasn't happened yet, that is the best feeling you can ever have in
See,
WoW.
that sounds like an urban myth. I need some evidence here.
I got it for you. I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you.
You have the clip. All right.
Talking about this draft, it's going to be super interesting because, you know, Furious Gaming is probably going to be betting out that Fiora from Lonely Kid. But the question is that going to counter him out? I don't think so.
Yeah, he still has a bunch of other options he could still go for. We saw what the Olaf was supposed to try and get done. It had some strong moments against the Fiora. But there are still so many other strong picks up there.
Like, this is a game of chess, and Gamelord is basically Gamelord has a handicap in their favor. Like, essentially, Furious Gaming is playing without a queen right now, as Glaciox from Gamelord is just gonna completely out. Like, my prediction right here is Gamelord is gonna outdraft Furious Gaming yet again. But the question is, can they win the game again? Is Heste gonna show up again? Because unfortunately, we know it, Heste can have bad games. He can just completely throw games as well as, you know, what he did right there on that set.
I can always appreciate a nice chess analogy. Yeah, there is a lot that can be that we still have to desire from Heste. You know, he had a good performance, but there were also some moments that looked risky for his team. Thankfully, we saw an incredible follow-up from Redemption. So I don't want to criticize Heste too much. I want to say that maybe, you know, this is communication between the team. They've been able to dial in and figure out the level of aggression they need to be going in.
So the reason that I'm criticizing Heste is because he's the best support in Europe. Like, this guy is the best support. What we saw right there on that set, this is supposed to be normal for Heste. He does this always. So that's why I'm saying, like, he has even more than this that he can do. So, but sometimes he just completely fails. And that's the thing about Heste. Is he going to be able to keep up that momentum? Is he going to be able to keep up and win this game? Here he is. This is the guy. This is the Fiora. This is Lonely Kid. You can see he's hungry for that blood, and he's ready. If there is a guy that's ready, this guy is ready right now.
Hells is going to be that parent that no matter what you do, you can never really impress him. You can be the best, but unless you're always on top of your game, Hells is always going to have like, well, I've seen what you could do.
You got to compare yourself to the WRL teams, right?
Right.
And compared to them, it's not impressive yet. But a few of these teams right now in the plains are going to be playing up against those WRL teams later. So the question is, like, can they beat them out? The thing that they do have in their favor, however, is they get a little bit more practice right now, right? They're playing on stage. They're getting a little more practice to beat out those titans from China.
I think we will likely see every group in the group stage have one WRL team because they will not be able to play against each other, right? So every group will have one WRL team, and so you must be prepared to go against them.
And hopefully half of the groups are going to have an EU team as well. You know, seeing Gamelord play right now. Rix is playing later on today as well. At least one of these two should make it out. Both teams are incredible, Gamelord and Rix. And we're waiting for Gamelord to draft right now as well. Like, they have it in them. That's the thing about it. Like, we know Furious Gaming is supposed to win this game. And Furious Gaming is amazing. And but we know Gamelord has it in them. So I want to see Furious Gaming swap it up as well a little bit in the draft. Right? We talked a lot about Gamelord, but I want to see Furious Gaming swap it up as well. And they will not get Xin Zhao. Like, that's the one pick. They will pretty much win the game for free on. They will obviously not get it. But I want to go back to that kill, because Prusher is the star of this team, right? Like, it's not like Gamelord. This is a team who have an obvious star, which is Prusher. So how many champions can you really ban out against him? Like, you can ban out the Zed, you can ban out the Diana. He played a pretty good Echo right there as well. You can't ban out everything.
all things lead back to the kill.
Oh.
All things lead back to the kill with you.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
You just want to see the kill.
I kind of desperately want to see it happen. But for that to happen,
Do you
Game
think
Lord
now on the elimination stage, it is the time for kill?
So it is time for kill when it is time for kill. And the reason that I'm saying that is because Game Lord does play Akali on Lonely Kid. And if that happens, and if we have another assassin, so if we have Akali and Zed, something like that, that's when kill is gonna come through. But Zed is already gonna get banned out by Game Lord themselves. They don't want to see pressure on that Zed.
Yeah, we saw how deadly pressure could be.
Oh yeah.
Even with the echo, he was still getting a lot of work done, but a very different place now. Much more difficult to enable pressure in the mid lane. Furious Gaming, we saw what happened last game. They had the Corki ban, they had the Lucian ban, taking away those powerful split pushes.
This is the exact same draft. Game Lord is sticking to what worked to them. You know, they don't want to see the Xin Zhao. They don't want to see the Zed. They're betting out the Yuumi as well. They just don't want to see these champions. And I want to see Furious Gaming change it up a little bit. They banned the Wukong, actually. So they do leave that Fiora open. And the thing about Game Lord is, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter whether Fiora's banned or Fiora's not banned. They can play it all. And Karma's open as well, which I assume is going to be the first pick for Game Lord right now.
Fiora could be up, Karma is up, something they went for as well.
You can't pick Fiora first though, and the reason is because there's so many counters. You have to pick Fiora against those melee champions. So, like, there is no way that Game Lord is gonna pick Fiora, then Jace. They picked Jace. Jace was still being left open because Furious Gaming actually prioritized to ban out Wukong, which Redemption played. It's quite a respectable ban, over that Jace.
And Furious Gaming side, we saw him go for the San Nasus last game. This time around, the Varus prioritized, taking that away from Jash. You were pointing out how much damage he did at the end of the last game.
I actually feel like this is more of a, like, picking it away from Jash than picking it from themselves. So, Furious Gaming has that Karma, has that Varus. That's a very, very strong and annoying Dragon Lane combo. And Karma could also be flexed into the mid lane. Don't think it's gonna happen because we want to see pressure on those assassins.
You know, high damage dealers, high skill, mechanical outplays from pressure. But the Karma comes through for Furious Gaming nonetheless. Kaplasiba has been known to play the enchanters every once in a while.
So, Game Lord needs some good diving against this Varus. Right? Like, how are you gonna catch this Varus? Or they need the Ziggs. Like, Ziggs is one of the champions that can outpoke. Oh, okay.
Well, there you go. You said it. You can outpoke him.
So, the reason that I mentioned Ziggs is because Ziggs is one of those champions that completely outpokes a Varus. So, you can either get Varus by diving him, or you can get Varus by out-Varusing him, which is outpoking him, and Ziggs does that. So Riven, oh, I want to see Lonely Kid on that Riven. That's the one guy that I want to see play Riven.
No, I mean, he has both options. He could be on the Jace, he could be on the Riven. Either way, some pretty high mechanically intensive champions he could still pop off on.
He'll pop off on any one of them. Like, he has no issue at all adapting. I think we're going to see him on the Riven. He's showed how incredibly good he's on the Riven. And again, this feels like a denial again. Furious Gaming is pretty much picking that entire composition from Game Lord. And again, like, this is what I feel is their weakness right now. Like, they're showing weakness in this draft. They're saying, okay, we're kind of afraid of the Wukong. We're kind of afraid of the Varus. We don't want to see it. You know, we're also kind of afraid of Heste set. We don't want to see it. But Game Lord is just picking all different kinds of champions. Glazox, which is the coach, is telling them, don't worry, guys, I got you. You know, he's the father of the team. He's going to be drafting for them, and he got them. I feel like he got them in this draft.
And a few parts were so instrumental to the win for Game Lord. Stuff like the Fiora that pairs well with the Karma. If you don't end up getting that, very difficult to run away with the game.
It would be funny to see Furious Gaming if they actually pick the full composition of, well, besides Wukong, but if they actually pick the full composition, if they also pull off that Fiora, which, you know, it could work against Game Lord, because Fiora is pretty decent into a Riven, but if Fiora falls behind against the Riven, it's game over. And if there is a guy that you'll fall behind against, it's Lonely Kid.
Very mechanically talented player, Lonely Kid.
Yeah.
Wants to dominate that lane. We saw how that lane matchup went the last time. Libra and Lonely Kid trading kills back and forth, but it was Lonely Kid that came out with the advantage in the end. I'm just holding my breath, waiting for this last ban. I want to see if the Fiora will make its way over the Furious Gaming with this last one.
Interestingly, Furious Gaming bans out the Kai'Sa. So they're actually taking out some of the champion pool of Jazz. You know, they took away the Lucian, the Corki, the Kai'Sa, the Varus as well. So what is Jazz gonna play? I know this guy plays Jinx. I know he plays Tristana. I know he plays those traditional ADCs. We haven't seen much of them yet. But this would be a decent moment to pick them, you know? They already have that Ziggs, which could be put on Jash as well, you know, if you want to put Ruiz on a different champion. But Game Lord just has a lot. Oh, there is the Diana, by the way. I drop everything that I'm saying. This is the assassin that we want to see on Prusher.
Banned last time here by Game Lords, and so now the Diana will make its way and debut in game number 2. Full pressure on Furious Gaming, and the response now on Game Lords' side. How do we deal with the Diana? Do we draft for a longer range? go for a traditional ADC, what needs to be done here for Game Lord?
And the question is Sartor going to be able to do the same thing as Jazz did on that Varus? Is he going to be able to 1v2 in the lane? And Galio, this is another one of those aggressive supports that we talked about on Heste. This is what we want to see Heste on, because we know he's going to be roaming around all the time. This is Heste right there. You can see him behind his phone. He's going to be roaming around constantly. It's actually the Thresh!
Oh!
It's going to be a Galio mid. It's gonna be Galio works very well into the Diana. That's also an interesting pickup then.
Yeah, having the magic shield, you are very tanky. You get to rotate around a lot. And of course, now we get to see Heste on that Thresh.
I don't really like this Kha'Zix pick, however, on Echo. It's just Game Lord has the answers to it. They have the, they have the Riven, they have the Galio who can taunt the Kha'Zix. They have the Thresh as well.
Так, ребята, я здесь. Что у нас тут? Я чуть опоздал, да? Я так понял, у нас у аргентинцев они украли пик. Прошлый сет. Карма Варус. Ого, какой драфт. О, какие драфты жесткие. Слушайте, а ну у гемордов опять. Блин, правда, лейт ни о чем такой. Но... Вот это драфты, я даже не могу сказать. Казиксу сложно будет найти себя в таком драфте. Ребят, накидайте лайков до 400 по-братски. Хорошие драфты у обеих команд. Чуть посильнее у аргентинцев будет. Там все-таки контроля, урона полка побольше будет. А вот жира такой брузни больше у гемордов.
Sorry, Furious Gaming has to be lucky, or they truly have to beat out Game Lord. And I hope to see them beat out Game Lord, as in, like, I want to see both teams on top of their game.
Well, we have to see if they will be able to maintain that.
It's a karma. It's a karma in the support.
Yeah, Capusiba will be playing the karma. We've seen him play the enchanters before, and Pressure, of course, on the Diana now. You said last game that Furious Gaming had a late game composition. Game Lords did not let them get to that point. What the Furious Gaming have this summer?
Галио медовый, да?
I feel it's a bit the same in the late game. It's just Ruiz has to be able to cancel out Pressure, because if there's one win condition Furious Gaming does have, it's of course that Diana in the late game. When Diana engages,
Ну, Галио у нас стоит в миду, Ривен лес, Джейс на топе, Джейс будет поддушивать сета. Там сет может только с 3-го уровня начинать с ним трейдиться. Вообще вот желательно не подходить вот так вот. Диана Галио там матчап равный. Галио даже немного притреживает он за счет игнайта. Хороший хук от Трэша. Бомбочка, игнайт. Добивать, добивать. Одной тычки не хватило. А знаете почему, ребят? Если бы сейчас Зиг скинул экзост, он бы добил его. Ну, заранее, когда Трэш хук дал. Честно скажу, я буду рад, если 2-0 будет. Геморды выиграют. Надо тащить эту катку. И у них пик нормальный, у них брузни много. 4 героя такие плотных, офигеть. Даже Галио, который, да, АПшный, будет довольно такой неприятный. Здесь можно сыграть. Тут Трэш, смотрите, дает хук плюс флэш. Это ферстбат для геймвордов, как он хорошо бэкнулся. Саппорт геймвордов бэкнулся. Он уже вторую игру выигрывает, кстати, саппорт у них. Бэкнулся, пришел через линию, дал хороший хук плюс флэш. Хорошая тут стяжка была от кармы. Выбивают они из Галя Ешку. Давайте, геймворды, нужно это пройти, этих аргентинцев. Они какие-то потерянные, что-то мне не нравится, как они играют. Они в тот раз лучше отыграли намного, а геймворды наоборот. Какой хук опять от Трэша, просто гениальный. Добьют ли Варуса? Выбили флэш, Варус на просто лоу HP выходит. Ребят, до 400 лайков добейте, пожалуйста. Здесь, смотрите, неплохо, кстати, играют ФГ. Могут добить, не хватает одного удара там по Трэшу. Повезло. Это что такое сейчас было? Галио ульт?
to prevent it from happening.
He actually saved Hastay right there.
А зачем Галя ультанул, ребят?
He saved Hastay. Furious Gaming is waiting for,
Не-
for game
А можно
to
повтор?
break out
Я
with
чуть
that.
не увидел или... А зачем Галя ультанул?
Be in trouble.
This is intense. They have no idea how low Echo is
Он
right
думал...
now, and so
А ну-ка, сейчас,
we're
секунду.
not able to move in for a kill.
I love how Redemption is
Возможно,
still
мисклик.
waiting in the bush. Like, throughout the entire early game, he's basically been camping Lonely Kid.
Ну это, конечно, плохо было. До объекта успеет откатиться, хоть это радует. Нет, там сейва не было, там карма уже... Там не было.
Lonely Kid gets the reset, come back into lane. He's going to pick up a couple of items. Make his way onto that first
Там же специально подошел трэш к карме для того, чтобы она кушку дала, нет? В смысле, я имею в виду, когда Галя ультанула, она специально подошла уже.
I'm looking forward to the WCK. They play Blitzcrank.
Oh my god.
It's
Либо еще вариант есть, он думал, что туда прыгнет Диана,
just want the hook. They will play Blitzcrank.
но она как-то далековато была. Она там, где големы была, чуть выше.
After the games, just a ton of Blitzcranks in my...
Хотя все правильно, лучше так сделать, тем более до объекта откатиться.
Oh man, maybe I'm not actually. Stick to the thresh, guys. We'll stick to the thresh.
Гейморды выиграли первую. Он думал, Диана идет через фэш в бот играть. Там Диана в кустах была, понятно. Да, все верно. Отдали сейчас ресурсы для того, чтобы попытаться забрать. Нет фэша у трэша. Лихава, поясни за Йоу. А что именно? Не понял вопрос. А. Ты про что имеешь в виду? Здесь хорошо Ривен играет. Очень много урона. Карма дает стяжку под себя, добивает там уже Джейс своей кушкой. Карму. Не знаю, аргентинцы 0-2, наверное, салют все-таки. Но там объекты не начинают делать. Инфернальный дракон. Чуть по карте как-то очень слабо играют. ФГ. Почему Йол слили Хоризон? Ну, слабый состав и говно драфт. Это же очевидно. Они сейчас добрали туда двух европейцев. Кикнули мидера оттуда, кикнули лесника оттуда. Два 2-0 счет. Преимущество как-то очень слабо гейморды вообще формят, мне не нравится. Как-то вот смотришь на азиатов, они раз там, вот они 2-0 ведут, фарм одинаковый, там 1000 разница голды, и то они уже спушили ФБ Тавер, там как-то мало, очень медленно формят. Вот смотришь на азиатов, конечно, игра вообще другая, просто на другом уровне, по всему.
So Varus in the early game does more damage than a Ziggs with his arrows, but once you get those items up, once you scale into the late game, that's when Ziggs is gonna outskill a Varus, and the poke is just gonna be
Зачка нет, это же друг их тренера Файка. Друзей он своих не кинует. Кинули Денанлиса, который последнее время на АДК играл, а до этого на миду, и Фотона.
Lonely Kid should be alone because he has that hole breaker. It seems like Hastay is kind of just waiting for him in the bush. You know what's funny? This is like a funny thing. Because Furious Gaming saw that Lonely Kid did not have the hole breaker next to his name, they will know someone is close. So it's kind of a like a bad thing about the item. It gives it away.
Неплохой хук от трэша, там нечем играть.
They know for a matter of fact right now Howlbreaker is not active and so are looking for a fight for pressure in a precarious position. Moonfall comes in, Transcend Embrace to follow through.
Ну, Фотон как мусор играл, нет? Ты, смотря с кем ты сравниваешь и какой турнир. Если ты сравниваешь последний турнир, то они все отыграли очень херово, так же, как и тренер надрафтил. Если ты откроешь статистику Денанлинса за последние полгода, у него в сумме урона 30 тысяч будет. Он наносит за игру 5000 урона. На кор-чемпионах, на кор-ролях.
Questionable turret dive, let's just phrase it like that, but that's what he's known for, right? Like, he screws up like that sometimes.
It looked beautiful. I won't give him that. It looked beautiful when I saw it. I was like, yeah, I can see something happening here, but unfortunately difficult to follow up with that one. Deep on the turret.
Да вот он играл хуже, чем Квинни. Нет, хуже, чем Квинни он не мог играть, потому что Квинни никто не видел, как играет в турнире. У него 0. У него даже опыта такого особо сильного нету. С ним особо не работали. Его не выпускали на один турнир.
Game Lord gave away that dragon, but you can see Jash, he's going for the Archangel staff, which we've talked about is a bit of a later game item. This item takes time to skill, but I feel Game Lord can get away with it, because they've done a very good job in the early game. They've gotten that mid lane turret that we talked about, they've got the top lane turret. They should be able to skill in the late game. Not sure what Echo is looking for right here.
Yeah, you just see the
Почему Квинни не дают играть? Не устраивают?
only kit back to safety.
Вы лучше спросите, почему Квинни туда взяли.
They just get to keep farming up.
Уже все смеются. Да, вот мы с ним в хороших отношениях, я ничего плохого не говорю, ну, общаемся же. Он нормальный пацан. Но вот все уже прикалываются, он там на скамейке запасных, дайте ему поиграть. Ну, вы же помните, когда Квинни брали, когда был отбор в Барселону, когда у меня был состав Virtus.pro, еще были команды, крауды были. Фаик что сделал, тренер их? Он забрал последнего лесника в Руи, так их нету, он забрал Квинни, поставил его на замену, чтобы его другие команды не могли забрать, чтобы очевидный был стопроцентный проход в Барселону у них. Они его взяли туда, все, он там просто так сидит. Надо же как-то заниматься. Из-за этого Квинни, когда там играет, на него там... Конечно, там вот, когда они с Гидрой играли, там чуть Гидра, скажем так, его учил, как что нужно делать. Конечно, опыта не хватает у Квинни. Нужно больше компетитив, а ему не дают этого. Не дает тренер этого.
Kha'Zix, when he has isolation damage, and Echo knows that as well, picks up that kill for free. Oh, he goes for this one as well.
A little bit risky here for Ruiz. Misses the chance for the taunt, just barely outside of range. You get that slow onto the Galio, flash out.
Это прикольно сейчас Галио сыграл, кстати.
That is a lot of damage. He's playing that Kha'Zix very, very well and is dealing an incredible amount of damage right now. If he could as well carry this game to Jash gets caught by the Shadows Enchant.
Здесь геймворды троллят, кстати. Позиционка говно. Мархау, как ты терпишь такие вопросы? Да не, нормально отношусь. Я привык уже. Квинни лучший. Ему ЗП хоть платят. Хорошо, Ренат здесь прыгает. Зикс дает ульт. Неплохо там продамажили. Здесь играет Ривен дальше. Галио влетает. Хорошая от кармы стяжка. По троим, но дэмэджа не хватает. Позиционка какая-то не особо хорошая. Здесь, смотрите, чизит Диана Зикса. А будет ли... Да, Вантер мимо летит. Хорошо. Видели Джейс плюс... Джейс дает кушку и Галио дает кушку. Они просто шотают. Даже барьер фэш не успел сет нажать. Ой-ой, что же происходит? Это просто жесть. Как же жестко аргентинцы интят просто по КД. Геймворды просто на их же ошибках. Триплкилл Зикс сделает. Красиво. Как же плохо играют аргентинцы. Геймворды красавцы. Давайте 2-0.
Рус, мы тебя еще увидим на просцене. В связи с последними событиями не очень понятно, куда киберспорт двинется.
Увидите 100%. Спасибо, Занат. Надеюсь, Рексы сегодня тоже выиграют. Посмотрите на это. А, он уже умер в этом моменте.
killing both of the backline teams, but it didn't matter because Redemption on the Driven, standing his ground, showing Furious Gaming who is the boss. And I really want to see how Jash got that 1 kill as well. Yeah, and Prusher really pushing his limits, but this moment right here, look at that. Kapasiba thinks he's safe, Echo thinks he's safe, and then boom! We didn't see it because we have another fight.
We jump back into the action. Game Lord and Furious Gaming in a massive stalemate by the river right now.
And Jash dealt a lot of damage this game already. He's actually sitting on 3 kills and 0. Libra dealt 0 damage.
In the last fight.
I just stopped talking. I think that's a bug. I think that's a bug.
No, in the last fight.
Oh, in the last fight.
In the last fight,
sorry,
he died at the start to Ruiz.
Yeah. So Jash is 3-0, and he hasn't even gotten his Seraph's Embrace yet, which is huge, Grandin. Like, this item, when it goes into a Seraph's Embrace, first of all, massive damage. Secondly, he'll get that shield against Prusher.
Right. Very critical shield can keep him alive. A big part of the Furious Gaming game.
Спасибо за 100, молодец. Посмотрел, кто задонатил, спасибо. Спасибо за лайки, ребят, всем, кто проставил. Давайте 20 лайков до 400 добьем. Буду благодарен.
So calculated. That was amazing.
Exactly the way it should be. Redemption in a very aggressive position. He's actually been in Ruiz. Ruiz would not be punished for that though.
Oh, the Game Lord just wasted a lot of important abilities. That's the Riven ultimate, that's the Galio ultimate already. That's the Ziggs ultimate too, which dealt half of his HP damage, by the way.
Sarthur cannot play the game. Half his health gone off one Ziggs ultimate, and you can see the cooldown ticking.
Yeah, but the Furious Gaming does have an opportunity to fight now, though, even though they're a bit low. They could reset and quickly fight, because Game Lord did use a lot of important ultimates. They're only sitting on 2 ultimates right now.
But a long vision here for Furious Gaming, which is very nice. And like you mentioned, there was that 2 ultimate expanded.
Но пока еще геймворды не сильно так побеждают. Надо играть. Хорошо играет Ривен, дает прокаст, Трэш тоже играет очень хорошо, Дилан дает неплохой ульт. Галио дает флешку, Ривен дает флеш W, Зигс дает хороший ульт. Боже, какая позиционка? Кто по кому играет? Вообще непонятно, что аргентинцы делают. Где Казикс у них? Куда он пошел вообще? Здесь нужно добивать. Отлично, это уже unstoppable для Зигса.
This is probably the guy we least expected to carry it again because he's coming in as a substitute, but he's been absolutely dominating both games.
Казикс 2-0 идет, но у него есть 3 сота, но ему нужна Жаня срочно. Вообще Казикс хорошо играет для такой игры, против такого драфта. Тем более, когда его команда проигрывает. Просто ему очень сложно будет играть, там уже очень много сетов, там у Зигса 3.
But he's not gonna deal with Ziggs.
He's not gonna deal with Ziggs. Jash is gonna be able to take down virtually anyone on the side of Furious.
Oh yeah. Furious is in big trouble right now. They're in big trouble because they're not gonna be able to deal with Jash. Because even if
надо заканчивать, ребят, геймворды, нужно играть. Дракон есть инфернальный, кстати, у ФГ команды. Посмотрим, там Элдер сейчас скоро будет появляться.
When we thought that Furious Gaming were out in their game against Nova Esports,
they made a comeback.
They pulled the game back in. They do have somewhat of a late game composition.
And, you know, Elder Dragon. This is the one objective which is spawning in 30 seconds right now, which can completely change the game. So, the question is, how are these teams...
Спасибо за лайки, ребят.
Elder Dragon. Echo is waiting right there for Redemption. Redemption is not gonna go in the bush this time. Ooh.
Very close, though.
Very close.
And frankly, gold
2 лайка до 400, ребят. Чё-то Варуса особенно тоже не видно. Не видно его ультов вот этих хороших. Хотя там столько ингейджа. У Варуса же ульт как работает? Чем больше ингейджа в вражеской команде, тем вам легче сыграть. Вот, ульт сейчас хороший был от Зигса. Прям четко попал. Сразу кинул. Обратите внимание, специально перед Элдером. Элдер появился, он кинул ульт, чтобы заставить бэкнуться, снять хп. Неплохо сет играет, его взрывают сразу. 1 в 5 он играл. Галио дает ульт. Там Казикс пытается вырезать и вырезает потихоньку. Даблкил Ревна получает, хороший флеш. Нужно доигрывать. Ну это Элдер.
That should be it. I just changed my sentence because Echo is still up. Game Lord is gonna start this Elder Dragon, and if they take it, they've pretty much secured their victory in the series right now.
Ой-ой-ой, там Казикса нужно стомпить. Ой, Казикс что-то вообще... Я, конечно, понимаю, он хотел Элдера забрать, но не так. Надо было просто ешкой на реку прыгнуть уже и включать ульт. Он наоборот сделал. Сет не успел даже кнопки нормально прожать, остальные, кроме ульты. Взорвались сразу.
Was sitting on a lot of HP, and then also Jash on that backline. He's never gonna die with that stasis enchant and the Seraph's Embrace. And right now, it's Game Lords that's sitting on a very, very comfortable lead.
Barons are up by Game Lords. They just took a massive fight now. Emboldened, empowered.
Echo's still dead.
Prepared to go for this.
Echo's still dead.
10 seconds on the Kazakhs, but a re-engage out from Heste. They don't want the Baron just yet. They want to fight before they get there. It doesn't feel the same without it. But a massive amount of damage out from Libra. They might be able to turn this fight around. Pressure starts to dive in. Redemption is going to be able to cancel out the Moonfall. But Jasher with the back is still doing damage. You have to deal with the Ziggs.
And Sartre is finally starting to do a massive amount of damage, but it's kinda too late right now. He dealt so much damage during that team fight, but you've already lost the Elder Dragon. You've already gave Ziggs like what, 4 items? It's not the time anymore. You should have done this earlier, Sartre.
Well, we do see some turrets start to fall for Furious Gaming. These side waves will continue to crash in. GLD need to spend some time, reinvest it in the side lanes to push these out.
Oh yeah, and Libra is not having a fun time in this game, granted.
Oh no.
He's the one guy that's really not having a fun time.
From the start of the game to now.
Prusher, however, just finished his Void Staff. He's sitting on a 4-item Diana, and while Galio does counter that Diana, Diana is a champion that can just absolutely blow up Jash. If Jash gets caught off guard and doesn't use his stasis enchant, he could just get one-shot by Prusher. There is still potential.
We need to see if Furious Gaming will be able to get pressure into the backline. A critical win angle for them.
21 минута у нас идет. Ну, есть Элдер. Блин, организация как-то не особо... Элдер есть, они не показывают, что он есть у геймвордов. У Зикса уже куча дэмэджа, почти фулл слоты. Ни одной смерти нету. Хорошо играет Галио. Успевает Диана нажать флеш. Хороший ульт от Кармы по 4.
Furious Gaming is still alive, man. Even though this looks like it's over, it is still alive. They still got it. You know, all of them are alive. Game Lord is starting off this Baron, which is not...
Нет Вижена. Ой, хороший. Какой хук. Видели, какой хук был от Риша? Идеальный просто. Жалко, далеко команда была. Ну, это какой-то инт уже. Нужен Зикс ульта. 10 секунд до ульты Зикс. Кстати, достаточно удачный файт для Аргентины. С учетом того, какое преимущество и Элдер.
Magic resist and armor. So essentially Game Lord just lost magic resist and armor for free. Then they all in Furious Gaming and allowed Furious Gaming to do extra damage because their resists were reduced. So this can still be a dangerous game from Game Lord, and this may as well still be a series to win for Furious Gaming.
Absolutely, Furious Gaming could pull it back, especially with the difficulty Game Lord is having. I mean, that is one of the compromises to the composition. Slower to finish off the Baron. You have the Ziggs, does so much work against the champions of Furious Gaming.
Yeah,
but against the Baron.
Game Lord just has to find a good engage. Like, that's all they need to do. That's literally it. You know, like, Heste go in, Ruiz follows up, Redemption follows up, ultimate from Ziggs, and that's it. That's how you win a fight. But if they allow Prusher to go in, sitting on that 4-item Diana, this game could still be lost by Game Lord. And we can see Oh, he just barely dodges out everything. Furious Gaming was looking for that Shadows Enchant. Didn't unfortunately get it. But yeah, it's still Game Lord sitting with the Elder Dragon, sitting with the advantage. And it's so hard for Furious to find an opening right now.
And pressure is genuinely terrifying right now. He has the Rapidon Staff Cap, the Void Staff, a stacked up Rod of Ages. I mean, if I
Ой, как долго заканчивают геймворды, прям очень долго. Так проиграть можно игру. Смотрите, Зикс хороший, да, ульт. Посмотрите на его ульт. Это под Элдером и 6 сетами. Огромный дэмэдж просто.
Gamelord is just very slowly but steadily trying to, you know, secure this Baron. They don't want a 50-50 it, because of course if they lose it, we saw that happen before.
Надо пытаться что-то делать аргентинцам. Последний шанс у них. Галио хорошо там пытается застомпить их, да. Есть вантер для Галио. Он играет по всем. Он 1 в 5 почти убивает там Галио. Хороший ульт от Галио. Забирает на Шора геймворда. И 2-0 это для геймвордов. Отлично, ждем риксов. ГГ, ребят, 2-0. Хорошая игра. Спасибо за лайки, ребят, всем.
Europe has got this. Europe has got this, and we still have teams.
They are rushing in now. GLD looking for the chance. The flash on the starter does not connect. Nexus losing health to the cannon minions. They need to block this. Chain of Corruption comes in. 2,000 HP left on the Nexus. Minion wave. Moments away, but with 10 seconds of cap, we'll see about GLD stall for now.
And Furious Gaming delaying the inevitable. They know what's up. They know what's happening. They know they're going home, unfortunately, because this is it. You lose this game, you go home. There are no more games to play in the Icon series. And Game Lord went through that pressure. They went through the next game. And man, seeing them like this, they got it in them. They may as well just take some more series as well and make it into the group stage.
I mean, Furious Gaming looked dominant. They made history taking down an up WRL team. But now GLD revived and revitalized go into this one with Heste.
Look at that.
A kill onto Libra. Prepared to end the game right here, right now. Echo needs to find his way back in. Pressure over by the side, but it's locked down so quickly. The shields will not keep him alive. Redemption survives through his transcendent embrace. No damage out for Capo Siba. Ruiz joins back in. The Guardian Angel out. But Nexus falls, and it's GLD with a series win over Furious Gaming.
They got it. Game Lord has won the game. Although I didn't get my prediction right, I could not be happier. I don't care about the prediction, Brandon. I just care about the memes. There is not going to be any memes anymore after seeing that, because Game Lord just showed you what EU is made of.
I'll tell you what, Hells, maybe this is the secret, right? You need to vote against the European teams, and that's when they start to win.
That's when they start to win indeed, right? Like, I think I've gotten a maximum of 50% of my predictions right, so I'm not that good at...
That's decent. That's a coin flip.
Yeah, sure.
That's a coin flip, you know. It would be interesting if you had significantly higher or lower, but at a coin flip, you know, that's where things are.
That's right. So we still have another series coming, which is Unsold Stuff Gaming and Stamina as well. We just had the most exciting series ever, and this is also going to be a banger.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw an impressive showing out from both these teams. Interesting thing as well as a very similar playstyle, but of course right now on your screens you get to see the win moments here from Game Lords, the celebrations, as they know they will stand one more chance to keep their run going.
You can see how happy these guys are, right? Like, they're proud of themselves, and they should be. There you go. We can hear them scream as well. Like, they got it. They still have more games coming. And next one today as well, Rix. You know, this is the first European team that is gonna get closer to the group stage as well. Next to Team Queso, who already is in the group stage. I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy right now.
I have to say, you know, it feels like Ruiz was able to get his revenge on Pressure.
Yeah.
Called out, said he was going to hunt for him. Well, looks like Ruiz gets his response in the end. That Galio came in and he put the pain onto Furious Gaming.
Prusher did a great job on the Diana. Can't take away from that, but
of course,
Ruiz on that Galio. You know, yet again, like, sure, the draft allowed him to do that, but he followed through. Like, he followed through. He did his job. He did so much damage. His ultimates were beautiful. It was just perfect. This was perfect.
Yeah, a perfect game and a perfect series here for GLD, I'm sure, and we are looking forward to see what else they have in store to break down this series. We're going to have the analyst desk break this one down. A surprise, I'm sure, for you guys, right?
A big surprise here as the WREC are on the board. We got one happy analyst over there on that casting desk.
Well, it's like tinged with melancholy because he got his prediction wrong.
He
Bittersweet.
said he was proud to be
Right,
wrong.
okay,
Right,
right,
he did
right,
say he was
right,
proud
right.
to be
That's
wrong.
true.
All right, so let's take a look at that one as Game Lord take the victory, and we'll move on in the bracket. They get the win over Furious Gaming. That means our first team is going home here, TJ.
Yeah, it does mean, unfortunately, Furious Gaming will be our first team eliminated from Icons. It also means we have a win on the board for EU at Icons. So, Icons give and Icons take.
They do, TJ. Let's take a look at the highlights from this last one here. As things got rolling early for Game Lord, and they really didn't look back here.
Yeah, Heste, again, did the same thing as game number
Yeah.
one. Basically, first back, I'm going to roam topside, I'm going to help Lonely Kid. And I feel like this sort of strategy has been helping a lot.
And even down here in the bottom lane where he played a little bit more duo than he did last game, his mechanics in those fights, his positioning in those fights was impeccable.
Yeah, every single time he's gonna land these sentences. They'll burn a flash, burn everything. Just as Hell said, the early game was basically a fight of 1 HP bars, everybody surviving, but it doesn't change the fact that Hesse did a lot in the early game.
Yeah, and we were looking for a little bit more out of Prusher, this time having a bit more setup on the Diana, on an assassin, felt a little bit more comfortable, but TJ, I felt like he wasn't able to have the same impact, and the rest of the team wasn't able to have the same impact as they did in the Nova series.
Yeah, we were very critical of the draft during game number one.
Sure.
Game number two, Furious Gaming come into this with the set on the top side for Libra, with Prusher on a very easy execution Diana. You see the composition right there. Start with the set, follow through with the Diana, one team fight. I don't think they executed that combo once. Furious Gaming the entire time were desynced. They looked clumsy going into the fights. And that's unfortunately something they're going to have to work on in the next season of regular play if we get it.
Pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like this was the usual rock, paper, scissors, right? Poke comps versus engage compositions. Usually engage comps can easily prevent any poking any further if you engage right away, but unfortunately, just as TJ has mentioned, it felt like they were having a hard time finding these opportunities, finding to get that, face breaker, haymaker, showstopper into the moonfall. It wasn't exactly there. And the fact that, the Ziggs, Jace in general, built up the tier for their second item meant that they were prepared to spam you all day long. They're not going to run out of any mana, so this was their plan all along.
Yeah, and every time that it did look like Furious Gaming were going to step up, were going to get close, they would get poked so much and still engage here, TJ. There were many times where it felt like they could have backed off and tried to recompose themselves.
Yeah, I don't know what the difference was between now and the Nova series, but whereas versus Nova, it looked like Furious's strength was their in-fight communication, was how clear and decisive their calls were surrounding fights. Here, Nova were they were being taken apart by Game Lord as they approached those fights. Such good play around the Ziggs, as you talked about. Jace playing a very good series across 2 games with the Varus last time as well, putting in tons of damage as the enemy team is approaching the fight, and especially if you're a team that's having trouble coordinating those fight engages, you're going to get half HP before you can even get in range.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could tell Prusher knows the fact that we can't do this front to back.
Yeah.
We have to do a flank. We have to find a way where we can attack them from behind. But every single time, Game Lord knows that this is coming. That's the reason why Prusher ended the fight down.
Yeah, and they did a great job of honestly taking the fight in the front line. So there was no follow-up from the rest of Furious Gaming. We took a look at that gold graph, and you just look at the damage. 48,000, 33,000, and as much as Prusher and Arthur were trying to get themselves in there, there was just really no way for Furious Gaming. It was all right, you can have the Varus poke a little bit, but once Prusher goes in, we all have to go in, and no one else would really have the follow.
And 2 games in a row where Jace is so much of the plan for Game Lord. I think we've seen some really good drafting from Game Lord at this event. Their coach Glaciox coming in here, contributing a ton, as this game and the last game, they're given the tools to just stall out fights, guarantee maximum time for their backline to farm damage. It's a very easy to execute composition. It's real bread and butter. Frontline stand in front, backline throw out damage, and they were able to deliver on it versus some very aggressive teams, which is the hard part.
Yeah, the fact that there's a Galio as well protecting from any moonfall engage, just added so much defense on this double poke comp that they had.
All right, well, one of the winners is standing by with us right now. Kangas is standing by with the top laner, Lonely Kid.
Thank you, Degon. I'm here with Baron Laner from Game Lord Lonely Kid. First off, big fan. I've been a fan of you since watching you in your regional finals. Crazy matchup here. You continue on in Icons. I heard a lot of noise on stage right there. Very animated team. Everyone was screaming, but who's screaming the most on stage?
Ruiz, of course.
Ruiz? All right, what was he saying? Because all we heard from like the analyst desk was just shouting and then laughter afterwards.
He's barking as usual on stage. This is main skill on stage. He only activates in LAN. So it's a kind of good buff for us because the enemy team can't hear their communications.
It's a distraction. So he's shot calling and also distraction. I love that. Well, you watched Furious Gaming take a game off of Nova earlier in this tournament. So I'm curious, going into this series, what did you feel like your goal was? Like, what did you need to do as an individual going into this best of three?
I mean, to be honest, when we watched the debut Nova, I mean, they took one game. We were kind of afraid because Nova was looking pretty strong and they take one game from them. So I think it was huge. But even though I was really confident and I trusted my teammates, and I think I played the strong side really well with Redemption and Hesta. I mean, they all helped me, so we kind of destroyed the top lane. So our main priority was in the game that strong side me, weak side bot lane, and if we take kills, if we can snowball, we can win. Our goal was that.
I mean, hey, it worked out, and that seems to be the goal in general for Game Lords. Play through Lonely Kid. I think that's why you have so many fans out there. But there's one lane that I'm really excited to see coming up next because you just had an insane series against Flash Wolves earlier in this tournament. Your matchup against Ysera was legendary in the 1v1. We saw kills back and forth. A lot of them going your way, so I'm curious, if you get, look at the camera, if Ysera's watching this, do you have any message for your Baron Lane opponent up next?
He needs to be ready, I mean, and I think he will need a little bit of luck.
Ooh, ready and luck. All right, Ysera, that's a message for you right there. Hope he sees it. What about message for the fans? Because again, there are a lot of folks back in EU, back home, that are cheering you on right now, hoping that you're able to qualify for the group stage. So what message do you have for the folks at home?
I mean, thanks for all your support, and I hope we will represent you in the best way possible. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
I'm sure that they're already proud right now. Thank you very much, Lonely Kid. And back to you, Degon.
Thank you very much, Kangas. And there it is, top laner, Lonely Kid, making the call out there.
Better be ready.
Gonna need some luck.
I'm confident with it, Sarah.
I'm calm. Again, the WCS
right here.
WCS fan. Okay, well, hey, next up, we have Stamina going up against Unsold Stuff in our next matchup. And Stamina's Serious wants all of you to start putting some respect on his name. Take a listen.
He's gonna do. We try our best, and they do something different. We have it in our plans, but this wasn't enough. I mean, it's like the popular opinion that we are from LAN, we are the tier team of LAN, and it's normal that the people think that we are the weakest team, but we go on to prove that they're wrong. Los quiero mucho, chicos. Gracias por haber visto las partidas, todos los chicos en el grupo. Aún no he visto los mensajes, pero yo estoy seguro que todos ustedes nos dieron un gran apoyo, así que les mando un abrazo y un beso, y sobre todo pues a mis familiares, a los familiares de los compañeros de mi equipo, y que esté todo bien. Aquí seguiremos esforzándonos.
And there you have it, just some of the words and wisdom coming from the Stamina Man. And I kind of want to get your thoughts on the team here, Riku, because both teams have struggled before, but how do you think Stamina kind of get back into this after a very, very tough first series they had?
Yeah, exactly right. When we look at both of these teams, and Sold Stuff Gaming had to face off against RQ. Meanwhile, for Stamina, their debut game in the Icons is against JDG. But I feel like Stamina has exceeded expectations. We could see that Serious and with Death, we're making proactive movements, especially when with Death is on an Akali, with Serious on the Lucian. If they see an opportunity to dash in to kill you, I feel like that proactivity will help against USG.
And it's worth noting, as they were talking about, a lot of people have written off Stamina Esports. This is an experienced team with veteran players on it, led by Arvonen, who's been an organizer in the mobile scene for a very long time. He was setting up, he actually invited me to his Discord server, where during the pre-release he was trying to like find out more information about Wild Rift before it came out. So a very committed community organizer over there, and I'm happy to see him on this stage. He should not be underestimated.
Man, he was inviting you into there too?
He was inviting me to his Discord
I
server.
see. All right, all right. Well,
I might be able to hook you up if you after the show.
How about me? Fine.
All right, on the opposite side, who stands out to you in this matchup here for USG?
Oh, for me, it has. I feel like me and TJ share the same thoughts. I see Tatsuki as the player to watch, especially the fact when we look at their series against Sengoku Gaming in their grand finals, they pushed it into a 4-3. And Tatsuki, I feel like Jace is one of his best picks, especially when they go scaling. Late game is so good for them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about the Jace. Here's the thing, he's only played Lucian so far.
True.
And it's not been a very good-looking Lucian. Check out these stats. He's been in the team fights, contributing in the back lines, poking people down, not being able to complete any kills. He's actually completed 1 kill this entire tournament so far. I want to see him get something with kill potential, get something that can commit into melee range and finish kills by himself, have the rest of the team back him up.
Again, remember, both of these squads had very, very difficult first round matchups. And so no matter what, the mental here has to be, thank goodness we get to play again and try to erase the mistakes from this first series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the common trend between these two teams is that they struggle against fast-paced teams that would dive you, proactively gank you. And I feel like when it comes to, it could go either way, right? Both of these teams can opt for the scaling route, fight at Elder Dragon, win that 50-50. Or Stamina, that's why, honestly, this is a little bit of a spoiler. I feel like Stamina is going to do really well in this series just because they have initiative to move around the map and try to use mechanics to win their way in skirmishes.
And that's going to be the tempo of the game. Stamina like to fight, like to skirmish. We'll find those 2v2s. Unsold Stuff Gaming have never seen a game that they can't run out the timer on. They want to go as late as possible every single game. Expect to see things like the Senna Nasus. Expect to see drafts that will do best at the 20-minute mark
Veigar!
or later. Veigar, they are the only team that has played Veigar in recent competitive memory. So if Unsold Stuff Gaming are going to win this game, they're going to need to last through this game.
All right, we've set the table. Now it's prediction time. Rika, you kind of gave yours
I'm sorry, I had to
bit
say
here.
it. I
TJ,
had to say it.
All right, who you got?
It's very simple. Riku is wrong.
Oh!
Yes,
okay.
Stamina Esports are going to get aggressive. I do not believe they can tie USG down.
Wow, I am alone here in the panel, it seems, for Stamina Esports.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's
All right.
great to be correct. if I'm the
Outvoted
only one
is
here.
what you are.
You are. Yeah, I think USG, the fact that they got to fight and skirmish a ton there with RRQ early on. We got to see a little bit more. With Death was getting put behind a ton. There was a lot of focus there. He didn't get to play that first series, so we'll see if Stamina will be able to bounce back. All right, game number 1 is set to go. So let's send it on over to our casters, Grandin and Hell's Devil.
Appreciate a bunch here, D-Gon. We are just about ready to get into game number 1 with Stamina and USG after an amazing match out from GLD. Now, these two teams, again, will have to play for the competition lives and their prize at the end of this match. They're going to go against RQ again.
Oh yeah, and I especially love watching Unsold Stuff, you know, because I told you earlier, I love scaling champions, right? Like the Nasus, like the Veigar, like the Senna, like those types of champions. If there's one team that can pull this off, it's gonna be Unsold Stuff Gaming, right?
Yeah. I mean, they've shown that they've been able to play that kind of style before. They like to play out for the late game, and very frankly, I think Stamina is one of those teams that's happy to oblige. You know, they're going to let you get to that point.
But the thing is, like, we know what they're going to do. Stamina knows what they're going to do. So like Riku mentioned, Stamina has to be proactive, right? Like, this is going to be their one-way ticket to win. Because if you skill into Unsold Stuff Gaming, you're not gonna win the game. Like this, you're essentially playing fully into their powers. And another thing that Unsold Stuff Gaming does is they fully draft around these late game things. Like I believe from the 2 games they had, they picked 2 Veigars. Like,
yes, that is correct.
What kind of a stat is that? Who picks Veigar every single game, right? So that's the thing that Stamina Esports has to look at, because you know this is gonna happen. You know, like 100%. Game Lord's power was you don't know what's gonna happen, right? And a lot of these teams have it where you don't know what happens. But against Unsold Stuff, you know what's gonna happen.
I mean, you put it so well that with GLD, half their win is going to be down to Glaciers. They're coaching their ability to draft the game now. The USG side, we need to see how interesting and how adaptive they can have. I do want to preface this by saying that both Stamina and USG had very difficult opponents in their first round in the play-ins, and so now they get to have a much more balanced matchup.
Unsold Stuff should ban the Senna. Like, yeah, there it is. So, like, the one champion you don't
Stop,
want
you're too good. You're too good, Hells. It's been too accurate.
I'm sorry. So, the one champion, actually, Unsold Stuff banned Senna.
Yeah, you said Unsold Stuff should ban Senna.
No, but I meant Stamina, actually. I gotta be honest with you. So,
okay.
I thought Stamina was gonna ban Senna. I actually saw it wrong. I find it weird that Unsold Stuff bans Senna because it would essentially be like a free win for them.
Confused Hells.
Yeah,
USG is confused Hells.
Yeah, I could have played it off to be fair, but I want to be honest with you here. So Unsold Stuff Gaming gives the Corki, right? This is a bit of a scary thing because we've seen how powerful Corki is. Lee Sin! That is not a late game champion.
No, it's not. But it is something that Litzing has played a number of times, and the Camille as well.
Wait, no. You know what happened? The team names are switched, so it is Stamina that banned the Senna.
There we go.
It's just sorry.
It makes so much sense now. You know what?
It makes so much sense now. Yeah. Now it makes a lot more sense. So like, it's Unsold Stuff on the left side, it's Stamina on the right side. Of course, Stamina bans the Senna because they don't want to see Unsold Stuff play that Senna because that's one of those super scary late game scaling champions. And yeah, I like that Lee Sin because Stamina has to pick that Lee Sin. They have to be proactive. They have to win the early game. Stamina Esports, I say it again. Unsold Stuff is going to be picking that those late game champions. They got the Singed as well, which is also one of those champions that skills very well into the late game.
It is a little surprising that USG is going to ban away the Galio, considering how well it pairs together with the Camille.
Yeah, that's indeed a pretty weird ban, I would say, because you want to be picking that Galio with the Camille to fully engage. You know, you have the full engage, Camille ults, Galio follows up, you have that Varus as well, listen, so it would have been a very good combo for Stamina to have on the right side.
Might be a case of there is something higher priority. They don't want to allow USG to grab it.
Oh, you know why it could be? You can see Unsold Stuff on the left side actually responds with the Diana ban. So Stamina on the right side wanted to pick the Diana, so they banned out the Galio.
Right.
But Unsold Stuff Gaming on the left side have done their homework. They knew it. They banned away the Diana. Yeah, they figured it out.
And the Wukong ban coming through for USG and Stamina. Oh, well, USG here will have the Singed going for them. Something that's been banned down quite a decent bit actually, so we haven't got to see much of, but it has been rising popularity.
I don't think a Veigar is going to happen because Unsold Stuff on the left side already has a lot of AP, so you can't really get away with picking a Veigar as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what else they play, because we've seen Threes play Veigar twice, so I want to see him play something else. It's probably going to be the Corki, and then the Singed in the mid lane, and then the Kazakhs in the jungle. So we're likely still going to see a support and a Baron laner come through from Unsold Stuff on the left side. And that's a Gragas. Gragas works very well into a Kazakhs because you can disengage. They have a lot of disengage, right? Like they have the Lee Sin with the kick, they have the Gragas with the ultimate, and they have the Varus with his ultimate.
Which is something that we've seen of, you know, when we have the Lee Sin, stuff like the Camille does very poorly into it because you can constantly get knocked away of. And very difficult to find an engage, but
I don't like the Rakan. I really don't like the Rakan right here from Unsold Stuff because if we actually look at that composition of Stamina, that's the Gragas who hard counters Rakan. That's the Varus who's also able to stop Rakan during his ultimate, and Camille who can stop Rakan as well. I don't like it. We're gonna have to see how Unsold Stuff on the left side plays that Rakan, but that's an Ari from Stamina. That is a champion that I want to see. These are the types of proactive champions that Stamina picked to counter out that late game scaling composition, that late game playstyle from Unsold Stuff on the left side.
With some respect on his name, Stamina and Serious want to go into this game strong.
Oh yeah, he's serious. That's the second one.
Let's start this one off strong. With an aggressive early pickup, they have the Lee Sin, the Ahri, the Camille. So many different engage tools to jump in on USG.
And Gomelo on that Varus as well. He's known for his Varus. This is an incredible Varus phase. Like, if there's one guy you don't want to be facing up against on that Varus, it's him. And he's up against a Corki. Corki doesn't have much range, so he's gonna get bullied in lane, which means the supports, right? Like, supports are gonna be roaming around, but Varus is gonna destroy the Corki. So the question is Unsold Stuff gonna be able to deal with that Varus, right? Like, are they gonna be able to deal with it in a 1 versus 1 situation so the support can roam around? If that is not the case, then what Stamina can do is they can constantly roam around. The support is gonna roam around everywhere, get kills here, there, boom, boom, and that is what Stamina wants. I love this draft from Stamina, but now the question is, are they gonna be able to execute it?
So much here on Gomelo, but at the same time, Unsold Stuff Gaming, they put up a strong fight against RRQ this time around, going for a composition much more conventional. No Veigar here, but game number 1 is on your screens.
It's funny you say it, no Veigar here, right? Like, whoa, no Veigar here, what a special thing, but
right.
that is the
In
case.
any other game would not deserve a call out, but with USG.
That is the case with Unsold Stuff Gaming indeed. So we can see it indeed. Kaz is playing Rakan. He actually went for the Ignite, which means he's going to be looking for those aggressive plays. By the way, here we can see why the Ahri is good in this composition. Proactive. She can push out the wave very easily into the Singed, and she can roam around. Here they can already see where the jungler is, right? Like, Mai has already been revealed, so this is already quite a good start for Stamina.
Yeah, honestly, just getting some early information. At the same time, Lizing is going to be able to rotate around, find some work done. Of course, at the same time, I want to say the Singed does scale up decently, gets quite tanky as the game progresses.
Oh yeah, if we get to the late game, then Stamina is gonna struggle again. Like, this is the power of Unsold Stuff. Their playstyle, this draft is all indeed the cinch. Like, once it gets to the very, very, very late game, it's gonna be unkillable. And then with the rest of the composition of Unsold Stuff as well. So, proactiveness, we wanna see ganks. And you can see Stamina is looking for it.
A start to a fight, maybe, here for both sides, as Avoinen will match Kaz. But they have the numbers advantage from Lizing.
So this is exactly what we expect, right? Like, Arvoinen and Kaz both rotating from the bot lane. But it's gonna be threes against Gomelo. Oh, and Lazing, he wants that kill in the early game.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. 3 members moving up to the top side. Wave is trying to crash in. They only have 2 minions. They start to walk in, look for the catch on the Lark, but Lark gets the dash away.
This is what Stamina has to do, but Unsold Stuff are the kings of this playstyle. They know how to deal with it. These guys see it coming.
Я здесь, ребят.
Lark didn't have no vision at all. He still saw it coming somehow, some way.
Помните, да, эту команду USG, кстати, она хорошо играет.
Which is good for USG, right? Yeah, you can see it.
Так, что по драфту у нас? Камила, Лисин, Ари, Варус, Грагас. Справа у нас. Слева Ривен, Казик, Синджит, Корки, Райкан. Синджит мид, Корки с Райканом на бот-линии. Справа чуть посильнее, как по мне.
You're not gonna get far with this, because everyone will know what you're gonna do, and if that's the case, you're gonna struggle.
Yeah, your next opponent is waiting for you at RRQ. You better bring your game face. So I want to see, like you mentioned, USG and Stamina really step up the pressure. Stamina, they do have the tools to get that to happen. USG drafting for their preferred comfort option.
You can see how Lazing is like, you know, he's kind of desperately trying to get ganks. He has been roaming around a lot, but now he finally is farming his jungle. Because, you know, if you constantly try to gank like that, you're gonna get behind in gold. And he did. He's 300 gold behind because he was constantly roaming around. But, and he didn't get any ganks. And also, Arvoinen, he tried to get ganks as well. And he is also 200 gold behind because of that. That's what I mean, right? Like, they tried to get those kills, but they were unable to. And that is why Stamina is currently sitting on a 600 gold deficit, which may not seem like a lot, but it is still something.
Yeah, we see those risks come through, and that 600 gold difference can start to compound into a component, into an item. An early advantage in any way always comes up to something impactful.
As long as Unstuff doesn't lose early game. Oh, we have a fight with that. Was trying to look for something, but Lark caught him off guard. He stunned him right there.
Very nice little stun here again. I think Stamina trying to reconsolidate the efforts towards the top side, looking for a dive again.
Yeah,
Vision here though.
They're looking for, you can see they're looking for stuff. They want to invade, they want to gank. Lazing is just, it feels so desperate right now.
They're looking for stuff, would you say it's unsold stuff?
Right, it's unsold stuff. It's not sold yet, so it's still there. But unfortunately, Lazing is unable to find it regardless because, as I said, Mai, he knows how to jump.
Посмотрим, как тут будет реализовывать свой пик. Команда слева и справа. Пока что все стабильно, нормально. Все равно идет у обеих команд. Есть первый дракон, он будет красный, инфернальный. Корки будут с пакетом. Но, кстати, справа могут спокойно драться, у них хороший драфт. Камила, конечно, часто пикается на турнирах после нерфа. И смотрите, довольно она агрессивно играет как-то против Ривен. Здесь, смотрите, Лисин выходит, будет ли ульт от Камилы? А почему Камила ульт фэш не дала? Либо просто... Очень странно. По мне был килл. Хороший чарм. Ой, сколько дэмэджа по корке. А корки-то уже с пакетом. Будет ли он бэкаться? Пока что команда справа более увереннее на драконе. Да, забрали они позицию. Корки просто так будет отдавать пакет, скорее всего.
We're gonna get a turret for it, and we're all good. Like, this is exactly playing to the powers of Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Stamina feeling the pressure now. Every move scrutinized. Because USG is there and prepared to punish as well. Reptile traded over, like you mentioned, just a handshake exchange of objectives. The package used here. They're looking for a catch on the little thing.
Это неудачный файт был, кстати, от Рейкана сейчас. Ну, переживают игроки, видно. В принципе, это нормально. Хороший герой здесь выпускается. Камила дает неплохой ульт. Это ферстблад. Как же Камила поймала нормально Рейкана быстро. Еще и герой не смог забрать ФБ Тавр. Там как-то Рейкан чуть подинтил на самом деле. Камила молодец, среагировала сразу.
He could have tried to surprise Lazing right there, but it seems like USG yet again, they want to lay back, chill, and skill to the late game.
It's interesting what's happening here because Maya is still here and dropping health quite quickly, avoidant, looking for the engage.
Yeah,
Maya gets out, but had to use his flash to do it.
Oh yeah, and again, USG, you can see they're not trying to make any flashy plays. It's just, you know, Lark flashed away, so he knocked up the enemy and flashed away. We know a lot of Rivens, they love to do like a flash combo where they fully engage with their first ability to knock up enemies, but this is the first time in the tournament that I've actually seen a Riven knock up an enemy and just flash away.
It's his getaway plan.
Right.
That's his getaway plan. You know, you drop this.
Посмотрим, как дальше будут играть команды. Драфты вполне хорошие. Есть уже айтемы. У Казикса появился Драктар, полусекиры. Камила спокойно трейдится с Ревной. Посмотрите, ой, как хорошо Камила играет. Не стал Камила. Здесь хороший файт 4 на 4. Рейкан прыгает никуда, дает ульт. Задевает только Грагаса. Там неплохо Ари дамажит. Здесь один остается у них. Да, это ГГ. Казикса забирают. ГГ я имею в виду в этом файте. Ну, очень плохо сыграл Рейкан. Очень прям растерянно. Уже второй раз, кстати, он так играет. Все кнопки в никуда жмет. У нас следующая пара будет играть Риксы, ребята. Будем обязательно болеть.
Do that and you're just 3k ahead. Why? Because you push the wave, you get a turret, you get the kill, and you just win. You win your lane and you essentially win the game.
Allowing Lark to honestly get away with a couple of things here.
Yeah.
Stamina are going to feel that later on.
Oh,
USG.
Withstat is clearly the better Baron laner right now, but he's not extending his lead as much as he should have. Like, he's much better here, we can see it again. Like, Stamina, if they don't get this kill, I'm gonna get mad.
Maximum confidence here. They're starting to move in.
Oh,
Mai joins his Baron laner in the top side. Lark walking forward onto With Death. The isolation on the Camille. USG that chooses not to go in.
So it's Mai that actually saved him. If Mai was not there, I'm sure Stamina would have fully on engaged that turret. Yet again, Mai just being where he has to be, right? He's constantly roaming around, being at the exact spot his team needs him to be. And like, even though he's not actively getting kills, he's 0-1 actually. He's ahead in gold, and he's been denying ganks from Stamina. So you shouldn't only look at the stats. You should also actually look at the mind games and just the things that he's doing. He's denied a lot.
Sirius on the bottom side will also get a turret. During that time, the rest of USG overcorrected. They went to the top side, all trying to stop Lark from.
Да, пока что все хорошо складывается для команды правой. Там Камила очень стронг. Есть у нее 2 сета с Окружитель богов и Бортовом. Ну, а Ревна ничего не сможет сделать Камиле уже. Вот в чем суть. Вообще Камилу никто на садишься не убивает. Она просто будет стоять здесь и пушить, она у них стронг. Неплохо играет Варус по Синджету, там Грагас не достает ультой, но все равно Ари добивает. Рейкан дает неплохой проказ там под себя уже. Ну, 3-0 пока. Пришла Камила, отдает W. Ой-ой-ой, как Варус раздамажил. Какой файт хороший для правых. Там еще и Камила взлетела с ультой, догорает Рейкан там. 5-0, 5-1. Размен. У Камила, я не знаю, ребят, вот как вот сказать, что Камила сильно понерфленная. 2 раза подряд она испытывала нерф, но вот как сказать по таким играм? Здесь Грагас дал Е, Варус сыграл сразу, бочка мимо полетела, но Тамари добила Синджита. Рейкан не совсем хорошо сыграл, но под себя дал кнопки, чтобы засейвить команду. Камила идеально тут влетела. Дальше Варус уже с кушки добивает, там куча дэмэджа, хорошая ульта Камилы в Казикса. Ну, без шансов. Сейчас разработчики посмотрят на Камилу и скажут, блин, это там как получается? 2 квадрокилла было от 2 разных команд на Камиле, и сейчас триплкилл на чемпионате мира. Плюс там, кстати, объект делают, посмотрите. Успеет ли Син добежать? Нет, не успевает. 1-1 по объектам, счет 1-7. Разница в голде почти в 5000 для команды справа. Сейчас еще и Тавра заберет Камила. Проблема-то Камила, на самом деле, чемпион, который скелется постоянно. Которая на сайте с Бортоломом стоит. Я говорю, с Бортоломом она может драться 1 в 2 сейчас. Фига там у человека руки трясутся. Ну, конечно. Это однозначно. Руки всегда трясутся, особенно когда у тебя первый такой турнир, Ван. Да, руки трясутся, ребят, конечно. Ну вы понимаете, что это игры на вылет сейчас? Здесь надо просто, ну, это нам со стороны так кажется очень сложно. Кстати, сейчас даже перемотал на телефоне, да, там жестко прям.
So Stamina has a lot of vision. That's the one thing they've been doing very, very well this game. They have a lot of vision, and here you can see it, right? Like they're constantly trying to get a catch, because that is what they have to do. They have to catch out an enemy, get an objective, extend their lead. Catch an enemy, get objective, extend the lead. And whenever they can fight, they do it as well. Like all these things, Stamina wins. This is the unfortunate thing from Unsold Stuff Gaming.
My goodness.
Oh, like Unsold Stuff can't do anything right now.
This is so sad. Kaz was right there. Using the sweeper, and the vision, the ward was right past the point that he could not spot. And so now USG entirely.
Ну, справа хорошо играет коллектив. Довольно неплохо потеют, так они.
So USG now, after having lost that chance to find the mid lane, will back off stamina. Reconsolidate efforts. Yeah. Alone and away from the rest of their team. The Rift Tower popped in the mid lane.
Oh, Stamina is just extending their lead, and USG goes in.
But they managed to go on the Lazing. That's the only target they really have. Gomel's still over the.
Как же жестко сейчас сыграла справа команда. Ой, как у Грагаса хорошая проказ был, хорошая ешка была. Unstoppable там уже Камила. Ой, как Камила. Не, ну Камила прям очень агрессивно у них играет. Ари тоже неплохо чармит там.
Unsold Stuff Gaming, you can't win every game like this. Please understand it. We know you're good at late game scaling champions, but now Stamina with that incredible proactive gameplay, with the Lee Sin, with the Ari, they're gonna run over you. They're gonna destroy you.
Yeah, USG have to step it up. We saw from them in their regional performance an incredible team fighting, scrappy kind of composition, scrappy kind of style. Now moving into a more late game oriented play.
Посмотрите на файт. Там, кстати, Грагас нормально корки отзонил. Вообще, просто настолько далеко его откинул. Лисинг тоже... Ой, как Лисинг хорошо сыграл, там кик нормальный был. Да, USG они в первый день очень хорошо играли. Офигеть, то, что я показывал вам 2 месяца назад на Камилу, все так же и играется. Все то же самое, через Redemption. Вот как я показывал, в Гайде так оно и играется. Все Камилы играют через Redemption. Я вам уже объяснял, почему. Хороший файт, Рейкан дал прокаст, но там столько дэмэджа уже у Варуса. Хороший ульт от Варуса. Чарм идет мимо, не поймала тайминг Ари. После Жони забрали Лисина на развороте Казикс. Пытаются зачизить, нет, там Синджит замедляет ревайм.
Single minute of this game, Unsold Stuff gets just a tad bit closer to winning team fight. This is exactly how they play, right? Like every minute it goes more their way. Every minute they scale up. Every minute they have a bigger chance to game. Like that, right there, they traded 1 for 1. It was not a lost fight.
О, пауза опять. Ну, опять вот бесполезная пауза. Какой смысл? Вы уже проиграли, ну очевидно же.
How is Stamina not won yet? Stamina's like, guys, I think there's a problem here. I think we're supposed to win now.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. They should have been even more aggressive because they could have. Unsold Stuff allowed them to do it, but with that, early on in that game, he just did not use his X-Tech ultimatum to extend his lead. He would have been even more ahead than he is right now.
Right. A lot of pressure here from Stamina. The early game went in their favor, but we can only wonder if it could have gone more in their favor. For now, though, we're going to try and get this result so we can get back into game quickly. An impressive showing so far here from Stamina, but USG now starting to do more damage. Team fights looking a little bit closer, and you have to wonder if past the 15-minute mark, is this the time for USG to shine?
Oh yeah, like I would definitely say that early game was impressive by Stamina, even though they had some hiccups, not minor hiccups, were actually pretty major hiccups, which is not extending their lead as much as they should have. And those early game rotations of Lee Sin, you know, not getting the ganks, their team fights were amazing. They were extending their lead in such a good way. They were getting so many objectives. They got that mid lane inhibited turret. These are things that you have to do against a team like Unsold Stuff Gaming. So Unsold Stuff Gaming is just trying to hold on because they know we reached that 20-minute mark. Ooh, we're gonna win this game. But the question is, are they gonna be able to survive for 5 more minutes?
5 more minutes. That's the timer. That's the imposed timer we have here for Stamina. Baron is up. Elder Drake should be coming up quite soon as well. And so 2 major objectives here at USG need to fight tooth and nail for those.
They have to fight for those, right? Like, even if they're not ready, even if their composition is just not quite ready for it yet, they have to fight for it. Because, yeah, if they lose an Elder Dragon, it really doesn't matter how good your comp skills into the late game, you're still gonna lose.
Right, you can have full builds versus full builds, but with Elder Dragon as well. And of course, we have our audience members from one of our watch parties around the world. Very excited for the game.
It's always fun to see a live audience, right? Like when a play happens and they all start clapping, all start screaming, it brings so much hype to these teams as well. And I'm sure the teams that know that they have an audience are going to be motivated even more by them. So, you know, if you're the audience right now, keep clapping. These teams are watching you.
They'll feel the energy, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, we feel it as well here on the stage, right? Like when we see those audiences, we feel it as well.
Ну, он показывает, что у него экран не работает. Протереть экран просит он.
Ruiz brought his team to victory with his energy as well.
Yeah, definitely. Like that was one major part from Game Lord, and we always see it on a live stage. They do so well, and that's because of Ruiz, because he keeps screaming in everyone's ear like, "Let's go, let's win the game," and then they win the game because he's constantly screaming in their ear, and you know they're so motivated to just win the game.
And while that moral factor is a huge part, we also have to look back at the gameplay, something I am very much looking forward to. Both these teams have had difficult first-round opponents, but a winner of this one, well, they go up against RRQ again.
Yeah.
We're looking pretty strong in this series, mind you. I think they took a game off of the WRR team as well, and so it definitely seems like they have a tough road ahead of them. But for now, they need to focus on the present.
Oh yeah.
Look towards what they need to get done these next 5 minutes.
They gotta win this game, and they gotta win against RRQ. That's I wouldn't wanna be in the place of these players. So I'm happy that I'm here casting, judging them. I would not want to be in one of their spots because they have to win this game and then win against RRQ as well to make it into the group stage. But they're getting their practice in right now. They're you know, they're playing, they're on stage, you know, they're having some fun. If someone can win this game and do great, maybe they could win against RQ. I don't really see it happen, but we didn't see Gamelord win. We didn't really see it happen that Gamelord would win against Furious as well, but here they did it. 2-0.
Yeah, exactly, right. And even going into this one, Stamina, I don't want to discount them all too much because they went against JD Gaming, and JD Gaming are looking so good right now.
It's the top 2 team in China. I mean,
so maybe, you know, and they're looking pretty solid against USG now.
Yeah,
whatever happens moving into the future, I'm looking forward to it.
This is gonna be the most intense late game. Like, this is the beauty of Unsold stuff. I just love watching them. I really don't want to see them lose, but I also don't want to see Stamina lose. That's the sad part about saying goodbye to these teams, right? You want to see both of them play, especially teams like this who have a lot of personality, and only one of them is gonna make it.
I'm sorry, I have a different outlook on this one. I'm prepared. I'm prepared for these teams to fight it out. Last chances for both of them. They want to keep things going.
Yeah, I'm just super excited to see what's going to happen next game as well, regardless of this being a win or a loss, because the drafts matter so much for these teams. Like, there are certain teams where the draft is such a big part of their playstyle, and Unsold Stuff Gaming is one of them as well. So it's going to be so interesting to see what's going to get drafted. You know, the early game aggressiveness from Stamina, which they did in this game, which I assume they'll do in the next game as well. Or is Stamina actually going to play in the hands of Unsold Stuff and pick late game themselves? Like, how crazy would that be? Like, that's all of the different kinds of crazy stuff that you could potentially see on the Icon series.
You know, a surprising thing for me, as we are going back into this one, immediately Tatsuki in danger once we get back into this one. I think this is actually the highlight. This is a replay of our previous fight, I believe. The one with Tatsuki coming back with going down.
Yeah, definitely. This is a replay where Withstat did an amazing dive and the Varus did so much damage. It was like, this is the fight that Stamina needed to look for, right? Because this is the proactiveness. You can see they just killed everyone under the turret. They got an ace, like it's nothing. And like again, I feel like Stamina should have done this just a bit earlier in the game. And sure, they got the inhibited turret, but again, is it too late or is it not too late? That's the question you gotta ask yourself. Whoa. We need those tables, okay? We need those tables for the finals, up until the finals.
You can see how excited Gomela was as well. I mean, honestly, looking like a much more coordinated effort now. Stamina had some issues trying to punish JDG, but now these rotations are panning out.
But you can see there is potential for USG, right? Like, Kostatski is very easily able to apply his gas on everyone from Singed, but it's just not doing anything yet. The reason that I'm saying yet is because Singed is one of those late game scaling champions. If this guy can get into the late game, he's gonna be number 1, unkillable, and number 2, deal an insane amount of damage. And with the buffed Rylai's Scepter, it slows by 30% now instead of 20%. He's gonna be slowing the heck out of everyone. So late game, Unsold Stuff. But is that gonna happen? Oh. We're having
If the first time wasn't enough, make sure you check it for the second and the third time.
Oh yeah,
We're
for sure.
moving very quickly through time.
So Unsold Stuff also has the Corki, and that is another champion that can make it or break it, right? Like, have a good Corki package, and you do so much. Here you can see it, right? Like, the team fight played in slow motion again. The Rakan had a beautiful knock-up. Unsold Stuff fought it incredibly well, but it was just not enough. Like, it was not enough because they haven't reached that late game yet. They did trade 1-for-1, however, so you can see that there is potential, but they still need so many more items to deal with that aggressiveness from Stamina.
And what an amazing moment, honestly, here, Hells, to be on the international stage. We had Season 0, we had Horizon Cup, but now, on a much grander scale, 24 teams have joined us here in Suntech in Singapore once again.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you on the spot. Which region is gonna be the worst?
The worst?
Now, boom, answer.
Oh, no. Okay, honestly, I thought it was gonna be EMEA.
Oh!
I thought it was gonna be WREC.
But who do you say now?
Okay. I'm still calibrating. I'm still adjusting. I can't give you.
Just
the
say
regions.
it. Say the 2 letters.
Oh man. Okay.
I wanna hear it.
WNS.
Yes. Yes. We are back in the game, however, so we don't have to talk about the WNS anymore. It's Unsold Stuff against Stamina. So, mid lane inhibitor has been taken. Unsold Stuff Gaming is trying to scale into the late game. You can see Singed has his 2 damage items, but doesn't have his defensive items quite yet. So they are getting there, but the Elder respawning in like 13 seconds.
Yeah, coming up in just a little over 10 seconds. Lizing is down, so will have to make his way over. Stamina a little bit later to get control around the pit.
But it's not a massive loss, honestly.
Yeah, Stamina has to fight this, right? Like, you can see Unsold Stuff, they all love to play around objectives. This is gonna be a rough fight to fight for Unsold Stuff, but I love how they are the ones getting the fight started.
Tatsuki coming in here, the charm misses out. Look at how much work is done, but he had adhesive out from Tatsuki. Stamina burns so much in the process getting away.
Oh, Unsold Stuff was the one engaging right there. I love to see that. Oh, and Sirius used his ultimate right there. Wasted his ultimate right there even. Singe doesn't have that ultimate either, so this is just like both teams wasted so many ultimates.
Yeah, slipping past each other, but also Stamina burning away those flashes. I'm looking to Gomelo and Avoidant for what they can get done without the flash.
Witstat has his ultimate. That is the one thing that allows Stamina to just instantly win a team fight. Get a Camille ultimate in and follow up. The question is though, does USG have the Stasis enchants to counter as well? Because Stasis can just completely counteract the Camille ultimate. Oh, both teams are just sitting on the edge of their seats. They both want to take this Elder Dragon, but it's not going through. You can see it, right? The ones that don't have a Stasis enchant is the Singed and the Rakan. So those are likely going to be the target of Witstat on that Camille.
Or Guardian Angel here as well for Withdeath, making him such a difficult target.
4 items.
You can't kill him. You really cannot.
Oh yeah, and Lark is only sitting on 2 items. Like, it's a 2-item Baron laner against a 4-item Baron laner. Like, this is just too much for Unsold Stuff. And now you can see Mai finally finishing his 3rd item, Singed finishing his 3rd item. Yet again, they are getting the power spikes, but they're just not quite there compared to Stamina's composition. You know, they do have a chance to win teamfights, but Stamina needs to start off this dragon. But not to get it, it's to bait Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Well, Unsold Stuff Gaming look like they might just be baited. Package picked up here for 3s. They're moving in onto the pit. With Death starts to walk in, looking for the cash. It's going to be onto Tatsuki. Tatsuki does manage to get a knockback onto Lazing. Lazing over by the back line, still alive. Redemption comes through, and Stamina running them down over to the back. Lock still here and fighting, but rally behind Stamina. Sirius brings
Трибл-килл делает Казикс, да, у нас, как я подошел. Квадрокилл, да? А, Варус, квадрокилл. Слишком сломанный чемпион для таких игр. Серьезно? Пентакилл?
Unsold Stuff is they lose one more, they go home.
That's it, one more game, and you are done. And Stamina, they keep the hope going.
They were able to.
Следующий у нас Риксы, сейчас еще одна катка у них.
They knew what their game plan was, and they executed it not perfectly, but they executed it. And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, just win. Before 20 minutes, you gave that 5-minute timer. Stamina held it out to like the 18th minute mark.
And they just won the game, right? Like that's what I mean. You can use the Elder Dragon to bait out the enemy. That's exactly what Stamina did. They used it, they baited out Unsold Stuff, and they started a fight, which was in their advantage, and they just won it out. Like, that is the problem you have as Unsold Stuff. Like, sure, you can skill into the late game, but when the Elder spawns, there is no more late game. When you give the Elder to the enemy, you give such a massive advantage that it doesn't matter. You're just gonna lose the game.
A very nice win here for Stamina, but I have to say, Hells, I am a little bit afraid now because the Analyst S is coming up next, and you just put me on the spot, and I just said that WNS was the worst region now, in my opinion.
Hey, I agree with you.
So
I agree with you. It's both of us against them.
So I am curious to see what they have in mind when we do toss it over to them. I can only imagine TJ and Digon's response to this. But of course, with Stamina and USG moving into game number 2, we have to look forward to what else they have in say. So we're going to bring it over to the analysts. There's Digon, TJ, Riku. Thoughts on this game, guys?
Thank you very much, Grandin. And, you know, Riku.
Well.
Riku, you know, looking pretty good here with her prediction.
One game away, one game away.
TJ, go ahead. Break us down.
I was just going to say to Grandin, first of all, you get one for free. And then as we get into this, yeah, we talked a lot about Unsold Stuff Gaming needing to last to the late game. That's their entire theory. They did get there, but Stamina did a really good job with that fight around the 10-minute mark of forcing the fight they needed. They put Unsold Stuff behind before their composition came online, and the rest of the game was them running the map and eventually getting the win.
Yeah, exactly. It felt like USG had a lot of tools to not only survive, but fight back in the late game, just as TJ has said. There's the Kazakhs, there's the Corki. We're imagining a lot of pokes, but unfortunately, I felt like they were too behind to actually fight late game. That's exactly what happened.
Right, a lot of these early skirmishes were just not going the way of USG, and you know, for Stamina, they were finding the fights, they were finding the engages that they needed to get that early lead.
Yeah, and so much that came from With Death, who had an incredible game on the top side of the map from the Camille, and into the combo we were talking about at the beginning, the way that Varus can contribute to fights from miles away. With Death goes in at the very start of these fights, finds key targets, locks them down, and the Varus can always contribute. You don't have that problem where sometimes the team engages and the rest of the team is too far behind. That happens with characters like Camille. The advantage of a Varus, the advantage of a Ziggs, those types of long-range carries, is they can always keep up with the engage.
But I want to go back to the Baron side of the map, because With Death was focused early on in the series before that they had, and it was, they didn't get to play the game at all, ever. And now, without that type of focus, you get to see what kind of player he is.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It felt like Stamina was focusing heavily on finding early game picks for With Death at topside, because it makes sense. You have a Lee Sin, you have a Camille, of course you want to set up fights. You also have an Ahri that is able to get single target on top of the Hextech ultimatum, but it didn't matter. Finding that 5v5 team fight at mid was that solidified Stamina in this game.
And it felt like there weren't enough tools to keep With Death at bay once he started diving. And that was a real problem in the late game team fight that decided the game, where this pentakill was picked up.
Yep.
The late game team fight, everything was online for USG. They did the hard part of surviving, even with the advantage that Stamina earned. USG got a lot of their tools online, were ready to team fight in the late game, and they couldn't contain With Death, who just leapt into their backline and ate their carries alive.
Yeah, it felt like even though, let's just say, USG cannot reach the backline, which is the Varus, they had the Singe, which was the answer to a Camille, to a Lee Sin, to an Ahri who's going to be very incredibly slippery with the adhesive like Mega Glue, right? Just punish them when they dash in, not let them escape.
Right, but they still weren't able to get the win. Plus, Tutski didn't have the type of effect that we expected from a star player. What do you want to see differently from this USG squad to at least get them to where they want to be?
For me, match them with mechanics. Honestly, this is reminiscent of the Stamina versus JDG, where With Death played Garen. So Stutski playing a Singe is a very similar form. So honestly, pick an Akali, pick a Jace, pick something that has agency, self-setup, and damage to boot.
We talked about giving Tatsuki the kind of carry that can get into the enemy backlines and do damage. That Varus, not as much of a problem if you have something like a Zed or a Jace. You see that entire game, Gamela completely uncontested, does the most damage in the game from the backline. So, Tatsuki get a better carry, and to With Death, I have a very simple answer. Get a Galio, get a Braum, get an Alistair, something that can receive that pressure and tie it up. Galio, obviously the most favored of those, but you'll have to battle Stamina for that in the picks.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the time where if you're a USG fan, just got to sit back and reset. We did get to see some of the viewing party happening in Japan right now, and again, the pressure of being in an elimination match is starting to boil on up, and I think you could see some teams that are able to thrive in it, like Stamina, every time something was going right. Big cheer, and maybe teams that aren't as comfortable.
I will say, Unsold Stuff Gaming took their grand finals all the way. They played a game 7, they didn't win it, but they were able to get that far in a grand finals regionally. I believe that this team has what it takes to bounce back in a game 2, to not get kind of tilted by the big lights and the big stage.
Yeah, for sure. This is exactly the time where if you have pocket picks, trump cards that you were saving for the group stage, this is the time to bring it up.
All right, well, Riku, no changing your mind here?
Nope. Still Stamina.
TJ?
No. I think Unsold Stuff have it in game 2 if they get a game like that again, because Stamina, frankly, didn't push hard enough for me. I wanted to see Stamina playing more aggressively around the first couple of objectives. They traded even, and they were positive trades, but USG is all about letting the enemy team take positive trades till they get to late game. So I think there's very much a window for Unsold Stuff.
Yeah, and I like that point. I like that point that you made there, just in terms of Hell's Devil was saying, hey, this Camille's not ulting. Why aren't you ulting? Why aren't you exploding this lead? It didn't end up, biting them in the butt this time, but definitely something that they can look on.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know what? Everything has been so intense. It's an elimination match, but I want to talk about something else. Earlier today, Digon, why is your hair like this? You had an amazing hairstyle earlier today during rehearsals, and it looked amazing. See? The before and after. Right. For those viewing at home.
Do you think we can bring that back, Rika?
I think so. I mean, there's a couple of days.
I think there's a
Icon
couple
still.
days and also maybe a match later on that I'm more than willing to go ahead and
Oh.
bet hairstyles for.
This is very exciting.
I love this. That is it. It's set in stone. You cannot change your mind, Egon.
I'm not changing my mind. Okay, well, let's get back to this series. We'll be taking you through the draft in this potential elimination game right now.
And of course, as that last game was all about With Death, I want to make it about him kicking off this draft. What is he going to get as that carry on the top side? Rafa actually talked with some of the LATAM casters before the broadcast began, before we came here to Singapore, and he was talking about how celebrated With Death is regionally, about how he's this super young player, 18 years old, who was actually doing his university finals at the same time as the regional finals, and managing, according to him at least, to succeed in both, because he came in the day of his finals to play regional finals. They asked him how well he did, and he knew. He said, I got 97%. I feel pretty good about it. Even though my score has not come out, I know what I got.
I can't imagine being that smart to know how right or wrong I was on a test.
I'll tell you what, the LATAM casters actually call him the Tony Stark of LATAM because they think he's a genius.
He's a genius that is doubling as one of the dominant laners in all of his region. That's an awesome nickname.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. A genius in the game and a genius in real life.
And a weapon on the field.
As you can see, our two teams back on the stage here, Stamina and Unsold Stuff Gaming, getting ready and, hoping that they're able to find what they want in this draft. Again, let's focus on this top side of the map here and see if Camille will get on through, or Carrie will get on through.
Yeah, for Stamina, it's all about the top side. It's all about getting With Death his carries. For the opposite side, yes, contain those that dive. We're talking about Galio, also Tatsuki again.
Yeah, for me, it has to be something that has a lot of carry potential, a lot of damage, a lot of self-setup. So I know TJ already mentioned Zed, Jace as well. Akali can also be picked up. Because, right, because With Death also managed to be a scary Akali, so might as well take that in case that comes through.
All of that, though, depends on getting to the late game, as it so often does for USG. They did a decent job at it last time, but they need a composition that will both get them there and will succeed in that late game. If I had a critique of their composition last game, yeah, they got to the late game. They didn't have the tools to just accelerate in it like they usually do because of these careful bans from Stamina. The Jace you're talking up from Tatsuki, gone. The Senna that was so good for them in the hyper late games they forced in the Japan Cup finals, gone. Stamina have done their homework. They're taking away those instant win characters that guarantee USG victories if they reach those late game games.
There's a reactive ban. Camille taken away. So With Death going to have to figure something else out on the top side of the map if he's going to be the focus.
I honestly highly doubt we're going to see a Garen in this game for both Tatsuki or any tanks that is going to be that's going to serve as a meat shield of some sort from either Tatsuki or from With Death. After With Death's performance in game number 1, you will expect 100% him on either even a Fiora. I keep saying the Akali even. Now, what is open for the taking here? As I'm curious to see, it's a Ziggs. Wave clear. There you go.
So we were talking about the benefits of the Varus. Ziggs, of course, very similar. I think does more damage, but slower to activate.
There goes the Lucian, heading back on over to Sirius.
So when you see that Ziggs, that long range clear, the idea, obviously, that Ziggs is going to be left alone in the Dragon lane to be that stable presence. Picking the Lucian is a challenge. It's saying we're going to step into that and try and do as much damage as possible.
I love this Lucian pick as well because you can flex it either mid. Sirius picked that up twice against JDG. Now Jax for USG for that scaling again.
And that's a good sign because, again, we talk about that scaling and them not having enough tools in game number 1. All 3 of these picks so far give USG a very good late game team fight.
Yeah, everything's all set. But for me, Stamina needs to have wave clear because if you're up against a Ziggs, how can you move around the map if they're going to get out-shoved by the Ziggs on USG?
And one of those things with Ziggs where if you do fall behind, you can always hang around one of the towers and just clear out the wave over and over again to facilitate the Jax to get to the point and then have the Wukong be the main engage point.
I almost want something like the Xin Zhao or the Lee Sin.
Oh,
on
yeah.
Stamina, Lee Sin already taken off the board by them, but something in that vein, because you have this Lucian and the clear mission statement of, we're going to try and end this game early. And that means that you're not going to have a ton of damage from your Dragon Lane once you get to the late game. You're going to get outscaled by the Ziggs. You're going to get outscaled by everything here. So I want the full investment into that, and they haven't. They've split their bets. You have the Lucian, you have the Kha'Zix, you have the Singed. Kha'Zix, Singed better in the mid-late game, Lucian better early. Stamina are going to need a lead to make that kind of composition work.
And exactly, that's why I'm worried, TJ, because yes, I love this very much. Honestly, if they pick up the Corki for Stamina for their last pick, I think it suits them very, very well. It's almost like a 4-1, or rather a team fight with big disengage in case USG doubles down on more engage. But look at that, Rakan's gone, Galio's gone. The biggest question is what's left to basically complement this Wukong, because I feel like a Cyclone is not enough. There you go!
That's the denial as well.
Yeah!
That's what we were talking about, needing something like a Galio to prevent those assassin dives. We still haven't seen, with Death's pick, USG full late game. It's Akshan as well, played in competitive, but only useful if you're planning on going as late as a Senna would to activate.
Oh my gosh, I could hear Rafa saying yeah in the background.
The
after
Akali!
Akali getting picked and most likely towards with death.
Double assassin dive to try and punish Tatsuki. Double assassin dive to try and kill this Akshan. It's all going to be down to USG to reach the late game and to defend Tatsuki in it.
It's so easy too with Sirius on the Singed. Buy Proto Belt, first item. Proto Belt flash in, you flip, Akshan, then boom. All the damage in the world coming from the Kha'Zix is just so perfect.
I know that USG wins if they get late, but I do not feel very confident that they are going to get there. It was a lot of damage on Stamina's side early in those first 3 picks, but now they have themselves the way on in. This is a very good draft by Stamina.
If Stamina start rolling, they can end this game before it begins. If they get 1 or 2 early picks, we're done.
Well, here we have it. Both these squads very clearly defining how they wanted to play out the game. We'll see how it actually plays out here. Is this the last time we see USG on the stage? Let's find out right now to our casters. Guys, take it away.
Thanks a bunch, D-Gon. We have the final game potentially here for USG if they do not manage to pull back against Stamina. And Stamina Esports are prepared to end it all. We have 2 assassins coming through.
But that's an Akshan. Come on, we gotta talk about the Akshan.
That's the Akshan. That's you.
That's me. Okay, I kind of look like Akshan, and I want to see him win as well. And ooh, unsold stuff trying to look for a kill. But okay, let's talk about drafts real quick, right?
Yeah.
It's exactly as the analyst desk said it. If unsold stuff can get to the late game, they win. Like always. If they don't, they lose. So Stamina just has to do the exact same thing they did on the first game. Push early game, get some. They should be even more aggressive, and then just win the game.
But of course, you had some criticisms for Withdef in the top side, unable to snowball and compound his lead even more.
So Withdef played it incredibly well, regardless of that early game. You know, he was so good in the late game. But yeah, he gotta be more aggressive in the early game. But this time, he's up against Wukong. You know, Lark is playing the Wukong. That is a difficult champion to be aggressive against in the Baron lane. Like, you're not gonna win early game that easily against Wukong.
Right, and so here with the Akali, not as expected to win that early game, but he does do a lot later on. Threes is the target, Tatsuki's the target, but they have to stay alive.
You know, and Unsold Stuff Gaming, we could get some crazy highlight plays right here, you know, because Akshan is that one champion that can revive everyone, right? Like, that's such a beauty of this champion. Because sure, it takes him a little while to scale into the late game. Oh, by the way, Akshan can punish Singed in the early game as well. But, oh, and there you can see it, right? Like, Lark against Withstat, this is what happens. Wukong wins against an Akali like this. So, I assume Series is going to go for that very early Proto Belt, so he can catch out Tatsuki on that Akshan. And if that happens, gank, boom, and he's dead.
A very interesting start here.
Ooh!
Out from Kaz, very close to the solo kill onto Gomelo.
Ooh, that was a close one. That was that set true damage you saw right there. And of course, that scales into the late game as well, as true damage doesn't get blocked by anything. But this time, we actually see Gomelo on an ADC Lucian, because every single time, we see that whole breaker Lucian in the mid lane. But this time, we're seeing the traditional ADC, and here it is!
Tatsuki exhausted. And so Sirius decides not to push on.
Mai was ready, yet again, right? Like, Mai is constantly ready for these types of things. He knows how to play around this composition, yet again. Unable to catch Tatsuki, unfortunately.
Adhesives comes through. But with too much damage out from Tatsuki now, Sirius cannot push his advantage.
Lazing is just desperately trying to get some ganks off because he knows if he doesn't, they lose the game. But it's just not working out for him. This is kind of a deja vu from first game. The exact same thing is happening, but this time it's actually Tatsuki in the mid lane that is sitting on quite a comfortable lead. And, you know, he wins this lane against Singed because he's a ranged champion and Singed is a melee champion, which means he can just out-damage him. So here, Singed is gonna go for the minion. What happens is, oh, he actually didn't. I think he misclicked the minion or he tried to push out. Did Singed just ult?
Just trying to heal up. He wants to sustain in lane. You know, it's a difficult lane to be in.
Yeah.
Wants to make sure he has that sustain. Well, looking at maybe a dive in the bottom end as Stamina will start to gather their players towards the bottom side by Kaz nearby. Deters that opportunity.
So Threes is playing the Ziggs as well, which is a very difficult champion against the Gragas because you can get caught out very easily, and also against that Lucian because Lucian has so much mobility. He can dodge out those abilities from Ziggs. So if Gomelo on that Lucian plays a very good Lucian and constantly dodges around, Threes is not going to have any chance to hit him.
Threes also working towards his Luden's Echo first, so we will see the initial damage spike. We saw how effective that was in our first series of the day. The Ziggs able to deal with the Varus matchup quite well, especially once those Mega Inferno Bombs start to chunk you out for half your health. There's just not much you get to play for.
Oh yeah, and the most interesting part of this game is probably going to be the objectives, because Unsold Stuff has been very good with objectives in their respective region. Been struggling a little bit here during Wild Rift Icons, but I expect them to take some more fights because, you know, they have to. So they either shake hands or they take fights, but Kaz is looking for something.
Exhaust on the Sirius, but Exhaust on the Tatsuki to flash away from Sirius to get into safety as Kaz will appear in the mid lane.
And that's great, right? You want to burn those cooldowns before the objectives. Sirius is going to have a serious problem right now because he just wasted his flash before the Dragon and the Rift Herald. This is great for USG.
Yeah, a minute away, no flash, no exhaust for Sirius. Very difficult to find agency as that Singed.
Oh, that's the ultimate from Wukong.
Fight happens towards the top side with Def just going to walk away, but the Cyclone committed here from Lark.
That's not what you want to see happen. Lark just wasted his ultimate. That's one of the most important abilities they need for a team fight. Stamina is definitely going to play around this. They have to take a fight. Oh,
Seconds too late on an Avoidant. Would have loved to be able to get that kill to prevent the recall from happening.
Oh yeah, and now Stamina has a big advantage, because even though, you know, Singed used his ability, Singed is very soon gonna have his ultimate. Lark, on the other hand, on that Wukong, just wasted his ultimate for nothing. He didn't burn any cooldowns from Withstat on Akali. So you can see Stamina just picked up 3 items. On the opposite side, Unsoul Stuff also has 3 items, but it's Akshan with a Hole Breaker. So during those objectives, Stamina is definitely gonna have the edge.
A little bit surprising here. Stamina actually allowing USG to take away the early game relatively unscathed, going on to the Infernal Drake first while USG move on to the Rift Herald.
No, Unsold Stuff is not gonna allow it, they're gonna fight!
Yeah, watch out for this. Tatsuki's over by the back. He's actually gonna lay out some decent damage onto Sirius, jumping in. Kaz tries to lead the charge. Avoidant tries to back away, but a very nice pull onto Gomelo. Disengage happens as Avoidant uses the explosive cast, trying to force them back. But send packing and running Stamina, get the dragon, but they lose Lazing in the process.
There you go, Unsold Stuff. This is the proactive gameplay you need to do. They got the Herald, and they got a kill, which means they're gonna get first. They're pushing all 3 lanes, Grandin. Unsold Stuff Gaming is currently playing a perfect macro game.
Something strange is happening here. You actually go for the late game composition, but they're winning the early game.
And they're playing so well, as you can see. Tatsuki with that Hole Breaker, like, we need multiple cameras to catch what's happening with Unsold Stuff right now, because they're doing so many different things. Rift Herald in the mid lane, Tatsuki nearly getting the bot lane turret as well, and then it's Lark on the Wukong in the top side as well. This is what they have to do. They're 1.5k gold ahead, and
3-1 on the bottom side. Tatsuki left alone to his own devices, has to nullify gets back under turret with the swing.
And that's the power of Akshan, right? Like, you can get right through that glue from Singed. It doesn't matter that he'll glue you to the ground. Akshan just swings right through it.
And a pain point here for Stamina, not being able to take down this Akshan despite multiple attempts.
We can see that Tatsuki knows how to play this champion, right? Like, this is kind of like some sort of a secret champion that he's always wanted to play. And now that, you know, that they're with their backs against the wall, this could be their last game, the coach was like, all right, you know, you can go for it this game. You go for it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, we're gonna go home. Whatever.
Frankly, the fact that he's played more games on Veigar than he has on Akshan is a little surprising.
He played more games on Veigar than anyone. Yeah, it's funny to see. He loves to play those late game champions. He loves to play that Akshan. I'm just curious to see, you know, because as I said, when a team is with their backs against the walls, they're gonna pull out anything. They're gonna pull off everything, whatever they gotta do to stay in the
Oh, no secret. It's too important to hold on to when your back's out against the wall. Stamina trying to move in onto Tatsuki, but Sirius will not be able to find a kill, not even with Litzing's help.
So what I was saying is like you're gonna do everything to stay in the Icons Championship, right? Like they don't want to lose, and you can see he just wanted to pull off the Akshan. He just wanted to do it, and Arvoinen, he's being very aggressive on the Gragas support as well. He's constantly looking for fights, and Kaz has not been keeping up with him as much, I would say. But while I'm saying this is a game where it's 1-0. This is how games always look in the Japanese region, right? Like, this is how they always look.
Right.
And this is playing into the strengths of Unsold Stuff Gaming.
And of course, once we get deeper into the game, Mai is going to become a bigger threat.
Yeah, he's playing Jax. That's a very strong late game champion. Yet again, right? Like, it's just the same thing over and over again. The late game composition, but this time Unsold Stuff is doing a very good job. Kaz waiting in that push right there, ready to back up his team, and Mai is looking for a fight.
Moving in onto Arvoinen, but he does have to dash over the wall. Calling to clear the wave. Stamina want to ensure this mid-side turret stays up.
The Unsold Stuff Gaming wants to go for those turrets. They need that bot. He's gonna get it. Tatsuki is gonna try to get this turret.
Exhaust onto Tatsuki. Sirius trying to clear the way before he can move in with Death in a bad spot. Has to flash away. Looking for the ultimate out. Gets a shuriken flip instead.
Oh, Mai had actually used this flash before, but Tatsuki.
This looks to be a cash. Diak shot finally goes down. Avoided with a kill credit.
Lazing with a very nice kill right there. And now actually, as Stamina is gonna be taking a turret.
Whoa.
However, Unsold Stuff on the opposite side, they're doing pressure themselves as well.
First turret does go over the USG.
Bottom
Clearing
turret
out the
doesn't
wave, that's the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb saves the bot lane turret. Unsold Stuff Gaming really stepping up their game, and it's actually them that's ahead with 1k gold. And they're gonna get another turret, right? They can't, but they're pushing their advantage very, very far. This is what we want to see, a different playstyle, which is working out very well against Stamina.
Very close to a second turret. Only needs a little bit more work.
Oh, and Threes goes for the Archangel Staff as well. It's a bold move, Brandon. This is a bold move because he's gonna be weak now. But if he can get it, oh man, this game should be over. Like,
I mean, they're looking to be in a good spot.
Oh yeah, and the next Rift Herald is spawning is like, honestly, they don't need it. Like, Unsold Stuff doesn't really need this Rift Herald. All they need, get those turrets, take the enemy jungle, just push your advantage. Don't force a fight that you can't take, because right now it's a 4 versus 5. It seems like Unsold Stuff is still interested, so let's see how this fight unfolds.
Yeah, Litzing quickly moves on to the Rift Herald.
Yeah.
But not baited in by the 4 versus 5 like you have mentioned, means that Stamina pick up the Rift Herald for themselves. Tatsuki working his way on another turret yet again.
Exactly, this is what they need to do, although Tatsuki has to be a bit careful here because they are rotating on him.
Of course, you see the Mega Adhesive come through, the Rocket Bout used as well. Not able to get the root onto the Akshan. Avoidant now joining into the fight, the exhaust first through. Body Slam lands onto the Akshan as the Akshan tries to get away in the mid side. Trying to look for a fight, but look how much damage this dealt to the turret. Mai takes it down. Culling does not help them there.
There you go. Get out of your comfort zone. Go for the fight. Make those plays happen. This is what we want to see from Unsold Stuff Gaming. So much aggression. This is like a whole different kind of side from Unsold Stuff Gaming that we just haven't seen yet.
Absolutely. Despite the fact that Tatsuki went down, they still got that other turret.
And
Stamina committed many to the bot side.
And I mean, look at that top lane turret as well. Nearly death as well. Just Unsold Stuff Gaming playing this map so well. But even though I'm saying all this, they're only ahead by 2k gold. And it seems like they may lose this dragon too.
Yeah, Dragon likely to head over to Stamina. Mai is nearby though, so he could jump into the pit to try and steal this one away. 3,000 left on the Dragon.
He won't.
USG decide it is not worth it. We do not fight this.
Yet again, you can see it, right? Like USG is just, they have one mission. Get to the late game. We don't care about dragons. We don't care about anything. All we want is just get as much gold and experience as we can, and we'll beat you in the late game. So it's interesting to see how Unsold Gaming is just really giving away everything. They don't care. Like, there's still a Rift Herald sitting on Stamina as well, which I assume,
they want
is
the bot
gonna
turret.
go in the mid lane. They need the mid tower.
They need the mid turret. They need to get rid of the Ziggs. Wave cleared again. That ultimate is just too effective with Death in a strange spot right now. Rest of Stamina starting to move in. They get knocked back onto Tatsuki. Body slam onto the Akshan, but they don't have the lockdown to finish him off. Trying to jump in. They manage to pull back Litzing. Litzing in a bad spot. Needs to flash away. Someone blocked the Akshan ultimate for him.
Stamina had to start hiding away. As a calling and a retreat out for Stamina. As it run back towards lane. They do not have that turret with them. So very low. Pulled back in by the phase breaker, but a flawless execution. Tries to come across. Go mellow. Shred it down, and it's USG too tanky to die.
And meanwhile, the mid lane turret is dying as well. It's just unsold stuff gaming, completely running over Stamina. It's like Stamina has no chance to do anything. What a beautiful gameplay by USG. And that is another turret. This is the 5th turret, and the top lane turret is going to be the 6th one if they take it. 0 turrets for Stamina, Grandin.
It's as if game 1 never happened here, Christian.
It didn't happen. I don't remember it, because seeing an unsold stuff gaming like this is a whole different kind of a team. This is what I wanted to see from them. And as we look into this replay, we can see how well this fight went for them. Unfortunately, Arvoinen missing that all-important Gragas ultimate, which they could have used very well here, but there it is. The beautiful set ultimate, which secured them the kill on Lasing, and after this, it was history. They're pushing the mid lane as well, if you look at the minimap on the top left, and then Tatsuki, look at this guy just going ham. Using his stasis enchant to get the bait out as well. That was nearly a triple kill for Akali. That could have happened in the later game, but unsold stuff gaming. There it is. There is the audience. They're excited for it as well. This is actually in Tokyo. This is their team that's playing right now.
A very exciting moment for the fans, I'm sure, as USG 5 turrets up to 1 that Riptile finally used in the top side.
But most importantly, the mid lane turret is still standing for unsold stuff gaming, right? Like that is that one important turret. Meanwhile, Stamina has lost 2 of them, and this is going to be a fight.
Rush as they move in. That's the Cyclone use, but a knockback only tosses them into themselves. Sirius with no HP, flashes out by his taken down, but a crushing blow. Gomelo comes in with the culling, but it's too late. Stamina, I've already lost 2, and chased down after by Mai. You see the counter strike come in, follow through, but a Nimbus strike. Gomelo tries to flash out back under his inventory. He's the only one that gets out alive.
It was a death brush, but it was a death brush for Stamina. It was not a death brush for unsold stuff gaming. They are way too strong, and now we're only getting further into the game. And once you've fallen into this trap of unsold stuff gaming, you're not gonna get out of it anymore.
Fall to the top side, 1 to the mid side. Stamina at high risk of losing both turrets. But it will be the top side inhibitor going down first as USG back off the recoup.
No, granted, this game is over. Like, when Unsold Stuff Gaming is able to get this ahead with their compositions, with their playstyle, the game is over. Like, look at this right here. This was supposed to be a win for Stamina. They were in a 3 versus 2 situation, but even then, they weren't able to win this. And now it's the Jacks scaling all the way into the late game. Mai is not gonna allow Stamina to make a comeback anymore. This is what Unsold Stuff needs to do. They had some great plays. They had some opportunities, and they took every single one of them, and now they're here. I believe they're nearly like, what, 8,000? Yeah, it's like 10,000 gold. It's a 10,000 gold lead with a composition that's better in the late game.
I mean, I keep hearing about this better in the late game composition, but I am looking at a USG dominant early game.
Oh, yeah. That was a dominant early game. It's crazy to see. It's honestly unbelievable. And Threes is also finishing off his Rabadon's death cap. Like, Unsold Stuff Gaming is going to have so much damage in team fights. Stamina is just not going to be able to deal with it. And you can see it, right? Like, Sirius on that cinch is trying to get his build up, but he's up against an Akshan with 3.5 items. Jax with 3 items, and they're going to look for another kill. This is going to review Akali, the shadows. Yeah, so she has to flash away. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, Unsold Stuff is ready for everything. Even the Akali is not going to be able to do anything. You can see it. One ultimate deals like 40% of Gomelo's damage, and he doesn't even have the Rabadon's death cap yet.
Lazing isolated, alone, by himself on the top side, trying to clear out waves, trying to get back into the game. He's fallen behind. He knows he needs damage. If he's going to deal with Tatsuki, if he's going to deal with threes.
Oh,
but in the meantime, Tatsuki, alone with an assassin, says, I can take you on.
Oh. You can see how far Unsold Stuff is just pushing their advantage. Lasing is just desperately trying to push the top lane. Meanwhile, mid lane goes down!
Mid lane does go down, but Mai in a spot of trouble now inside the base of Stamina. But we do see them get away for now, but Lasing jumps back into the leap to take down the enemy jungler.
But does it matter? No. 2 turrets are dead, 2 inhibitor turrets. The dragon, you know, it would be funny if Unsold Stuff gives away this dragon as well. Like, we don't need dragons. Who needs dragons to win the game? Like, Stamina's probably gonna... Well, they could. Nah, it seems like Unsold Stuff is not gonna do it this time. They don't have to give it away.
They do not have to give it away. Mai is dead though, so USG could choose to play it safe. I want to save that, but as I watch this, they jump in with the showstopper, trying to lead the fight in. Lark
Such kind of way has a clone coming through. A flash in from Sirius. He's looking for the pull, trying to take down a primary target early on, but it's so difficult with them kiting around his shroud. Will finally find his mark, but guess what? He's revived by Tatsuki as he joined back in. Respawns in time. Stamina sent into the blue buff pit, fighting away as Slug dashes in with Nimbus Strike. Finally goes down into the Guardian Angel, but Tatsuki on their trails.
And there is the revive from Akshan. He's just going after those thrills. If he gets the kill, he revives his teammates. Threes had died on a Zix, but he's back up. And now that was an even fight, but it doesn't matter because you have an Akshan. 2 deaths for Stamina and only 1 death for Unsold Stuff Gaming. And they'll just rush the Baron.
It was a TP onto the Dragon, but it's it. I think we get Baron here, guys.
Yeah, they could just get the Baron. There is no Kha'Zix. You can just smite down the Baron. There is no champion that's gonna stop you from doing this. This is an easy Baron from Unsold Stuff Gaming, and it's so good to see this team making the proactive plays right now. He's probably gonna use his ultimate, trying to desperately steal it, but it's not gonna work, of course.
Yeah, not against the smite. Odds stacked against him. Avoidant, unfortunately, will not be able to take that one away in USG.
Oh yeah, and even Zix is sitting on 3.5 items right now. You know, Tatsuki still has that whole break, and as we look into the replay, you can see it, right? Like, Unsold Stuff Gaming was doing so well, but threes did get caught. Beautiful, beautiful play by Sirius, rooting up that Zix, and sure, threes died. Right. I'm not sure where he died, but yeah, here,
there we go.
Akali. It doesn't matter. You see, it doesn't matter. Like 2 seconds after, he just got revived by the Akshan.
And of course, you can't pick up the teleport and join in again, and so you can see when the Akshan is online, able to get its job done. Honestly, does so much.
It's one of the worst things that happens to you during a ranked match, right? Like where you kill everyone,
you get the pentakill, and then die the Akshan.
It actually happened to me once. Yeah. There was an Elder Dragon. The Pantheon in my team got a quadra kill, and only Akshan was up, and all of us were up, and then he died, and everyone revived.
Oh my goodness. Terrifying, honestly. Here we have it. Lizing trying to make a final stand. Dashes him to leap, but flashes out over the wall.
Wow, that's just so much damage from Unsold Stuff Gaming. Getting that last turret as well. Like, you can see how desperate Stamina is right now, but they're just not going to be able to defend this against Unsold Stuff Gaming.
That is exactly right. One last turret in between USG and tiring up this series back 1-1. They move in. They take down the first target. Series goes down. Log goes in with the Cyclone. They chase them back under the fountain, trying to trade back wherever they can. But Stamina having a difficult time. Log continues to wreak havoc among their backline. Let's see the last one standing, and it's USG that ties up the series.
We're going to game 3 again, baby. We're having some banger series right now. You can clearly see these teams are giving their all to not get eliminated during the Icons Championship. Like, this is it for them. They have to win right now. If they don't, then it's just over. So really, really nice to see an Akshan work so incredibly well. And it's just crazy to see these teams, you know, they pull off those picks that you don't expect to work. Unfortunately, the Veigar did not work, but this time the Akshan did work.
Yeah, the Akshan managed to work this time around. Not only was it expected to be a late game pick, and exceeded those performances, was also able to have some really good moments in the mid game, and so looking forward to what else Tatsuki has in store for us with his champion pool. It is looking rather diverse, I'll put it that way. Diverse.
Oh yeah, definitely. Akshan, and I love seeing champions like that. And what I love more actually is the playstyle of Unsold Stuff Gaming. Seeing them play so proactive in the early game, you know, really showing Stamina like, hey, wait, we're not gonna go into the late game this time, we're actually just gonna kill you in the early game.
A massive shift here for USG. Yeah. They've switched gears, they put on a different face, and are moving into game number 3 with a chance to keep their run in the Icons Global Championship going. We're gonna toss it back over to D-Gon, who I'm sure is just as surprised as we are over the results of this game.
Yeah, well, maybe not so much the result, but the way that it happened. We set this up as like, wow, USG, they have themselves a late game team composition. They're going to have a lot of power to get online later on, and it really revolved around the mid lane because we were saying Tatsuki needed to get onto something, and maybe a melee carry.
Yeah.
What was that, TJ?
Well, he did have a melee carry. It was Akshan. And he spent the entire time going as hard as possible. He started the game by immediately obliterating his lane opponent, and that set the pace. But, you know, on the flip side of USG have a hyper late game composition, we also looked at the stamina composition and said, this isn't a full commit to early game composition. This is a kind of in-the-middle composition. And if they don't get early gold, if they don't get a start, then they're going to fall behind. That is what happened.
Yeah, I really felt like they put stamina... I felt like it was a bait, you know, like, this is USG. We all know USG to be the team that likes to scale, that likes to be more defensive early to mid, and then fight once it matters, once the 5v5s come. But then boom, they did a 360, no, 180 rather, no, complete 180. Caught Stamina off guard.
Sure. I got it.
Yeah, 360 you're still in the same place. But
Exactly.
anyway,
They went in a different direction.
they went into a different direction, exactly.
Could be a 90-degree turn as well.
90 degree.
If
Slightly
they don't
off,
finish
a little
the
bit of
series,
angle.
it's 90 degrees.
That is true.
All right,
I
well,
see
we're
what you
getting
mean.
180 degrees back on track here.
Thank you, Digon.
Yeah.
But I like it because it catches Stamina off guard, thinking that they have enough time, like game number 1, to like, okay, we're not getting any kills just yet. We can try again later.
And the problem was immediately off the bat, we saw Tatsuki winning lane.
Yep.
Shoving in gold is Akshan. Akshan very good in the late game, and the person playing against him, Serious, doesn't have the tools on a Singed to do anything about it. That is a late game scaling character that can't do anything until they have second or third items sometimes. And it was just very easy swinging for the Akshan to come online.
And this right here, just watch Gamello. Just, back, forth, maybe, maybe I'll just, maybe I can just, This was a stamina squad that felt a little disjointed here, where Gamello, who at this point in time in the game, like on the Lucian, you gotta be able to dish out some damage, just was never able, I think in that case, was able to, but couldn't find the way in, specifically just mechanics-wise.
And part of that was Tatsuki, who is incredible in these team fights. We've been talking about this is why. Every single team fight, all the threats come his way. He has the defense, which is the other part, the set, the Jax landing their stuns, making sure there isn't that access. But also, the aggression he is playing with is keeping him in that zone of protection. It's allowing him to stay alongside his tanks as they press forward, so there's never that awkward moment where the carry is behind the front line and caught out by assassins.
Yeah, I love this configuration from USG, right? Like, make Tatsuki like the main, one of the main DPS, basically, and have Lark and Kaz be to engage, because sometimes one engage isn't enough. You need an additional CC to hold people down, and that's the time Tatsuki can follow up, and it did happen.
And one, I guess, change that Stamina made that I did not like very much, Lazing taken off of the Lee Sin and then put on this Kha'Zix that had no effect. Again, you saw it there in our first clip. It was like, okay, cool, here's them getting pushed out of lane early, and then the next fight that they have is at like 5-6 minutes. What happened in the early game? You're supposed to be the early game team here.
I'm gonna call back to the WRL recipe from the top of show. Again, you need wave clear for your junglers to move proactively in the early game. They didn't have wave clear. Stamina didn't have wave clear at all. They're gonna be struggling. They're gonna get shoved time and time again, especially USG had a Ziggs.
Yeah, with depth on the top side, on the Akali, not wave clear. Maybe you can get a gank off if the lane is in the right spot. Never ended up being that way, and so the scaling just happened. Set was able to roam around the map and get those engages, especially at the first drink.
And we never had a moment where the entire composition was online, because it's such a weird, staggered, mixed composition from Stamina.
Yeah.
They don't have a clear win condition. And I think it's one of those compositions that, as many Akali compositions are, it's one of those compositions that works if you find early kills. But they didn't, as you were talking about, have a jungler who could have given them that. So I didn't see a way that it happened unless With Death finds like a random solo kill early. That didn't happen, and so we're at game 3.
I will admit that I thought it would just be more of a handoff, right? It would be like, okay, Lucian here early on, you are leading, and then we'll transition this to the Akali, and the Singe is there just to help kind of be that annoying front line once the fights get to that point. But that didn't quite happen.
Yet again, we saw the same thing we were talking about at the beginning of the day. Yes, you have this theoretical advantage where the Lucian's going to be deadly during the early game, but Ziggs can sit 2 miles away, tap away your wave, and Lucian never gets a meaningful engage on their own terms. The only time you're fighting is when Unsold Stuff, the Ziggs, want to step up and fight you.
And it's so understandable that, you know, Gomela is going to be very conscious of his positioning just because there's a Wukong set that is able to immediately grab you, use a Cyclone, knock you up basically, and just leave you immobilized and basically turn it into a 4v5. So totally understandable that there are times where he can't find the right angle on how to enter these fights.
You see our teams now returning to the stage. This is our first series where it's okay, here we go. It is one more game. Not, hey, if we one more game, run it back. This is one more game left here. USG and Stamina. Loser goes home here.
Tegan, I'm so excited that we have a single game that decides elimination for 2 teams. The, like, evil mastermind part of my brain, firing on all cylinders. Can you imagine being on that stage, the Colosseum-looking stage, and knowing that if you mess up your lane, you're out of this tournament?
Is that the way you would think, or would you think, man, I have the opportunity to send someone home and everyone gets to watch how great I am?
That's incredible.
That's
I can't
another
imagine
angle.
having that.
That's
lane.
how they're thinking right now, but who will be able to make it happen? Let's find out. Game number 3 will be decided right now. Send it back on over to Granite and Hells for Champ Select for this elimination matchup.
Tons of power on both these two teams. One of them gets to decide which of the other gets to go home.
I love how Digon said that, right? Like the power to send someone else home. Like, man, you really feel happy to make another team sad? That's a sad way of thinking, but okay. You know, each one their things, but yeah, it's still the truth, right? Like one of these teams is gonna go home and the other one is gonna be sending them home. So this is it. This one game, we're gonna see everything happen right now.
You miss your bed, you miss your room, you know, you miss the food back home. It's like, ah, man, get me sent back. It's all right.
Oh, wow.
No, it's not, because both these teams desperately want to win here. Both have played long series back in their home regions to come in the Icons Global Championship to play this one out.
I'm so excited to see what Unsold Stuff Gaming is going to be drafting this time, right? Because Stamina is obviously going to go for the aggression. But Unsold Stuff Gaming showed us that Akshan. It shows that they have some more picks. And perhaps they wanted to keep that a little bit of a secret later on in this, later on during the Wild Rift Icons. But they can't. They're going to bring it out right now as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they're going to be bringing out, especially in the mid lane. We saw a lot of crazy picks in the mid lane coming from Unsold Stuff.
Absolutely. Between the Ziggs, between the Akshan, it just seems like a team that is willing to innovate with what they want to have in the mid side.
I want to see Veigar again, to be fair. Like, I just love to see. This is the one team that can show us Veigar.
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, 3 times is the charm indeed. They lost with it twice and they'll win with it the 3rd time. But a lot of people want to see Veigar. It's just one of those champions that people really like to see. And yeah, are we going to see it? Are we not going to see it? I don't think so, because they'll probably pick some other stuff that is unexpected.
Exactly that, right? If they are able to surprise us, they are definitely able to surprise Stamina as well.
They have to. Like, if they don't surprise Stamina, they're just gonna play in the hands of Stamina again. And, okay, so Stamina lost. They chose the blue side. Stamina wants the first pick. So it's gonna be interesting to see what Stamina actually puts priority on to pick as their very first champion. So they actually ban out the Ziggs this time. They don't want to be dealing with that Ziggs anymore from Unsold Stuff.
Yeah, no, the Ziggs was too much of an issue. It was too far away. Even with the double assassin, couldn't touch 3s. And so USG will have to look for a different option. They will get rid of the Senna for now. A little bit surprising considering USG played for that themselves.
Yeah, definitely. So the thing is, like, Stamina would have probably picked the Senna as their first pick. And Senna is just such a strong and oppressive champion in the lane. Like, you'll get pushed out. And 3s doesn't want to deal with that pressure because he won't have that Ziggs anymore since he got banned out. So, you know, Unsold Stuff Gaming don't want to deal with it. They ban out the Senna, they ban out the Yuumi. But the thing is it gonna be enough? Because Ervoinen, he's known for some crazy supports. Like the Set, we saw it. Like the Gragas, we saw that as well. So, like, he's known for these types of supports that are very crazy, and those are his power picks. So interesting, USG bans 3 support champions, but these are not the champion pools of Ervoinen.
Really afraid to have to deal with any of these 3. Avoinen surely still quite happy. Has his set open, has his Gragas open. Kaz will be fighting over that champion pool with him.
And Jace gets picked first, of course, because, like, that's just always a good champion. It's an all-round good champion. You could put him anywhere. Jungle, mid lane, Baron lane, it doesn't matter. It's just always going to be a worthy champion. It's Akshan again! It's a first pick, Akshan. Now, that I find interesting.
Doubling down the Akshan.
Wow! Crazy.
But there are quite a few options up. Assassins, for example.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, now Stamina has the opportunity to counter out an Akshan the way they like. But the question is, how do you truly counter out an Akshan? Is it gonna be with the Assassins? Like, I would say with the Assassins to kill out an Akshan so you don't have to deal with them anymore. But there comes the Shen, which is a counter to the Assassins, right? Like, if Akshan gets dived, boom, instant Shen ultimate and he gets saved.
Plenty of safety, plus he has the auto-attack immunity, so it's very difficult to take down the Shen paired together with the Akshan. But Stamina going for the late game option themselves.
Yeah, right. The question is Stamina... Oh, there is the set support as well. The question is Stamina gonna try to out-late game Unsold Stuff Gaming this game? I mean, how interesting would that be? It's like a whole reverse draft. It's a Jax and a Jax and a set on Stamina, and it's the Kha'Zix on Unsold Stuff Gaming.
And now they will play into USG's strengths. Stamina taking a direct challenge. And USG batting away some of the remaining champion pool in the bottom side. Varus removed as well.
I love to see that. Yeah, Gomelo's Varus look very scary. Unsold Stuff doesn't want to be dealing with that. So, it's like, if this is 2 late game competitions against each other, it's just gonna be like a, what, like a 30-minute game? I mean, when you're playing Unsold Stuff Gaming's playstyle, this is gonna be a long game.
To be fair, Unsold Stuff kind of won the second game.
That was a special game.
Pretty early with the late game composition, so maybe
maybe something different here for the Sim.
No one saw that one coming. Like, no one saw that one coming, that Unsold Stuff could do that. So the fact that we know that they can do that now, maybe that has ignited their passion to pick a little more, you know, early game as well, and, you know, adapt their playstyle a little bit. That's the Gragas ban. Corki has been left open all the way as well, and Corki is going to help Unsold Stuff Gaming fight for those objectives as well, because of that package, of course.
I mean, if you kind of stretch your imagination here and say that the Lux pick is the Lux ban is a support ban, we're looking at
4,
different support
5,
bans.
6 support bans. Yeah, that's 6 support bans, which is crazy.
Really
Because
cutting down
Unsold
the
Stuff Gaming still hasn't picked their support yet. Stamina obviously has that set, which could be flexed into the support, so they're fine. Ooh, and there is the Ashe as well.
A very interesting choice. Bringing that in, their backs against the wall, 1-to-1 now. The
Stamina
Ashe.
wants to engage fully. Like they have that Ashe, they want to Ashe ult, they want to use that. They want to use that set ult, and then they want to engage with the Jace as well. They have to pick a very good follow-up, however, because I feel Stamina doesn't have quite enough follow-up yet. So I'm expecting a very, very soft Fiora. It's not what I was thinking, especially because Stamina is playing a full AD composition right now into the set and into a potential Alistar, Leona, very like. This is a full AD comp that Stamina has drafted. I never liked those.
Seems like Stamina wants to try and isolate a side lane, go off on themselves, but it's like you've mentioned, it is easy now for USG to stack up resistances against them.
Just pick a tank right now. That's what Unsold Stuff has to do. Pick a tank, buy armor. There it is, the Alistar. I called it. I got it. See? Easy. It's like the easiest draft ever. Pick the Alistar, buy armor, and you win the game. This game, like the draft is in heavy favor of Unsold Stuff Gaming. But now the question is the gameplay gonna be as well?
We want to see what Stamina have in store for us. I mean, they have incredible pop-off potential, incredible carry potential if the Fiora gets a hit, if the Jax gets a hit. But a lot of ifs.
I don't think they can do it. You know, Stamina took the first game very convincingly, but I think they completely screwed up with that Fiora pick. Sure, Fiora does true damage, but no, this is not it. Like the Alistar, the Shen, these champions are going to be absolutely unkillable right now.
Whereas on the side of USG, they went into game 1, struggled, but in game number 2, picked up the pace, picked up the tempo, and we get to see a run it back on the Akshan.
So Stamina really has to snowball this game. If they just scale into the late game, they're never gonna win against Unsold. We know how good Unsold is in the late game, but especially with this draft, where you have a lot of armor potential on that Alistar, on that Shen, and also armor boots on everyone especially, they're just gonna take no damage during team fights. So Stamina is just putting themselves in such a tough position because they have to play aggressive now. They have to. If they don't, it's absolutely over. You get to that late game, only Fiora is going to be the one dealing damage with that true damage.
I mean, you put it so well. The itemization is so simple. It's such a cheap purchase to get those state appeal, the armor boots.
Yeah,
the armor
you can just
boots.
get armor. Like, you only need one kind of defensive item. In a normal game, you need armor and magic resist, right? So you have to spend a lot of gold if you want to be tanky. But in this game, all you need is armor. So even the squishies, they could be going for armor in this game.
So Stamina need to get the game going before the opponents have a chance to respond as we move into game number 3. Flash in from Avoidant with the Ignite as well.
No, but even if that hits, what does that do? That's just that's just over-aggressive. We talked about Stamina having to be aggressive, but let's say that one hit. What? Then what? What is Gomelo gonna do on the Ashe? Just a waste of the Ignite, waste of the Flash from Avoidant, and this opens up the opportunity for Kaz on that Alistar to get a kill as well on the lane.
And my goodness, Sirius into this matchup against Tatsuki. Tatsuki doing such an amazing job zoning away the Jace. A genuinely lane-dominant champion now suffering at the hands of the Akshan.
It honestly feels like Stamina is falling apart a little bit. They're like kind of desperately trying to get kills in this early game. It feels like they already kind of know they screwed up the draft. So it's interesting to see what they're going to try to do in this game. And whenever Kaz reaches level 2, he can do some crazy flash combos to try and get a kill on Stamina. Because Avoidant doesn't have a flash. Here, he could do it.
Okay.
He could do it. There he goes. He does it.
Gets in, flashes in, gets the headbutt. They're not trying to take down Gomelo where they can. But he's taking a lot of damage in the process. Both sides trading, but Kaz starts to move away first.
Did Kaz just not upgrade his second ability? Is that what happened? Why did he not push anyone back? That was a free kill for Unsold Stuff Gaming. That was exactly what he had to do. Flash combo with your first ability, but he didn't push anyone back. What happened? That should have been a free kill.
Lazing spotted. Threes backing away. Turret taking a beating to Stamina.
Oh, and that's a really good rotation from Blazing Arbor because he's making Threes lose some farm right here.
But Threes ultimately will be able to get most of it back. Meanwhile, Mike gets to have his time moving into the enemy jungle, trying to steal the buff away.
And this is what Mai wants. He just wants to have a nice and chill jungle, farm up, take the enemy jungle, take the scuttle, farm up, get level 5, get your items, and that's it. This is exactly, yet again, Unsold Gaming's game plan. And Kaz has actually been rotating right here. Alistar is sitting on the top side of the map.
Yeah. Come over to the top side while he's still level 2, mind you.
That's funny, right? He's like, he wants to counter that aggression. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out too well for him. He's behind 300 gold right now, but ooh, Tatsuki looking for some damage.
Doing such an amazing job in the meanwhile.
In the meantime.
In the meantime. He just is a very good Akshan.
Oh yeah, he's a very good Akshan. And right now, if you look at the jungle difference as well, this is what you want to do as a Kha'Zix against a Jax. Mai, sitting on a comfortable 300 gold lead. And when Kha'Zix is ahead of a Jax, he can very, very easily win those 1v1s. He can very, very easily invade as long as his team follows up, which an Akshan can do, because Akshan can push waves very, very easily. So Unsold Stuff Gaming is in a very comfortable position right now with their composition.
I mean, what is happening here with Kaz? He's just not going back the lane. He's just constantly trying to match up with Avoidant, giving space over, trying to get the catch on the Tatsuki, but Tatsuki with a flash away. Suddenly there's nothing that can be done. Trying to join in with the Stand United. Into the mid-side, Lark going on to Avoidant. This is the flash taunt though.
That was a bit of a miscommunication by Unsold Stuff Gaming because Tatsuki flashed away while Lark was ulting towards him. So Tatsuki would have never died. If Tatsuki had not flashed away, they would have probably gotten a double kill right there. So a bit of a miscommunication right there. And then also a filled flash from Lark. These are like, this is what happens when this is the game that what it's all about, right? Like you lose this game, you're out, you win, you go through. So they're all so stressed out all the time. And the Ash Arrow is coming as well.
But he misses on the Tatsuki. Won't be able to get there, won't be able to hit Lark either.
Yeah. I believe he actually mistakenly hit Tatsuki. Isn't that what happened? He tried to get the Ash Arrow to the top side of the map, and he just hit someone on the way.
No,
but
it just like flew past Tatsuki.
Oh, it just missed everything.
It just missed everything.
It
Just
missed
went
everything.
off the map.
Yeah.
That's zoning out. That's zoning out.
That's the unfortunate thing that Gomelo had to deal with, however. But his ult is up nearly already. And that's the thing with Ashe. She's going to have ult very soon, but Kaz is going to look for the turret dive.
I mean, he does have his ultimate, and that could be the difference. As he flashes in, gets the headbutt onto Gomelo. Looking for the takedown here. They will find him. The Gatling gun first blood over the USG.
This is the combo that Kaz has to do every single time. First ability, flash, and then push an enemy back with your second ability. That's why I found it a little weird that he didn't actually do it in the beginning of the game, because it was a free kill for Unsold Stuff in the very beginning of the game again. But this is starting to feel like game 2 again. They have the Rakshan with the Hullbreaker scaling up, jungle is doing well, the bot lane is doing well. Man, Unsold Stuff Gaming, are they really gonna reverse this series? This is crazy.
It is pretty crazy. If anyone can stop that from happening, I do want to raise with Def here.
Oh,
Coming in here, this young player.
There's an Ash Arrow again, not really doing anything, unfortunately, which really doesn't allow STMN to go in. They were ready to go in, right? Like, you saw Airvoinen, he was ready. He was hungry for blood. But unfortunately, Gomelo not shooting a good Ash Arrow right there, missing it all the way, and that just takes away their opportunity for a kill again.
And I really want to be able to frame with Def as you look towards this top side. The opportunity there for the Fiora to really try and run away with this game. He has gone into his team as a young player, but he's brought so much mechanical prowess, a lot of skill in execution.
Oh yeah, and he showed it. Like when he played that Camille, he showed that skill. And right here, it's gonna be a 4 versus 4 during the Rift Herald. Ooh, actually, Tatsuki is roaming around, so Unsold Stuff Gaming is gonna be the proactive team. They're gonna be going for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, USG going to the Rift Herald first. Kaz is gonna start it up with the rest of his team now coming in tow. Tatsuki is a little bit further away, but is near his team
Another
regardless.
miss!
Enchanted Crystal Arrow will not find his mark for now, but Avoidant starts to move in. Gets knocked out, Kaz gets it. Coming in with the taunt, they need a little bit more damage to finish off Avoidant, and they find him so very quickly. With Death now in a bad spot, the exhaust taking him down. Phosphorus Bomb, big one, misses. And gives Swift Death the chance to run away.
Stamina is falling apart right now, and Tatsuki is looking for more.
I mean, Lezing just used his counter-strike.
Oh, he's dead.
So it could take a lot of damage. Tatsuki, he's also in a bad spot, getting chased after. Stand United now coming through. Gomelo and Sirius both chasing after him. They want to finish off a kill here if they can, but Lezing jumps in over the wall with the counter-strike, finishes off Tatsuki here. Now Luck left alone, but Kaz is running to his rescue.
And meanwhile, top lane turret is dead as well. This is what Unsold Stuff has to do. They're losing the fight though.
They do manage to run back in. Kaz running for his life. With that, trying to chase after to get the stun onto the Fiora. Knocked him back on the turret, but unable to hit the taunt. And so Lark gets hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and dies on the turret.
And that's finally an Ash Arrow hit, and you can see it. Ash Arrow hit, boom, kill. That's all Gomelo has to do. He has to hit those Ash Arrows, because if he doesn't, his team cannot engage. Like, their full composition is revolved around that Ash, so if you can't hit an arrow, you're not gonna win team fights.
USG with a almost really good fight there. Unfortunately, it does seem like Lark will fall at the end despite Kaz's efforts to save him.
Oh yeah, definitely. And here that was a beautiful set ultimate. Stamina set them up for a good fight, but yeah, there is the Alistar ultimate. It will tank up everything. They weren't able to get any kill up until that ultimate from Gomelo. You hit that one on Lark, and boom! That is where you get the kills from.
Very nice little pickup there. We'll get them a little closer towards the game, towards a tied game here, but USG move on to the Dragon here. Kaz over by the back, trying to zone them out. Will recall finally.
And Lazing is trying to compensate by getting a turret for it. Not quite sure if he got another Ash arrow. I mean, at this point, it's inexcusable. You gotta be able to hit those Ash arrows.
Desperately need the arrows to land. Stamina are trying to look for a cross-map
They didn't get anything. They didn't get anything. Stamina didn't get anything from that. And right here you can see Unsold Stuff just constantly pushing their lead, even putting down the Rift Herald, and might even take that mid lane turret. But Unsold Stuff took the Dragon, they defended the turret, they took the first turret as well, and they're just taking everything right now.
Being able to find a lead in the early game.
Yeah.
Will Stamina continue to scale up. They do have some damage, but the mid game is where they peak without any magic damage. Late game seems difficult.
Yeah, late game seems impossible to me because, yeah, you can already see Lark on that Shen, he's building armor, right? Like, and interestingly, actually, no one went for armor boots. Now, the explanation is because they're up against an Ashe. They know they're up against a full AD composition, but they actually prioritize the tenacity just so they don't get caught by the Ashe, which makes sense, right? But what I actually would have expected to see is getting armor boots plus a stasis enchant, because you can still stasis and survive, or a Quicksilver enchant. Armor boots just provide infinite value this game, so interesting that they actually all choose to go for the tenacity boots.
Yeah, just trying to pick up a little bit of tenacity here. I'm assuming for some of these fights, we can start to see tenacity make a difference.
There you can see why, yeah. There you can see why. If he didn't have those tenacity boots, he would have probably died right there.
Avoided, flashes in, gets a showstopper, manages to pull Lark back in. Lark once again, subject of Stamina's aggression.
With that, just showing his mechanical prowess. Ooh, Gomelo barely surviving that one. But with that, showing that he should be playing the champions like the Camille, like the Fiora, that takes so many, like, such good mechanics. He can pull all of that off very easily.
It is a support for another support's engage.
Oh, yeah.
One on the top side, one on the mid side, but I'm looking towards with Death here. He's up in the top
that's the
end
Gorky
series.
package.
Gets knocked out, Cass looking for a fight here, but the turret will go down in that time. That is the focus.
Oh yeah, and Unsold Stuff Gaming is pushing their advantage very, very well right here. But on the opposite side of the map, it's Withstead that's pushing the turret.
Yeah, and he's gonna get it. Lark cannot stop him.
He cannot stop him. Not sure why he's trying to fight him.
But there's no mana on with Death.
Another miss! Come on, Gomelo. You gotta hit those. I know the nerfs are on, but you gotta hit those. If he would have hit that one, that could have been a potential kill for Withstead as well.
Would have been tough. But Gomelo would have been nice nonetheless. Rift Herald now up against Stamina, trying to regain some control here. With Death is going to recall, pick up the Proto Belt. He also has the Howlbreaker now. 2 items completed.
Oh, and Jax goes in. The Leasing is trying to go for something. You can see how much damage that composition from Stamina can do if they actually do have a good engage. When the Jax goes in, stuns the enemy, gets a follow-up from the Jace, with that empowered first ability, that's where they get their most damage from.
Rift Tower started up here. Stamina are trying to finish this one off quickly. USG moving in.
They're gonna go
by the back line, looking for an engage. Difficult though. Avoidant gets the pull back in, trying to take down Threes if he can. Threes goes into stasis, survives for now. Let's say dashing around, jumping around, hopping to his teammates, but still falls in the end. USG start to run. Stamina down, but Stamina get back under the turret. Avoidant pulls them in with the facebreaker, but the turret will go down to USG. But first, Sirius must go down with it.
Unsold Stuff Gaming is just unkillable. They lost the Rift Herald, but that composition is just absolutely unkillable. When you're playing against that full AD composition, Ashe is not gonna kill you. Ashe with one item is not gonna kill an Alistar and the Shen. No, and Unsold Stuff knows that. They give away the Rift Herald, but then they take a winning fight, and now they're taking another mid lane turret.
With Death can only stand and watch as USG will continue the tirade in the mid lane, taking down turret after turret.
This is crazy. This is crazy,
yeah.
yeah.
Mid game from USG.
Oh yeah, definitely. Here you can see it, right? Like, Stamina got that Rift Herald, but it doesn't matter. In the longer fights, Tatsuki is standing at a safe distance, dealing massive damage on that backline, and then it's Kaz going in on that Alistar, just tanking everything. Lark as well on that Shan. Just 2 tanks doing their job right here, and yeah, the damage dealers do the damage, the tanks tank the damage, and USG is just winning the game.
Stamina do manage to respond with the Rift Turtle though. USG might be winning the game, but Stamina have a chance to pull back. If they can get Whiff Theft to a strong point, if they can have a good team fight.
This is such an important mid lane turret. We always talk about it. That first mid lane turret is one of the main objectives of the game. You take it, you open up the map. You don't take it, then the enemy can always escape to that mid lane turret. So seeing the map being opened up for both teams, it opens up opportunity for both. Because if you do get caught out, you now don't have that mid lane turret to run away to anymore.
But you have to look towards USG side and how slippery they are, even without that mid lane turret. Stamina had a tough time locking them down. Maybe now that mid turret will be the difference. Maybe finally Stamina can take down USG.
And Unsold Stuff starts this with confidence. Why? Because they have a Shen. Stamina cannot rotate to this. They cannot fight this. And Stamina knows that, right? Like they know, hey, we cannot out-rotate a Shen because Shen has that beautiful ultimate which can just go right through his teammates. So Stamina just takes it. Whatever. We lose a dragon, it's fine. I mean, it's not really fine, but they couldn't do anything about it. That's the problem that Stamina had right there.
They managed to pick up that dragon, and like you said, Stamina really couldn't do anything around these objectives.
And Corki package is not even packed up yet. Corki package is still up.
You can still go back, grab it, especially if you want to play for the Baron now. The other Drake is coming up. Kaz is such a monstrous front line. Avoidant does a lot for his team, but with Kaz standing in the way, fighting around objectives is just not an option.
And Withstat is in that bot lane, and sure he has a hull breaker, but he's taking a risk right now. He's leaving his team alone next to this Baron, and USG could choose to start off this Baron with in a 4 versus 5 advantage, but it seems like they don't. They still just want to skill nicely to the late game. You know, this is their playstyle. They don't want to take too many risks, which is okay for them, but now it's actually going to be the opposite side. Lark is in the bot lane, but it doesn't matter. He has his ultimate, so if a fight happens, he's going to ult to them.
Absolutely.
What is that?
Enchanted Crystal Arrow misses out once again. The fight split onto two fronts, so you have to watch out for Tatsuki first because Kaz alone with him will fight the 4 versus 2. Looking for the ultimate out from Locke to join in with the rest of his team. But it's with that finds the first kill of the fight. Luting trades back his life on the other end as well. Tatsuki starts to dash in. He has the hook, gets to join back into the fight. Avoidant tries to pull them back away. But it's Threes that trades in with another kill.
My man, Gomelo, what is happening? And Tatsuki goes further!
That's an aggressive move! Tatsuki walks in, he gets to kill the Gomelo!
Wow! Tatsuki on the Akshan. Is this now going to be a target ban against him? Because they may win this game, and our team is going to be target banning the Akshan. This guy is crazy. He plays the craziest champion. He's the only guy that plays Akshan. He's the only person that plays Veigar. Like, he has a very unique champion pool.
Absolutely.
Ooh,
Baron
this
set
is
it
a
up
bit
by
risky
USG.
though.
Teleport could be picked up by Luting. He could join into the fight. He's respawned now. He does not, on the other hand. Baron going down very quickly. Mai should be able to secure this. He does manage to do so in time. Dashing away, Tatsuki is still alive, but Sirius hot on his tail trying to chase after. Watch out for the shock blast, and he gets it. He takes him down. Sirius tries to chase. Sirius tries to run. Mai on the chase gets the kill in the end.
And Unsold Stuff secures that Baron, and they have it on 4 people right now. This is huge from Unsold Stuff. The base is already kind of cracked open from Stamina. All USG really needs is just getting one inhibitor turret to apply a lot of pressure, set up for the Alpha Dragon, and just win the game.
And Elden Ring is the next thing USG signs, but they still have the Baron. They can do so much with it in the meantime.
Такой кринж у ТС, он как будто не знает, что стрелой управлять
And
можно.
while Kaz on that Alistar did die on the top side, it doesn't matter because Lazing on that Jax, which is one of the main damage carries from Stamina, just died. Which means the fight is very easy to play for USG. They just flank, they turret dive, and they win the game. And like this is just such a disaster for Stamina because their draft is it's just not working out. And there is an Ash Arrow which didn't work again.
Kaz just pops his ultimates, an ultimate trade here. The package burnt here by Threes.
The Ash is just not working right now. Unfortunately, Gomelo is just missing every single arrow, and USG is just doing such a good job frontlining Ash arrows as well, because it's either the Shen or the Alistar that's getting hit all the time.
A good idea, but difficult to run in execution. USG starting to bring the minion waves in. They have a top side wave starting to come forward. They're going to focus on the bot side for now.
Oh, and that's a whole breaker Akshan on the top side, by the way.
Avoidant with a desperate pull tries to look for a re-engage here. Mai in the back line, along with Zing as he tries to walk in with a counter-strike, but quickly taken out. USG primed to take this win over Stamina.
USG does it! They make the comeback! They are killing off every single run right now!
1-1 the series. Stamina start off with the first point in. But USG pull back with game number 2. And are this close to a game number 3 win.
But are they gonna be able to finish it right now? They are looking for it.
Fortification ending soon on the Nexus is taking damage. With that must make a captain's play. Stand and fight against USG, but the Nexus down to 300 health and finished off in time. USG close it out 2-1.
They did it. They made the comeback. They changed their playstyle. Exactly what they had to do. They didn't stick to their strengths. No, they adapted. They played aggressively in that early game, and they just won against Stamina.
And USG do it in such a fashion with the Akshan pulled out twice. Stamina, they had a good showing, had a good run.
Yeah,
but that is not going to be enough, not in front of the faces of USG, in the face of USG's aggressive late game composition. A very strange sentence to say.
Yeah, I mean, Stamina did a good job. Like, they won that first game very, very easily. And then the second game, they also did a decent job. But unfortunately, Unsold Stuff Gaming was just the better team right here. And now Unsold Stuff Gaming is showing what Japan is made of. And are they going to be able to make it to the group stage? That's the real question.
Yeah, the ultimate prize for winning the series was a rematch against RRQ.
Oh, that's going to be a rough one. I mean, that is going to be a really rough one. RRQ showed their prowess in the recent series, and man, they are ready to take that series as well against the USG and get to the group stage. This is going to be a banger game between the two.
Absolutely. A chance again to take on the WCS representatives. Now we must see what USG have in store for us, if they have even more champion picks that we have yet to see.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be a big thing, right? Like, what does USG have in store for us? Is it still gonna be the late game champions or not? I don't think so. I think they're gonna be adapting their playstyle against RRQ as well. I think they're just gonna bring out the craziest things ever. And I think they do have, not a big chance, but they do have a minor chance. And here you can see that from Tokyo. Yeah, I would be happy as well. I would be happy as well with that performance.
Hell's laying down the facts, letting you know, going into this one, USG.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
shown us some stuff, and we need to see them pull that stuff out against RRQ.
Oh, yeah, they do have that potential, and we want to see it again against RRQ. But RRQ is a whole different kind of beast, right, that they're going to be up against. But talking about the next series, it's also going to be an EU team playing. You know, my boys Ricks are playing up against Vivo Keat. We have some banger games coming.
I think that is enough to be said about that. We're going to toss it over to Digon and the rest to break down that one, and also hype up Hells and the rest of the EU audience for our next series coming up.
Brandon and Hells, great cast on the day for our first two series as we take a look at an updated bracket here from Group B. We say goodbye to Stamina and hello to RRQ. That's the reward for winning this series here. Quick thought.
Алистер очень хорошо сыграл. По факту игру сделал.
100% Akshan twice in a row and just heroic swinging forward. You can tell how confident, and he knows that he's going to win in the end.
So I'm hearing a USG win. That's what I heard from Riku.
Over RRQ? Of course. I mean, we're at the next series for them. RRQ versus USG, getting that rematch.
She just dodged that. She just moved to
I
another
know.
conversation.
Wow, that was very good.
I know. Thank you.
All right. Hey, 2 matches down, 2 to go. Up next, it's Vivo Keat and Ricks. As we head to break, you're going to love the confidence and positive vibes from Vivo Keat's Katrina. Take a listen.
Fala família, suave, eu sou o Katrina, mid laner da Vivo Keat. Eu sou sempre confiante, mas o nosso time ele é bem realista. Quando a gente veio pro play-in, a gente viu as regiões que tinha, Coreia, Europa e China. A gente não é aquele time que é iludido, fica, a gente vai não sei o que, ganhar mundial, como a maioria dos times são. Então, tipo, a gente sabia que a China seria muito difícil, não seria uma surpresa a gente perder. E a gente falou, pô, com a Europa e com a Coreia é bem tranquilo, dá pra gente classificar bem de boa. Então, as expectativas do time todo é bem confiante, bem positivo. A gente é uma região muito forte, comparado, por exemplo, à Europa e tal. Então, mano, a confiança lá 1000 e é nóis. Tipo, a gente não vai ficar muito pensando na China, como vencer eles e tudo mais, porque a gente não vai ter confronto contra eles. Então, a gente vai focar agora um passo de cada vez, não dar um passo maior que a perna, ficar pensando, como a gente vai fazer isso pra mudar a China e tudo mais. Sado e bola pra frente. Agora a gente tem um jogo contra a Rix. E é isso, marcha. Eu quero primeiramente aí dar um abraço pros meus fãs aí, pros Catrilô, que tá sempre me acompanhando já há mais de 3 anos, tanto no meu canal e tudo mais. Um beijão pro meu mozão também, Jojo Teixá, e pros fãs brasileiros também, querido, que tá sempre torcendo, acordando cedo pra torcer pelo Brasil. E é nóis, mano. Muito obrigado de coração, sempre pela torcida.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Icons 2022. We're in Elimination Day, our first one of the day here, and we're into series number 3. And it is going to be a big one here. Europe versus Brazil. Vivo Kid versus Rix. And Dion here with Riku and TJ. This is going to be a big one as we take a look at the bracket. The winner still has to go up against Team 1. Very unorthodox team so far in terms of picks, but really, these two squads have had a
Рус,
unique
вернись, мы все можем начать сначала.
Rix was the big standout. We didn't have high expectations for them against T1, and they made that series very close. Lost it 2-0, but it was a close 2-0, as all the European fans have been telling me on Twitter. Here's a look back at that. And then on the other side, we had J-Team, who we had lower expectations out of. Coming in, we were like, okay, they're the 5th place team out of China. How good can they be really? You know, 5th place.
Surprise!
Turns out, boom, really good. Vivo Kid go down here very quickly. So, yes, we have the question coming into this of just flat. Which of these two teams are better? I think it also reflects very interestingly on those two series on T1, who are still waiting, and whoever will get a crack at them.
Riku?
Yeah, for me, right, when we look at this series, I feel like Rick still has to treat this series against Vivo Kid as if they're still fighting T1. Because Vivo Kid has amazing team fight, right? And T1 had a similar fashion where towards the late game, that's where they shine a lot. So I feel like Rix, if they get the early lead, they got to hammer it down to win this one.
How are they going to do that? What player is the one that's going to stand out to you?
Oh my god, okay, for me, it has to be Doom, right? I feel like for Rix, Doom enables the early game skirmish, and especially on champions that is able to move around like early. At the top of my head, Lee Sin is going to be very important in this series.
Yeah, I would also say it's not even so much about specific players for Rix as what they did to T1, which was slowing down the game and avoiding the team fights. And if they can do that, if they can avoid the team fights that Vivo Kid bring, then it doesn't matter how good they are.
Well, if there's going to be one player that stands out on the side of Vivo Kid, it's going to be Mena. Mena, let's take a look at the stats from their last series. Mena needs to be the one that gets things going here.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Because I feel like when we look back at his Wild Tour performance, especially on a Rakan, a champion that is able to set up for the team, for these team fights around the Dragon, around the Rift Herald. Again, Mena, the way that he uses these champions is very sneaky. He sets up these flanks, he sets up these positions where a lot of these teams will not expect to, but of course these teams have already witnessed Mena before, so a lot of vision has been, conducted around these objective fights just to make sure that he doesn't get a chance to do that anymore.
Yeah, again, vision being a huge part of what seems to be the most successful teams being done over and over again. Not just placing vision early, but then removing vision from their opponents where they have to face check and get into those types of positions where it is so hard to get to the objective here, TJ.
Yeah, and I think that was a huge part of why in that weird game against T1, where T1 weren't taking a lot of control, had kind of a poor vision game, we got to see Rix get those wins and make that game interesting. If I had a criticism for Rix, though, it would be their team fights looked kind of weak regionally, and then they come here and they get that opportunity versus T1, and they can't close it. It needs to look better than that today, because Vivo Kid are going to fight them for every objective, starting at the very beginning of the game, do everything T1 didn't do, and they're going to have to earn every inch.
And remember, the loser of this one goes home, kind of like what's happening here with Stamina from the previous series. And before we say goodbye to them, Kangas is standing by with top laner with Death.
And I'm here with Death from Stamina from the WOL. First of all, it's rough that you're out of Icons, but congratulations on the performance. The man who is on the Nexus while the team was going for the pentakill. And I think that speaks a lot about you as a person. What I've learned is that you're very driven. You always are grinding at the game. So my first question is, where does that competitive drive come from? Why are you so driven at Wild Rift?
¿Sí? Tú responde, ¿qué te mueve a hacer grind? O sea, ¿por qué te gusta tanto estar todo el día en el juego?
Bueno, en lo personal lo que más me gusta de estar grindeando sería pues, principalmente el hecho de mejorar y superarme a mí mismo, el de demostrar cada vez que puedo ser mejor de lo que soy ahora.
Yeah, he's telling us that he's like to be a better player, to be grinding. He loves it because he knows all that stuff that they can do, how to push the champion limits.
Yeah, I mean, you have to put in the time to do that. And you also put in the time at university, as I heard that during the WL Championships, you were actually doing your university finals at the same time. So what was that like, going through big real-life situations while also qualifying for Icons?
Digo, todos sabemos que estuviste haciendo tus exámenes de la universidad cuando estábamos aquí en el Icon. ¿Y qué se siente? ¿Cuál es la diferencia y cómo qué sientes al mismo tiempo de estar haciendo cosas reales en la vida y estar aquí jugando?
Pues son situaciones que yo a final de cuentas creo que son necesarias en la vida. Tienes que estar constantemente enfrentándote a diferentes tipos de situaciones estresantes, divertidas y que te vayan agradando. En lo personal, por ejemplo, es algo que me agrada. En lo personal, tanto la escuela como los videojuegos, el competir.
Yeah, he's telling us that he loves to be challenged all day life, like in real life and in the video games. He grows so much to do the homework since he is here in Singapore playing. So he's like he loves the big challenge.
Sounds like a challenge. But I actually have a challenge for you, because I know that you are very studious. You have good grades at university. So we're actually going to put you on the spot here, and I have a pop quiz for you from the latest patch notes. So. You played 3 champions in this best-of-3 finals. First up, Camille. Her first ability, damage ratio, was nerfed on patch 2.2a. It was 100%. What is it now at level 1?
Nos van a poner a prueba. ¿Sabes la respuesta de cuánto fue nerfeada la primera habilidad de Camille? Que estaba al 100% y ahora en cuánto está, ahora que está en el 2.0.
Si no me equivoco, el early game es como 60%, pero la verdad no estoy seguro.
He's not sure, but he's 60%.
40%.
40%.
40%, yeah. All right. One wrong. Let's see the next one. Akali's first ability's base damage increased by how much on patch 2.2?
¿Sabemos cuánto se incrementó la primera habilidad de Akali?
No lo recuerdo.
It was 5. It was 5. You got one more.
Última.
Fiora's base health on patch 2.2b increased from 570 to what?
La vida de Fiora. ¿Sabes en cuánto se incrementó?
50 puntos de vida.
Sí, 50 points of life.
That's correct. That's correct. All right, there we go. 1 out of 3, not too bad. Thank you so much. And Digon, back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much, Kangas, and thank you to Stamina Esports is with death for their final goodbye. All right, now time for this series. The players are ready, and we've got 2 new casters waiting to bring you the action. It's Rafa and Omo. Gents, take it away.
You got the thing, Omo?
I'm ready to go. Bum, 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 ba-da, boom, ba-da, boom.
Welcome, Twitch chat. You are listening to the dual set tones of Rafa and Omo here on twitch.tv/WildRift Esports here. We call ourselves Robo, a new duo and a new group. How's my impersonation of TJ right there?
Better than his. You're much cooler.
What?
He doesn't have the cool factor, Rafa. That's the difference. He does the deadpan very well.
Oh.
He lacks the cool.
I feel bad now. I didn't want it to be a slight jab and roast at TJ.
Wasn't even slight.
Oh, almost just leaning into it. But we're getting into the draft phase between Rix and Vivo Keed. This is going into this series. You know, we had some preparations thinking that Rix could have potentially been the last European seed in the play-in stage, but earlier today, Furious Gaming was taken down by Game Lord, so now Rix have a chance to stay alive alongside their EU brethren, whereas Vivo Keed, they also have the chance to stay alive alongside Liberty, who is waiting for the winner of Sentinels and Kwangdong Freeze.
Yeah, frankly, Liberty having the best performance of all the Western teams so far is something we didn't really expect. But now a lot of pressure going to be on Rix as well. You can be sure the EU teams are going to be scrimming each other. And after Game Lord's amazing performance earlier today, the pressure's going to be on Rix now.
There's a couple things that we wanted to point out. In their last series against T1, Rix had some very strong early game maneuvers, snowballing random with 7 on the Lee Sin. However, we didn't see that snowball being leveraged as fast as we wanted it to. And I remember catching up with Rix after some of the games during the middle of the week and talking to them. They just, you know, acknowledged, hey, yeah, you know, we know that we had a solid game plan in the early parts of the game. We got a little excited, we got a little out of control, and we need to remember to, hey, during these times, we got to calm down, and we got to make sure that we are following through our game plan.
Yeah, and frankly, Rix, those 2 games were so winnable as well. It comes down to
Опять кринжа навалили.
Oh, but we just blazed through the entire first round of the draft. Both Vivo Keed and Rix know exactly what they want to play here, and now we have to take some time to really look at what the core of the compositions have been drafted.
Yeah, so far on the side of Rix, you know what they're going to be playing around. It's going to be random. It's going to be 7. Snitch is going to be trying to enable them, and very likely you will also see Mages, Varus, something along those lines come out in Dragon Lane to really just try to snowball random at 7. These are your key win conditions. On the side of Vivo Keed, Lee Sin for the early game, Camille for the late.
I feel like Vivo Keed are going for something similar to what Rix were looking to do in their series with T1. Use the Lee Sin as that early game bridge, snowball the Camille, because we know that in some of the games that we have already seen, most notably, I think Jong on the T1 side with that Camille being able to turn out some huge numbers. Odysseus, the Baron laner for Vivo Keed, could look to do something similar.
Yeah, and Odysseus, together with Lot, have a lot of potential here to shut down random. Camille functions as a counter pick to Jace in the mid game, in the late game, because it's so easy to get on top with him. Couple that with a Lee Sin, and you have the potential to just shut down random in the side lane, which, like you said, was something that T1 was doing against Rix.
Right now, Rix are looking to round out their composition with a support and either a marksman in the Dragon Lane or some type of AP carry. Vivo Keed already aware of 2 of those things, taking away both the Set and the Lux, whereas Rix, Lux would have been solid here, and now a Thresh for Mena. We've already seen some of the best Thresh gameplay from around the world, both from Liberty's Mana Fritze and from Buryram's What the Jess.
Yeah, and this Thresh for Mena is going to give him a lot of potential to work in tandem with Lot as well. These 2 need to be on the map, getting tempo, making plays, and shutting down Rix.
Rix now have to find an answer here. A lot of support picks have been taken off the table. No Rakan, no Galio. Thresh already taken by Mena.
Also, Gragas and Set. No support yet, but a solid pick in the Dragon lane for Doom.
Yeah, and also this does two things, right? Varus in isolation, it's a great pick. It's a lot of setup for the team comp. It's double poke together with Jace, but he also denied the possibility of the Cocky going mid for Vivo Keed and picking up a Varus trash Dragon lane. That could be very dominant, very scary to deal with. This Braum pick, I'm not the biggest fan of, but it does give Rick some sort of safety here, I guess.
Yeah, talking with Riku yesterday.
Oh man.
Twisted Fate for Katrina. So we have seen this before. And in their series against J-Team, yeah, Katrina was looking to make proactive plays with the Twisted Fate. It didn't work as well as they had hoped. The agency was not timed well, and J-Team had just done such an incredible job of just really strangleholding the members of Evo Keed that prevented them from getting out of hand. But in theory, over in the Wild Tour, we have seen so many times Vivo Keed on for Katrina on this Twisted Fate. Yeah. If he's able to sync up with the Lee Sin, then you are playing to the Baron side of the map. You are getting Odysseus snowballed out of control.
And you know Mena is going to be roaming there as well. And once you get to the mid game, once you get to the late game, you won't need Lee Sin, you won't need Trash, TF, Hextech Ultimatum. That combo is enough to take down anyone, especially a Jace.
Big thing here for Rix on the opposite side. You have this Jace who's going to be a lot stronger of a laner in the early stages of the game against Odysseus, but you don't have as much safety from your jungler because this Kha'Zix, compared to a Lee Sin, better at counter ganking, but in terms of raw damage and early strength, you need to wait for a little bit. You spike incredibly hard at level 5, not at levels 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, both of these team comps have slightly different agendas here. On the side of Rix, you see them wanting to get poke, you see them wanting to get a lead, snowball that lead, but that is high pressure. You can't mess up, especially in an elimination game, because once you do, I do expect Keystars to just take over their composition. Such great side laning, such great catch potential, much easier to play out.
And I know the desk had already pointed out one of the big eyes here is on Mena, the support for Vivo Keed, but it's also going to be on Clue to see if he can match the tempo of the Brazilian support as we head into game 1 of this series.
Right, it's gonna be a very standard start for both of these teams, but I'm expecting Rix to have to make some plays in the early stages. It's gonna be difficult against a Lee Sin. It's gonna be difficult against a Twisted Fate, but they need to get a snowball going, Rafa.
Well, that's not happening for another minute, you know.
Yeah, we're chilling for now.
Yeah, we are piss chilling here on the Rift.
We are back to the podcast. We are back to the radio station. But the lane that we should be watching out for right now, it's going to be Baron lane, right? We put a lot of pressure on both Random and all we say is the saying that they have to carry their teams with the champions that they've been drafted, with the comms that have been drafted. A lot of pressure is going to be on that.
And it comes down to the supporting cast for both of these teams as well. How well can Vivo Keed use the tools of Katrina, Lord, and Mena to snowball this Camille? But on the same token, how can Rix use things like Snitch, things like Clue? While Braum doesn't have as much playmaking ability, he's great at defensive maneuvers. You can block a lot of poke damage. If Clue is able to match the roams on Mena, he might not be able to go for a gank per se that is going to put Odysseus out of commission, but he can at least neutralize any maneuvers.
Yeah, that's the name of the game here, right? It's counter-ganking, it's neutralizing. You're playing it a bit slow here. Snitch didn't want to commit to that one because they kind of knew that a lot might be waiting there as well. Mena, 1 minute 30 seconds in, already roaming, but he's on a ward.
He's done the homework, but as you said, the ward spots him out. But I love this, that Mena is super aggressive already in the game. And one thing, even though this isn't the same team, I did get a chance to catch up with Mandafritza, the support for Liberty. One of the things that he was talking a lot about for Brazil as a region is how much the supports have learned from some of the Eastern teams, especially the Chinese teams, how aggressive and how fast they move around. And they said, yeah, you know, the first couple games we've had on the stage as a region have not been the best, but we have learned so much. And we have similar mechanical levels, and we are here to show that Brazil is a region that you do not sleep on.
Definitely not. I have Brazil pegged as the best Western region coming into Icons. And given what we've seen from Liberty, that seems like it might be the case so far. Vivo Keed, this is going to be a very intense match for them for a couple of reasons, right? It's an elimination game. We've talked about that already. But look at the top of your screens right now. WREC, number 2. WBR, number 2. A lot of pressure. This is basically an even matchup if you look at it on paper. Your second seed against our second seed. Regional pride is on the line here, Rafa.
And to think about it, Omo, these two teams come with similar stories as well.
Yeah.
Rix, so close to winning it all in their respective finals.
but 2 times the games were stolen away from them thanks to Team Queso's Andres. For Vivo Kid, they went to the full distance, the full game 7, but it was Omega Esports that triumphed. So even though these are the number 2 seeds respectively in the region, a lot of fans from both sides could reason that these are some of the best or could have been the number 1 team.
Here we go, Rafa.
And it's already off to the races here for Vivo Kid. Mena could look to at least burn a flash here from Doom. Looking for the...
What?
You saw that, right? He was looking for the flash prediction from Doom.
He was, but my question right now is, why did Katrina pop his Destiny Gate so late? He needed to be way earlier. You start off that play with the goal card, not with anything else. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to please me, right? Execution.
I had to pause for a minute, and I was like, damn, you're right. Well,
yeah, the idea was there, but you kind of slip up at the end of the day. The thing about Vivo Kid's team comp is once you get to the late game, it is very simple. You pot to the lane, you Hextech ultimatum, that's basically going to be a kill on the Jace like 90% of the time. Early game's hot though. Oh no, Random.
Hey, you said a kill onto the Jace, right? Well, Vivo Kid are here to deliver. Lord trying to flash over the Dragon's Rage, not quite enough damage, but just one more on attack will do it. First blood has been delivered courtesy of Lord.
And that's the 4-minute timer as well. That kill was a bit harder than Vivo Kid would have liked it to be to get that one. So they won't be able to pressure the turret after the play completes, but that's still going to be a first blood. That's still going to be a kill going over to Lot, who we say is so important to tempo the early game on that Lee Sin, especially since he's fallen behind on farming to 7.
I got a moment to catch up here. We are 30 seconds away from neutral objective spawning. Vivo Kid have secured 1 kill so far. So it's not an insurmountable lead for Riggs.
They want to make it 2, Rafa.
Yes, sir. If you can get this pressure down right before the Rift Herald spawns, you can chain snowball reaction so fast that Riggs are going to have to be forced to take the compensation prize. Random, potentially getting baited here. No, remember, no flash from Random, and Lord is there with the repeat gank, delivering mental damage to the top laner.
Mental damage and basically guaranteeing you a free Rift Herald right now. Luckily for Riggs, well, I say luckily, but this is pre-planned from them, clearly. They've already set up at the Dragon. They're here, ready to go. They're going to take this one down right on spawn. It's just going to be an objective trade. The problem right now, though, for Riggs, Random has died twice already. We look at the T1 series. Random started off with first blood. He started off being able to snowball the game. Now, in such a volatile matchup, he's behind from the get-go.
Clue is here for reinforcement, so it's at least a 2-on-3. Odyssey has taken a lot of damage from Clue. Glacial Fissure knocks him up, takes about 3/4 of his HP, so Odysseus no longer has the tools necessary to be able to fight back, and the first brick was neutralized by Riggs.
Neutralized by Riggs. They don't get too much out of that one on the side of Vivo Kid. You funnel some gold into Odysseus, but it's also split between Lord and Mena, so he's not too happy with that one for sure. Not the best trade.
Vivo Kid, 2 kills have gone their way. Yes, they have gone to equally both Lord and Odysseus, the 2 people that you want to snowball in this early game. But for Riggs, you are content with the fact that at least you are trading up on objectives and you're not falling disastrously behind it.
There's one silver lining here for the side of Riggs, and that is even though your Jace is behind, you never really want to see your Jace behind. Once he gets accelerated there, once we get to the next objective team fight, your team comp still spikes extremely hard in the mid game. Varus, Jace, Kha'Zix, these are all champions that can have a lot of power in a dragon fight scenario. So Riggs really needs to play like that.
They're all building lethality too at some point. Either Muramana here for extra poke damage from Doom and Random, and of course the Duskblade for 7. Whereas the rest of Vivo Kid, these are mostly squishy champions. These are fighters. None of them are traditional tanks, so they can't soak the poke damage for too long.
Yeah, and they need to use the timing to make play.
Katrina is going to spot 2 enemies there. It is a wonderful pick from 7, catching out Lord, but what is the response from Vivo Kid? Hextech Ultimatum locks down 1 priority target. A beautiful Lantern from Mena keeps Odysseus alive, but you can only keep 1 alive because Katrina's the straggler left there standing. Doom looking for another arrow under the tower. Random getting revenge after all the harassment he's been dealing with from Vivo Kid. Striking back is Riggs.
You can tell Random was angry there, flashing in for the last auto to secure the kill. He gets 2 kills back. He is kind of back in the game right now, Rafa. 1,000 gold lead over Odysseus. They could have gotten the kill on the Camille as well, but kind of botched that one at the end of the day. But they will be happy with this sequence of events. How did it all start, Rafa? Lord got caught.
Lord was trying to just do his red buff. He was vibing. He was like, okay, we're going to make a play on the top side. And oh my God, there's a bug. I didn't bring my fly swatter here, and this bug is a little too out of control.
And you gotta keep in mind, Bug wasn't alone. He's got a strong man behind him as well. Braum there with the shield, with the CC. That's a really good combo.
That's just cheating.
Yeah, it's kind of unfair.
Where's the honor in the 1v1, bro?
Well, even if we take a 1v1 at this point, I don't think it will be close. Law just hit level 9. Seven's been level 10 for a while now. He's been solo farming. Look at the gold and the Kazakhs.
We talked about it. We alluded to the fact that this Kazakhs, yes, in the early stages part of the game, Lee Sin has the edge, but we're already at 8 minutes into the game almost. It's been past that point.
It's gonna be a while before we see Lord gonna be able to do something of really any value right now. He needs to play around Odysseus. He needs to try to find picks in the side lane, but look at how Ricks are rotating on the map. They've moved random away from Odysseus. They know that's the point of target from Vivo Kid. And that means that they're going to be able to keep him safe, and Vivo Key can't make any proactive plays of their own. The longer this goes on, the more Lot falls behind him fall.
Obviously, there's still plenty of game time to go.
Yeah, it's so early.
But for Ricks, I think you can already tell how much of the adaptations they have taken to heart from their series against T1. Ricks, when they were playing against T1, they were the ones that were pressed to get the early advantage. They were the ones that were forced to look for the early gold lead, and because T1s were the ones playing comfortably to just neutralize and stifle them, it made Ricks forced into a corner where they were desperate for plays. But because Ricks are playing more far back, they're confident in random being able to catch up. They're in a better spot now.
Well, how much longer would they be in a better spot? This is going to be a huge fight, Rafa.
Gold card at the ready. Katrina can get in range, finds it on to Snitch, but he's a Singe, so he's going to be just fine. Package from Slash. Watch for the entrance here. Do they go for it?
They're too low.
Riptail secured by Ricks. Vivo Key. Maybe they can stop them from getting Rain entrance and priority over the mid lane. Doom with the Chain of Corruptions goes wide. Vivo Key dodging out on a bullet.
And this is the mid-game power spike that we talked about from Ricks. Their team comp is so strong when you group in a 5v5, when you control the chokeholds, you have to poke, you have the Braum to deny any engages, and Vivo Key if they don't get a pick. Oh, that is massive. He won't be back in time for the dragon.
Oh, the reset is so crucial for Vivo Key. It's going to be the second dragon of the game, potentially for Ricks. They're already in position, setting up both the mid and the dragon wave. They have full control of the river. Vivo Key, and I'm pretty sure the package timer ran out, so their one entryway into the pit, it's gone.
It's gone. I don't think there's any way in this for them. They have to run past a Braum. They want to just try and trade mid here. I think that's the only play, but they're too late.
Ricks are playing so fast. Chain of Corruptions, this time it lands, and you see the power of Europe come in full swing. No hesitation. They immediately overwhelm Brazil. The rest of Vivo Keen looking for an answer back. Odysseus trades one back onto Clue. He's blinking on low health right now, and it is 7 alongside Random once again getting revenge for Baron Lane.
Ricks cleans house here. Odysseus barely gets away with his life, but that's going to be a second charge from the Herald. That's going to be a 4-for-1 trade in favor of Ricks. That's going to be a tier 2 mid Rafa, and Europe strikes hard here.
Europe fans are just absolutely popping off right now, and we go take a look back at the Coca-Cola pop-off, starting off with Doom.
It's all Doom once again. Call back to his Lux performance against T1. He is the one making the picks. He's the one starting the fights off. And the moment they get a favorable fight, the moment they get the numbers advantage, Ricks' team composition. Random on the Jace that was shut down early. He came back. 7 that's been farming up a storm. They just run you down. They clean up the fight like nothing.
And one thing that we didn't get a chance to mention about Vivo Key's composition, there's a ton of single target CC, but when it comes to zone control, when it comes to AoE CC, outside of Slash's package, it's almost nothing.
They've got the box.
Yeah.
They've got a flay, Rafa.
The flay in the box is not going to do too much when you've got all 5 members just with a death wish on your hand, just running full speed at you.
Now they're getting picks, but it's not picks on the targets that you want. You really have just one win condition at this point for Vivo Key, and that's playing to Odysseus and the side lane. Fortunately for Vivo, they don't have to take a 5v5 for the next couple minutes. This is the timing window where you send your Camille away, and you really just try to TF pot to his lane, but the lane assignments are a bit odd right now. I'm not sure what this is.
Odysseus wants to be on the Baron side of the map.
Yeah.
But if he cannot split push against Random, who has 3 items to his name,
Katrina's dead.
We have double skirmishes on both sides of the map. Red buff being scored away, whereas Katrina gets completely routed off by 7, who is having an absolute monster of performance on this Kazakhs today.
He's 5,000 gold up on Lord, Rafa.
This is what can happen in the Kazakhs Lee Sin matchup. You don't snowball, you don't get ahead, and it is the Kazakh that runs rampant on the Rift. And it is Europe once again looking to their 2nd seed to make them proud.
Rix now, following Gamelot's performance earlier today, they want to be the 2nd European team to keep moving forward in Icons. And at least in this game 1, they're making a very solid case for it. Destiny gets popped. That might just be the 3rd one of the game.
Okay, Katrina can get in range. No, but Snitch is too slippery on this Singe. Yes, it cost his flash, but he gets to keep his life.
Counted, Rafa. The first Destiny gate to the bot lane, too late. 2nd one at the Rift Tower fight, gets nothing. Slash.
8 minutes too late, and Vivo Kid is too late to maintain control of the jungle pit. You can't walk in there, it doesn't belong to you anymore. Katrina gets a huge shutdown onto this 7 Kazakhs though. Can they turn this fight around? Odysseus, what can he do?
He didn't get the flip.
He can't do a damn thing. It's just too much damage to deal with from the rest of Rix. Remember, this isn't a composition that has tanks, it's all bruisers, but when you're falling behind and Rix gets to slap you with thicker wallets, there's only so much that you can do.
And Rix just get the mid inhibits for free. Snitch is not in a great spot right now, but he's back. He's okay. He's all good. Frankly, Rafa, I think he's too tanky to even die right now.
You know, even if there was a pause, Snitch could have just been like, I mean, I'm not gonna die.
He's like, no need to pause, guys. We are chilling. We're good. But the important point that I want to raise right now, Vivo Keith's team composition. I said I love that, right? Once you get to the mid game, once you get to the late game, it's great. But the problem is, it's so execution reliant. You're so reliant on the Destiny Gate timers to make plays, and all 3 of them in the 14-minute game have just been squandered by Katrina and his team.
And when we look back at the first Destiny potential play on the bottom side of the map where Doom Splash was forced, you called it out. I didn't think that it was going to be that damning for Vivo Kid, but I might have just been absolutely wrong on that front. Odysseus, though, alongside Katrina, looking for a pick here. Most of the members are not isolated, though. They're still looking for a gold card on the Singe. No, remember, Snitch doesn't have flash from before, still running away. And the poison is ticking, but Doom is just annihilating backline members from Vivo Kid from downtown. A triple kill for Doom, looking for another arrow. I believe that is a quadra kill for Doom. And they're looking for it. Give it to him for Europe, for Doom, for Rix, the 2nd seed. It is a penta for Doom.
The 2nd Varus pentakill of the day, and it goes over to Europe, it goes over to Doom.
And it's a Prime Gaming ace once again, Omo. Rix striking first in this series.
And they strike hard, Rafa. That was domination from start to finish from Rix. Vivo Key, they said we shut down Random, we killed him once, we killed him twice, but it's not nearly enough. And today's the day of Europe, Sims.
Game Lord and Rix, I don't know what you guys had in your coffee. Maybe that Singaporean coffee is hitting different right now.
Good,
I know I had some, and I feel pretty freaking fantastic right now, and I know Rix is too.
1-0 right now from Rix to start things off. The score doesn't quite matter that much, but the way they won that game, so decisive. And I would love to see Vivo Key go back to the drawing board, play something a little bit easier, lean into the team fights. That comp was frankly just too execution reliant.
Two big shout-outs. First of all, Random for absorbing pressure like a Chad.
Yeah.
Like an absolute king. Making sure that, yes, he went down twice in all the attempts from Vivo Kid, but he absorbed the pressure well, and the rest of Rix got stuff done on the other side of the map. And then the second shout-out, I mean, it's gotta be 7 on this Kazakhs, man.
Yeah. He had an amazing performance. He was controlling the map, farming up a storm, covering his laners, getting kills. My personal shout-out, though, has to go to Doom. I feel like this guy doesn't get much resources from his team, but he still performs so well by himself in isolation. He starts off fights. He lines up the angles so well on the Varus arrows. Same thing as with his Lux performance. It seems like he's playing the same champion. He does it fantastically, though.
Yeah, Doom, absolute Giga Chad status here. But, you know, we're going to throw it to a couple other Giga Chads over on the desk with Digon, Riku, and TJ.
I appreciate that, Rafa. Your radio MC hosting, pretty Giga Chad, as well as Rix. That's how they open.
That's a word, sure. Yes. I'm just a little upset about what came afterwards, all right?
What?
He said I would have done worse.
Ah.
I think I could have done better. I'm the only one to remember this.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll get him next time.
That was pretty Giga Chat of him. All right, Rix take the number one game here as they move on, as they are one game away from moving on here is Keith still in good spirits here. You know, like, it wasn't the best game there from Odysseus in the top side of the map. But Rix, as Rafa and Omo said, start to finish, a pretty dominant game here.
Yeah, and I think the most impressive part of it was the way they approached those team fights. I've said many times that European team fights can look sloppy. Rix probably the best executors of them, and we see it there. Very straightforward front to back. It's the second time today we've seen a European team drop that bread and butter front line, Varus behind composition, and it worked out perfectly here. Doom landed some really good Varus arrows, demonstrated why he's one of the best Dragon laners in Europe.
100% agree. I mean, usually when you see a Varus, you want disengage, right? You need something to pair with that. And Gragas wasn't available. Look what Clue used. It is that Braum, because you know how VK is going to execute this. You know that they're going to go in.
Yeah, and when we're talking about this composition and the way that Rix and Gamelord played today, it's worth mentioning this isn't EU meta. You still see little bits of the EU meta here. I think the Braum on Clue is one of his favorite picks, but they have picked up what the Asian teams are doing. They have picked up the Singed mid in a way that I think we saw it once or twice in EU finals, and that was it. Here it's seen a ton of play. We've seen Varus with a ton of play instead of Draven or any of the nonsense they're playing over in EU. And that adaptation, I think, speaks very well to what Rix have been able to do. They've come here, they've figured out what's working on the tournament stage, and they've been able to execute it well.
True. Going back again, reversing back to the top of the show. The WRL formula. They focus on that top and jungle. Random and Seven did a phenomenal job getting, Random ahead with his kills. And as well, in the later stages of the game, it was also Seven getting a lot of kills for himself. And at that point, you're up against a Lee Sin. Unfortunately, you can't match the fighting power, especially if you're behind. So I like this from Rix, especially when they got ahead. They did what they were supposed to do back in their T1 series, is hammering down the lead, keep going, and having these clean fights.
Yeah, and that's a difficult part here with Keed, who did focus on the top side of the map. We're up 2 kills early on, but as we saw in the replay, they were still down in gold. So I think you made a lot of investment to try and get a kill, but you weren't farming very well, and then you allowed the other parts of Rix to scale up.
And I want to flag 2 parts now. First of all, Snitch, one of the team leaders, who isn't playing here on stage. He's playing from a safe distance because he did get a positive COVID test result, so he's playing remotely. And he's still doing really well. And then we also have the performance from their jungler, Seven, who is not only delivering in terms of finding the picks, but in joining that kind of team movement, taking away gold from the jungle, punishing the attention on the top side. That's the kind of macro play that allows you to play this style of game, that allows you to slowly choke out a team that is putting all of their resources into your top laner.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate the versatility that Snitch brings to the mid lane, right? Anything that Rix needs, Snitch can play it.
Yeah, as you take a look at the gold graph and the damage chart, that gold graph, it was still hovering around a Rix lead around 2K until the big fight around 8 minutes, and then we saw the game-ending pentakill, our second one today, 3rd overall, 2nd one on Varus.
2nd one on Varus.
2nd one.
Again, high priority on these backline carries, almost like someone has been talking about it for a little while.
Can I talk about something I was wrong about, though?
Of course.
Actually,
I know you love being wrong on TV.
on the record, I wasn't wrong about it, but I was wrong in my head. At the very beginning of this tournament, I'm going above and beyond. I haven't said enough wrong things. At the very beginning of this tournament, it was said to me, I think it was Stuart, who said, over in Europe, we have some incredibly good top laners. We have some incredibly good Baron laners who are going to really show up at this tournament. And I thought, really? Against international competition? But Lonely Kid, now Random, both dominating in that lane.
And I think that's very important, right? Because when we look into the future of Icons, is that a lot of the team to beat right now, or the region to beat, is the WRL. A lot of them play around top and jungle, so this really works so well as the tournament progresses for the European teams.
All right, so 1 game in the books. Game 2 will be here. We'll be doing that draft for you. What are the changes you want to see for Vivo Keep?
Okay, because it's so difficult, right? Rick's already basically figured out removing Mayna's best champion, which is the Rakan.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's still a lot open. The Seth, the Galio, a lot of these playmaking tanks that it can open up. I feel like Vivo Kid panicked a little bit when they saw the Varus on the side of Rick, said, okay, let's take the Thresh instead, even though we wanted to take a more team fighting output or angle for Mayna.
TJ.
That would be my criticism of Mayna's pick. I think the Thresh kind of chained him to that bottom lane. When you're into a Varus, I think more than anything, you want your support to be able to leave the lane. So I'd say counterpick. Get yourself something like a Ziggs, give Mayna the power to roam, and then use that roam to get early carries online. Because even on that Thresh, even with everything we've talked about, Mayna actually played really well that game, delivering as the best support in his region. What they were lacking, other damage in the team fight because they fell behind early. Get something that Mayna can roam on, and get something that Mayna can set up for success in the opening moments of this game.
Well, to be fair, again, the top kill, the first kill, was on random on the top side of the map with Odysseus, Mayna, and Lord there. Yeah. It just didn't translate into it. So then is it on Slash, is it on Katrina to hold better in those other lanes that aren't getting the same type of attention?
Well, I think when you're running a Twisted Fate, you're guaranteeing you're going to get those early picks. But the problem with the Twisted Fate is he's never going to be a late game carry. And so if you're going to be able to actually translate Twisted Fate lead, you need to keep snowballing and keep getting kills. And that's where the fact that Mayna was returning to that bottom lane, wasn't able to be part of like a roaming squad, was part of their loss.
I feel like if they're going for that angle again with the Twisted Fate, one thing that has been resurgent in popularity, at least for the WCS, is the Senna Twisted Fate combo, because you hide in the mist, you don't know what's coming. Is that a gold card or is just a
gold card?
It's just a surprise, it's a gold card. So I feel
Believe in the heart of the cards.
Oh no, we're going there. We're going there. But I feel like that's another approach that they can do. Also, dialing back to year 0 of Wild Rift, by the way, they had Lee Sin, they had Twisted Fate. You know what's strong at the top lane with those 2 picks? Renekton, that can easily snowball. If you can set that up, I feel like that's going to be another angle that Vivo Kid can do.
Rico, I'm going to hit you with another
what's
one. Another combo with the Twisted Fate. Galio support.
Oh, yeah.
Very popular in SCA,
That's true.
very popular in the WRL. Would give Mayna the tools to contribute to those fights, would give him the tools to get out on the map early.
The pressure is on for Vivo Kid right now. Again, 1 game away. Elimination day, man. It is stressful out here. You could feel the stress between all the players. We got to see them as they're walking on earlier. They walked by our little hosting booth and, you know, we say hi and they're like, thank you, you know, a little nervous. But now, after taking that first loss, I'm sure you're starting to feel the tension boil up. Again, Odysseus, being a little funny as they're going backstage, but it's real now. This could be your final game here in Singapore, your final time at the Global Championship. Will they be able to bounce back? Let's find out as we start with game number 2. The draft is underway. Gragas and Lee Sin taken away by Vivo Kid. Rick's taken away the Karma.
You know what's interesting? You know, whenever I see a team that immediately bans a Gragas, removing one of the best disengaged champions, and as well a great 2v2 in lane, I could see a world where VK is going to go for an all-bruiser, all-in type of composition, which means that, you know, Clue can also pick again the Braum.
Yeah, I think the Braum is really effective in these types of games because he's such a good defensive support. Anytime you have a composition with something like a Varus in it, hypothetically, they would like to kite back, they would like to play on the back foot. Varus is very, very good at setting up for those fights, and you have the Braum to make sure nobody can reach him.
A lot of respect now for VK, right? Towards Ricks here. Removing randoms, amazing pick again on this Jace. Makes me wonder what the priority is going to be, because Yuumi is still basically open for the taking. When we talked about Mayna's team fighting, Yuumi is another way to access those.
Yeah. I love how this pick ban phase, and specifically this series, has gone away from a lot of the trends that we've seen earlier, though. Corki, most picked champion here. Lucian, most picked champion here. So you got a lot of options to let Wukong, a very highly picked champion. Riku.
Rakan's open. It makes me wonder if Rix picks this in the first red side, at least get a Ziggs Rakan. I feel like that could be possible. Just take that away from Mayna.
Would love to see the Rakan for Clue. The first pick, though, the Corki, that backline option for Vivo Kid. A little bit more aggressive, can keep pace with a dive. Will be able to play in the backline of these fights and deal damage.
And additionally, the Corki can be flexed either mid and bot, so not a lot of revelation.
He's doing yoga.
Yeah, flexing here and there. But surprisingly, they decide to go Kha'Zix instead, so that means Rick says we're confident enough. Fine, take the Rakan, because this is the... VK has to pick it now, or else it's going to get banned on the next bans.
I mean, Seven's really good on the buggy boy, so it's all about getting him a comfort pick, and he's got this space to operate it, because we're seeing that Singed yet again in the mid lane, a very safe defensive pick that enables your side lanes.
And there it is, the Rakan locked on in.
There he is.
Ooh, there he is.
It's almost like we were talking about it the whole time. Rick's letting that one through, making the decision. They want the buggy boy for 7. I like that one. And then Ziggs getting locked on in here.
Not a surprise right there. Of course, you want solid wave clear again. This is the WRL formula recipe where the Kha'Zix can move towards top side while the Ziggs is busy going bot lane. One thing I want to see though, Yasuo for VK.
Okay, Riku.
Yes.
Why do you want to see a Yasuo for VK?
Because that's exactly what VivoKey did and used back in Wild Tour with the Rakan setup for Katrina.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, especially when you already have the Rakan.
Yes.
I think on the opposite side, Ricks are filling out the flowchart, right? You've got the Varus that we wanted earlier. Ziggs fills that same role of being able to play safe in that bottom lane, get good clear. Now my question is, what does Clue have? What do you pick as a defensive option? I like the Galio. I would have liked the set. VivoKey didn't like the idea of there being a set in Clue's hands, so they banned it out.
Yeah.
Followed by the Galio. And now the pool is a little bit smaller, still looking at like Alistar as an option, that kind of engage that can roam because you have the Ziggs down bottom.
And this has felt like a pretty good draft here by VivoKid, by the fact that they've picked everything, that they've gotten mostly everything that they wanted and banned away a lot of the options that you said were what Rick's had.
Can I be smug for like 2 seconds?
Okay.
Oh, I love Smug J.
Galio, set, Alistar. Those are the champions you play alongside Ziggs. Ricks know it, I know it. Very well done.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where does Rix want to disengage to protect the Ziggs? But most likely, especially that Random and Seven had an amazing performance earlier, of course they want to supply that with engage.
I will say, Ricks, as we go into the final pick, lacking a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
I want to see some more teamfight damage in this composition, especially during the early game, because Singed and Ziggs are not going to come online for a while. Neither is Kha'Zix. Darius plugs that hole, is a team fighter during the early mid-game, can show up to the first dragon fight and do real hurt.
Rengar, y'all!
Yeah!
Rengar got locked in by VivoKid.
Okay, this is going to be super interesting, right? Because it feels like it operates quite similarly because, I don't know, damage, where is the damage? Of course, it's going to be a potential pick type of composition where you have a Hextech Ultimatum, then Thrill of the Hunt. Yes, a lot of squishies on the side. You got Ziggs, you got the Kha'Zix as well. But, my god, 3 tanky champions on the side of Rix. I feel like these assassins will have a hard time.
Yeah, VivoKid, I don't know how they win a team fight with this composition. They need a massive gold lead to get to the point where the Rengar, the Camille can one-shot people. So it's all about finding those isolated picks instead. Catching people out in the sidelines, getting a gold lead, getting to the late game where your Camille comes online.
All right, VivoKid trying to isolate the isolator in the Kha'Zix that Rix has. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. They'll need to if they want to stay here for one more game. Rafa and Omo are ready to bring it to you. Take it away.
We are Dagon. You can't see it, but we've got the fists up and ready to go. This is match point for Rix on the line here. For Rix, if they win this game, they not only keep their tournament lifelines alive, but they also send VivoKid home. And for all the banter between EU and Brazil leading up to this moment, it would be super sweet for Rix to close it out.
It really would. And with the draft that Rix have, pretty much run back of what they had last game, I think they're poised to do it.
But for VivoKid, you can't count them out.
Oh, yeah.
For Brazil, as we talked to many of their players before, don't sleep on us, don't sleep on this region.
Yeah.
And one of the things that the analyst desk was talking about, they brought up valid concerns that VivoKid's current composition does not bring that much consistent damage. It's not anything like a traditional backliner like, you know, the Ziggs that you're going to see. But one thing I do want to point out is with the itemization changes that we've seen, Divine Sunder being such a popular item, that is an item that alone allows bruisers become sustain, tanky DPS machines. Yeah. But as long as you get ahead on the gold lead, which that is going to be the key here for Vivo.
Yeah, well, the two things I want to raise about Vivo Keith's team composition is, yes, like our analyst Des said, it's a bit low on damage, but at least it's better than last game. At least the team fighting is much more simple this time around. What are we gonna do, right? Rakan, Camille, Ranga, what do all these champions do? Package and Cocky, Garen. We want to run into you, we want to kill your backline. Backline's only Doom, but they really want to kill him.
And when you think about the Wild Tour, when you think about what they excel at before, it's the late game team fights.
Yeah.
The 30, 40-minute bangers that you just see being played for almost an eternity. And for Rix, you know, I'm sure that they've played out long games before, but I don't think they've ever played against a Brazil long game before.
The ability to be explosive as well from the Brazilian teams. Let's see if that's something that they can pull off with a team comp that should, in theory, enable for it. Mena is coming for Rome.
I don't think it's going to result in anything. However, Odysseus.
He has Ignite. He could kill him here.
He thought about it, but Random has the barrier. Odysseus just maintaining the freeze, doesn't want to disrupt it, and forcing Random to recall.
I feel like Odysseus could have pressured that one a bit harder, but you gotta consider the context of the game as well. Elimination game, match point. You don't want to take any risk here.
People keep taking their game slow. One of the big things here and the changes in this game plan, as you already mentioned before, because they are not relying on something like the Twisted Fate, you're not as pressed to explode in the early mid-game. So it gives Vivo Kid a little bit more leisure, a little bit more lax state to see how they can just ease into the mid and late game.
Definitely, and Ranga though, even though he's also an ultimate reliant timing champion, he has a bit more flexibility with that because you can do the thing with Camille that we talked about. You get into the late game, Rakan, Ranga, Camille, just dive into the backline, right? So it's more flexible than a Twisted Fate. But still, you want to be making plays with your timings.
Oh, I think you called it before. Yeah, the hook shot doesn't land the flash, but you're just getting in range to set up first blood for Vivo Kid.
Absolutely nowhere to run for Snitch there. And the Hextech ultimatum, he gets taken down. 3 minutes on the clock as well. That means that basically every spell will be back up for the 4-minute timing play. And this is a good tempo for Vivo Kid. They're starting it off.
Immediately acting upon that level 5 power spike. And it all started with the lane state from Odysseus. He had an advantage in the lane against Random, set up the wave state, got the reset immediately, booked it to the mid lane, whereas Random was busy catching the top wave.
And that was the problem. They identified correctly. The Random was trying to freeze the wave. Just like that, they go for the all-in. They're going for another play.
Oh, Grand Entrance lands a knockup charm for the charm as well. And it's Grand Entrance in the full combo from Mena. Doesn't necessarily get anything out of Random outside the barrier.
He is pretty low, and they're waiting for Hookshot to come back up, I think. I don't know why Random is so brave right now.
It's all about sending a message, Omo.
Yeah, well.
He had the BM stance. He's doing a little stutter step. He's like, you gonna do anything else? You got
Look at this, Rafa. Look at the trade here.
Oh, God.
Nothing Slash can do. Nothing Lot can do. They're forced out.
It's a Super Mega Inferno Bomb from Doom that forcing Lord out alongside the pressure and the overwhelming amount of numbers from Rix. They're all inning on for the first brick on the bottom side of the map. 800 health, but not enough to take it out completely. Vivo Kid are able to defend for now.
Vivo Kid, hold on, but look at the health of the bot lane turret. 800 left here. Slash has been left alone the entire game, and you gotta consider what champion is he playing, Rafa. It's not a Varus, it's not a Singed, it's not something you leave alone. Cocky needs gold, Cocky needs items. He's not getting any of that.
He wants that Storm Razor badly. You know, it's not going to be a Hole Breaker Corki that is split pushing for eternity like we've seen the mid Corkis do. This is a Corki that is going to be doing some serious critical damage.
He's going to be diving in with the rest of them, I think. I feel like that's the goal here for Vivo Kid. Basically, all 5 members, get on your backline, dive in. That's basically the goal.
Yeah, I mean, Vivo Kid are basically avoiding one of the big weaknesses of trying to figure out how to team fight positionally.
Yeah.
If everyone's going forward, every man for himself. You just hit someone, go for a target, and the proactivity once again. Hextech ultimatum into thrill of the hunt. They lock down the bug and they squash him.
And Odysseus has been the man of the hour here for Vivo Kid. Has been making the plays happen. In 5 minutes, he's gotten 2 picks.
Oh, Mena looking for 2 with the quickness. Charms up 2 members of Rix here.
Nice for the
Blue
belt.
is forced out. Doesn't pop the ultimate. Good patience, knowing that he wasn't in critical danger.
Oh, but Rift resets. Because of this, Rix can go start the dragon. They get the pick, but they get nothing out of it. It's just going to be an objective trade. That pick basically meant nothing.
And look at Rix. They might be able to at least stop this or slow down the Rift Herald take because it's only one member from Lord that is slowly whittling it down. But now with the Dragon being publicly taken, and is going to announce to the rest of Vivo Key that they can finish off the Rift Herald without any problem.
And Katrina with the Howlbreaker as well, getting the bot lane turret. That's going to be gold in the pockets of Vivo Key. 21,000, they have 2,000 gold lead. They have the Rift Herald that's going to be so important against Ziggs. You want to break that mid lane turret, but Ziggs makes it so hard. Rift Herald lets you do it.
Yeah, huge change here for Vivo Key so far is that they're the ones leading with a massive gold lead, considering that in game 1, Vivo Key had the first 2 kills, but they were technically behind in gold because Ricks were doing such a good job of neutralizing every single play. Whereas Vivo Key, they're actually getting the snowball down.
Oh, this is great!
Random. He still has Flash and Barrier, Tactical Sweep. He's almost getting closer. Mena gets the barrier out, but he should have enough damage thanks to Slash on the flank. Reinforcements coming in, and you can hear the cheers from the Vivo Kid members in the stadium.
And with Doom dead as well, that should be the mid lane turret down. They can't get top lane as well.
Clue taking half of his HP as an assault. Still trying to maintain defense of the Baron turret at the moment, whereas the rest of Vivo Key are starting to split up their forces. Pivoting towards mid lane. 3 onto top side. That's a massive knockup from Clue. Can you follow up from 7? Yes, he can! The Giant Bug's got giant claws, and he's ready to slash through Mena.
But that's just the support. The good news for Ricks here is they don't lose any turrets, but they're falling behind in gold, they're falling behind in kills. Vivo Key just starting to pull further and further ahead, Rafa.
Ricks now have an opportunity. They have tempo to push in this mid wave. No one is answering. They might be able to get enough chip damage to set up for Dune to at least get it down to 50% HP. Won't be talking out the turret quite yet here, but Vivo Key have to be careful the next time they give Ricks an inch in the mid lane.
Yeah, you gotta consider the satchel charge power as well. They can easily just take that one down. On the flip side, Ricks' own mid lane turret with the Ziggs in the mid lane should be up for a while, right? It should be up for pretty long. But because of the Rift Herald, it's down to 290. It's very easy for Vivo Key themselves to just come in, knock that one down, and Ziggs loses so much space on the map.
And don't get me wrong, Omo. I was very impressed by Ricks in game 1, their dominant performance against Vivo Key. But I'm happy that Vivo Key are fighting back, because this means that we're in for a back-and-forth series potentially, and it is Vivo Key once again on the assault. They get a little bit of a punt out from Clue, not any major resources used though, so Ricks winning out on that trade.
Vivo Key don't lose anything in these plays, but they don't really gain as much as I think they could as well. Like we said, right, the context of this game, it's so important. You can't afford to lose it. You can't afford to throw it away. You have to be careful. But I feel like Vivo Key could be a bit more decisive, could be a bit more aggressive.
They're taking their time and they're being cautious about how they move.
Very cautious.
For them, thankfully, if you are a fan of the Brazil region, you have now amounted 3,000, 4,000 gold ahead of Ricks. But if you're on the side of Europe, if you're hoping, if you have any concerns about Ricks, it's not an insurmountable lead. They're still in this game.
They definitely are still in this game, and this top lane turret, Vivo Key, the eyes are set on it.
Oh god, Mena is far from home. Grand entrance, battle dance. Oh, he might, no, not enough. The Ignite took him down. Turret has been traded for his life. Can Vivo Key ensure that no one else goes down to make sure that sacrifice does not go down in vain? They have the mobility to do so.
Well, Mena was traded there for 1 turret. There's not going to be anything that Ricks can take out of this. Actually, I say that, but they could go for mid-turret, and that would put them in a great position for the Rift Herald. Look at Clue.
Yeah, Clue is in great position to at least stop some of the rotations over from Odysseus. It is close, and they get it down, but Hextech Ultimatum as an answer onto Random, but great response from Clue. Punts Odysseus away. No more pick available onto Ricks.
And Ricks are holding on. They're stabilizing the game state right now. They're losing a little bit on the map, but they're managing to trade back. They're not losing as much as I feel they should. Like I said, Vivo Key have not been pressing the advantage as much as I think they could. They're gonna get the Rift Herald here, but what can they get out of this? They need to be decisive. This is your chance to break the game open, Vivo Key. You need to grasp it.
Get a quick vibe and item check across the board for both teams at 10.5 minutes.
We're chilling.
Divine Sunders and Black Cleavers being completed across the board here for Vivo Key, which is what we were alluding to. This is not the old assassin full lethality build Rengar that is looking to one-shot squishies in the backline, because frankly, there's There's only one squishy. you have to be dealing with a bunch of bruisers in the Singe, in the Alistar, in the Darius, and so that Divine Sunderer, both for him and Camille, is going to give him a lot of sustain power. Snitch, woo, that was close.
They miss. I mean, Vivo Keed, it just feels like they're uncertain if they want to commit or not. You just use the battle, you use the Rakan ultimate there. You get the kill 100%.
Oh, maybe they'll go for round 2. They already got the flash out of Snitch, and this time they can guarantee it, but Stasis from Doom. It's going to give him a little bit of relief. Mena! Que forza de un knockout from this Rakan! They get a massive blow to Rix, and suddenly Europe is on the back foot. This is the Potencia de Brazil at its finest.
That team fight was so close, but the MVP there, Mena, for sure, had everyone in Rix funneled into the choke point, and that just let him set up the massivest Rakan combo I've seen today.
This is what Vivo Keed are known for in the Wild Tour. Finding those team fights in the choke points where they all commit as one. No fear, no hesitation. Let's take a look at it again.
This team fight started off with Odysseus going in, trying to lock down the Ziggs. Jonia shuts that down, but because you're stasis, you can't run away. Mena comes in, RW locks your entire team up. How do you do anything in that situation? Thankfully, Doom was live, but the fight continues.
And we're back at it again. Mena finding another knockup thanks to the efforts of Lord locking up Clue. Another straggler caught up on the Snitch. Protobot away, but Mena's now on the hunt. Grand entrance into the quickness once again. Vivo Keed are rampaging on forward.
Vivo Keed pull ahead to a 4,000 gold lead here. Feel like they should have a bit more, but that's pretty good, Rafa.
For Rix, that means they're still within striking distance, but right now, the way that Vivo Keed are playing this game, you have to play with caution because this 5-man squad, when they're running together, when they have the numbers advantage, it is so hard for Rix to fight back. However, Random has something to say about it, though! The dunk onto Slash, and getting the flash out of Katrina shows that Random still got fight within him.
Random is refusing to lose right now. Slash shouldn't have gone in. He didn't need to. But look at this, the play continues.
Oh Lord is just trying to do his blue buff, but now Rix has something to say about all the plays that are being made by Brazil's second seed. But he gets out, flash over the wall. Mena has the quickness, charms him up, and it looks like Vivo Keed's jungler gets out with the skin of his teeth.
Flash committed, but that's also flash committed from Clue, and you could argue Alistair Flash is more important than Rengar's. Good trade for Vivo.
All right, yeah, the action is finally settled down here. Don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of the action. It's been, but we need to catch our breath. This is a little too wild for us.
Let's try to figure out what's going on with the games here, right? It feels like Vivo Keed are winning pretty hard. They've won like every fight, but Rix is still in this, 100%. It's still a close game.
Exactly. That's why there's still hope for Europe right now.
Yeah.
And this gold being stricken down from the outer turret means that there's still local gold that they can catch back up on easily.
Vivo want to cut them off here.
Oh, this would be great. You can either force them into a bad fight or you can take the outer mid turret for free. They cut off the retreat path, but it doesn't look like the execution is there.
Yeah, it's a good call, but you don't want to start the fight on Alistair.
Lord, he gets put it back forth. He doesn't have flash from before. A great flip from Snitch, and that is the punish from Rix. And now the resets are coming in. They've got the movement speed. Can they run them down? Vivo Keed on the run here, and Odysseus thought about a little bit of a flank, but he was like, that's one too many people. I don't want to go in on that one.
I'm just heartbroken. Random didn't get to pop off right there. It's a bit sad when you see the Darius reset amount to nothing, but still fantastic engage coming in. Clue, Protobelt, headbutt, backwards, nowhere for you to go.
14.5 minutes into the game now, Omo. Dragons, one apiece for both Vivo Keed and Rix. And as we stated before, Vivo Keed has been making great strides forward in these team fights, but Rix is holding on.
They truly are. And you talked about this, Rafa. You said Vivo Keed's late game potential could be the thing that wins them this game. Could be the thing that keeps them alive in this series, in the tournament. But Rix, they're looking good here. Keep in mind, they lost to T1 in the late game. But that's the WCK late game, right? You can't really blame them. Maybe their late game is good too. Maybe we get to see it this game.
One doesn't simply take on a Korean team in the late game, Omo.
Exactly. You can't beat a WRL team in the early game. You can't beat a WCK team in the late.
Now, Vivo Keed, the later the game goes on, theoretically they are favored. Slash right now with this package has a way to...
hunting.
as a way to make sure that Rix don't enter into this pit. However, Elder Dragon is not coming up for some time here. Oh, but they find the pick package right on to Doom. And without the explosive master himself, that's a significant portion of damage that is gone.
I think you start Baron here. Rengar does a lot of damage to that. You have to crit 80s carry, but they're not gonna commit to anything, I guess.
Baron's a little too scary.
It's a little tricky, I get it. You don't want to risk throwing the game away.
And then flipping 50-50 when the jungler's still up. Oh, why don't just go for another pick here? Random is separated. The knockup from Mana connects. He doesn't get the decimate swing. He's gone. Rix are now down 2-3 people. And with 15 seconds on the Elder Dragon, this could be VivoKey's window.
This is huge here. VivoKey with the Elder Inferno at that. They're likely going to be able to snowball their lead. The fight continues.
Oh my god, they have done it again. Volme once, shame on you. Volme twice, shame on me. But Volme 3 times. And Rix lose out on their jungler. And no way to contest the Elder now.
That's exactly the point, Rafa. VivoKey fold them over and over and over again. How many times can you fall for that? I want to say Vivo are doing an amazing job at setting up the traps, at setting up the baits, but Rix, frankly, are doing an amazing job at falling for it.
Classic debate maneuver finally plays into the hands of VivoKey, the second seed of Brazil. Man. And now with the advantage, the death timers, they are snowballing it into Baron because they know even if they want to pull off it, they have the Elder Dragon, they have the damage. You gotta be careful about Doom, Mega Inferno Bomb, but it's only hasn't inflicted that much. You have Katrina on the backside just doing as much as they can, and now they turn off to the Baron. They turn for the fight. Rix showing everything they can to fight back, to hold on to this game, but frankly, it is VivoKey all day. Viva Brazil! They are here to stay, and they are here to bring us to a game 3.
They're gonna bring us to a match point here, Rafa, and what a performance from VivoKey. They played it patiently, they played it slow, they danced the objective. A very controlled win here for Vivo.
A performance muito bem from VivoKey, the second seed of Brazil, showing their potencia, su forza. This is VivoKey at their best, and they are here to go the distance.
10,000 gold lead at the end of that one. It was a little bit slow, but it was very controlled, and VivoKey, they had the lead the entire game. With that, they're bringing us to a game 3.
What a banger comp, dude. Just
it's sick, huh?
Like, the Twisted Fate, I didn't get much mileage out of it, and Katrina said, man, screw this. Give me the Garen, man. Let me just run in there. Let me be a big meat shield. Let me have 10,000 HP. Let me have all these resistances. And let me just happen to do a bunch of true damage on top of it as well.
You know what's better than the go-kart? The Moss Injustice.
Yeah.
10 times better, I tell you.
You know what's better than the sun?
What?
Killing them. Who needs to stun them? That death is the best CC here.
Exactly. That's the philosophy we should be going by, and that's the philosophy that VivoKey's team comp went by as well. Just kill them.
Yeah, who needs to stun when you can just kill them over again? But you know who is truly stunning, Omo? Our lovely analysts on the analyst desk, Dagon, Riku, and TJ. Break us down that game and tell us what's going to happen in this match point.
All right. Well, we'll do our best. Again, VivoKey coming back here because we said, hey, VivoKey are going to have trouble finding fights because they're not going to be able to team fight as well. But that's not what happened, TJ.
Well, it is what happened. They did have a composition that couldn't team fight. The problem is, Rix never forced a team fight. Even in what should have been a 5v5, they kept walking in 1 by 1 or 2 by 2 into the danger zone, letting VivoKey deploy their composition with massive single target damage in areas where Rix should have been able to back each other up. It was a failure of team communication and coordination in team fights in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, that was the worry, right? When we looked at the draft, it's like, where's the damage? A little bit worrisome. There was the Corki, but the single target from, again, Hextech Ultimatum into Thrills the Hunt.
And I also want to highlight part of this, the Garen, as you've just seen on screen. Like a quiet assassin here. If your entire team composition is built around blowing up a single target, and you can wheel in the Garen to the fight, and you have the knockups, the Hextech Ultimatum to, like, slow them down, then the Garen wheels in on the go-kart, deploys the big ultimate, and the Demacia Injustice drops somebody down from 30% of their HP to not every single time. Easy kill guarantee.
I agree with you, TJ. The fact that Garen, you're welcome. The fact that Garen has been a timeless pick where if you see assassins, if you see assassins on the other side, then that Garen is the best pick, one of the best picks rather, because you're tanky, you deter any burst damage in the early game to mid game, and the fact that you have a silence. So if the Kha'Zix jumps in like rah, and then you just silence, hit them with a sword.
How's the Kha'Zix jump in?
Ah!
Yep.
That's true. And I think a big part of this, like I talked about the Rix failure in team fights. Here it is. Here's an example of a team fight where Rix just managed to get like separated and picked apart 1 by 1 and 2 by 2. The other thing is, after this, after Vivo Kid are in the game with a ton of assassination potential and it has been demonstrated, you see them repeatedly walk into those side lanes 1 by 1 and be vulnerable to it. I don't care if your wave's there, lose 20 CS so that you don't die.
Yeah, and here's one of those cases right here on the top side of the map. Yeah. Thinking, oh, it's safe to go ahead. The wave is kind of on our side of the map, but yeah, no vision. They consistently were walking into this assassination squad. And it was after we saw Rix kind of stabilize a little bit and start grouping up again. And there was a skirmish before this specific clip where it was like, oh, you know what, Rix do have firepower to win a fight if they're clumped up together.
Because Rix normally are a team that is so well coordinated, knows how to communicate in team fights, the only thing that makes sense to me is Rix didn't know what the Vivo Kid composition was going to do. That they hadn't had the conversation where they said, this is a pick comp, we can't be caught alone. This is a composition where we need to team fight it. And if they didn't have that conversation, if they didn't identify that as the key to victory, then the result makes sense. Otherwise, there's some team communication problems or some execution problems that need to be sorted out going into game 3.
And for me, in contrast to that, Vivo Kid did an amazing job identifying, like, after getting kills, they know what to do next. They know what to do to further their lead even more. And the fact that they're able to get, objectives, especially the Rift Herald, to open the map, that means if you open the map, you own Rix's jungle, and that's the time you can keep rinse and repeating this thrill of the hunt into Hextech Ultimatum, bam, kill people.
Right, the assassinations that were happening over and over again. Nice one. One, two, three. Bam! Nice. Good job. All right, we take a look at these damage chart numbers, and Odysseus at the top side of the map for Vivo Kid on the Camille, getting it done there, as well as that Corki that was just dishing out damage. But as you said, it was very much the knockup from the Rakan, Mena getting the Rakan, great draft that ended up working out here, and then the nice wrinkle with the thrill of the hunt from the Rengar. I'd imagine that Rix is not going to give all these things back to Vivo Kid.
I mean, it's the flip side, right? Vivo Kid did know exactly what their composition did. They clearly had the conversation. They said, if we team fight, focus individual targets, everyone be on the same page, everyone sync it up. So, to me, that's not even so much a statement about this individual draft. Yes, Vivo Kid executed this draft very well, but if you can execute a draft like that well, then it's clear that the systems are in place to talk about what your team does well, to coordinate executing on that. So, they need to repeat that process. And as long as they can build another composition that has that same singular theme, that same goal, and is executed as well, they'll win.
You know, one thing that we didn't quite get to because we had to hop into the series right away was our predictions for this one, y'all. So I kind of wanted to get your thoughts. Yes, it's 1-1, so games have already played on out, but who did you have? And Riku, let's start with you.
Okay, so I voted for Vivo Kid for winning this series. I don't know. When I watched their Wild Tour performance, I really loved, aside from their personality, the way that they execute team fights. Again, I'm looking at Mena. I keep mentioning his name. Again, best support from Brazil. And he gets to get the Rakan again. And I feel like if he gets the Rakan once more in the third game, they're going to take it home.
Yeah, DJ. I also said Vivo Kid. And for the same reason, I think that Vivo Kid are very aggressive, very good in team fights. Rix GG's weaknesses are specifically there. As we saw in that game, they can fall apart in the team fights. They can fall apart if they don't have that very idealized and communicated goal on their team. Particularly in the macro there, they looked a little weak. They kept walking into side lanes. Stuff like that, EU teams make those mistakes. And it doesn't especially matter whether Vivo Kid make those mistakes because they're in position to punish them.
Yo, you're just wrong. There's only 3 players that have had pentakills. One of them is not on Vivo Kid. It's on Rix.
Well, you didn't know that when the series started.
That's true. And that's why I said now that it's 1-1, who you got?
That now.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sticking with it. Rick's taking the win. We'll find out now as we send it on over to our casters. It's do or die time. Vivo Kid and Rix. Who's going home? Let's find out. Rafa and Oma, take us there.
Bam.
Bam! We're taking you there. We're taking you all the way to game 3. No stops on this train here, Omo.
Yeah, no stops on the Vivo Key train as well, Rafa. Once they got a lead last game, it was pedal to the metal.
Are you saying that's your prediction for Vivo Key?
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Rafa, I put my money where my mouth is. Before the entire
can you do
plan
that literally?
started.
I think I got
Well,
some.
I have no money, so that's going to be the difficulty.
Oh, you don't want to say that.
I don't want to advertise that one, right?
We came in here swagging with Rick. We can't be saying, oh yeah, we're actually broke. No, that's not a Pog vibe. That's very anti-Pog.
Very anti-Pog has been my vibe the entire tournament, but the only thing that I had that has been pogging out has been my predictions, Rafa. And I did predict Vivo Key to come out on top of this group as the 3rd seed over Rix. Let's see if that plays out.
And Rix, for Europe, the hope is that they took some time in the break room with their coach, Mozilla, on stage with them, saying, hey guys, calm down. Don't fall into the Vivo rampant train, which, you know, frankly happened a few too many times where Vivo Keyed, they were all in on just the dive squad.
To dive.
Yeah. And for Rix, they didn't have ways to adequately space out those engages to buy the room necessary so that Doom can thrive in the backline. Dagon had a miraculous point that the fact that Doom is one of these star carries for this squad.
Yeah.
If you don't give him room to breathe, he can't carry.
And I do feel like the cocky pick wasn't quite it for Rix as well. I feel like Doom looks his best on one of those utility carries where he can start fights, where he can do damage, where he can poke. Cocky doesn't seem to really fit that.
Yeah, neither was the Ziggs. Because the Ziggs, we have seen Ziggs pop off and do insane amounts of damage from long range.
He can't start the fight though.
But exactly, he can't start the fight. And the big thing too is that when Vivo Keyed is committed to just advancing forward, you have some anti-dive tools, but you can't stop them all. I mean, you stop one in the Rengar, you still got to deal with the Garen, a Camille, and a Rakan, and already the number's overwhelming.
We saw that exact situation played out. He Zhonya'd the Camille engage, and then Rakan just tied him up.
Boom. How can you stop one too many engages? You need a more supportive cast from the rest of Rix as we take to the stage. Game 3, it is match point here for Europe's number 2 seed and Brazil's number 2 seed.
Right off the get-go, Rix are gonna ban away the Ziggs. They're not gonna want to pick that one for themselves. Doom, I think he likely wants to go back to something like the Varus, something like the Lux. I don't think the Lux will be left up though, so Varus duty it might be again.
He did look pretty good on that Archer.
He looked great. He got a pentakill, Rafa.
Some Legolas vibes right there. Pretty radical.
It's that scene when Legolas and Gimli were comparing how many kills you could get. They could get
are we comparing Snitch to Gimli at this point?
Well, Doom just got 5 kills, right? So it's not super impressive.
Hey, well, you have to take the context, right? The pentakill is the most amazing thing here. And for Rix, the respect Rengar ban has drawn the table.
I feel like this says 2 things. They're afraid of the Rengar 100%. The Rengar makes it too easy for Vivo Key to play out the comp the way they want to. And I feel like it's also 7 issuing a challenge here. That's exactly what I predicted, right? Because 7 is issuing a challenge. He's saying, don't play the Rengar. Let's play some traditional jungle matchups. Let's do Kha'Zix Lee Sin. Something along those lines here. Vivo Key say, nah, we're good. Let's get rid of Lee Sin.
They saw what 7 could do with the Lee Sin, and they don't want to deal with it. Also, their ability to use the Lee Sin to snowball the early game, it's a little too fast for Vivo Key's comfort. They want to play towards the mid game where everyone is on that first item.
So do Vivo Key just snatch away the Kha'Zix right now? They made it a difficult situation in draw for Rix where they had to choose between the Jace or the Kha'Zix. They chose the Jace. This could very well be cocky Kha'Zix. Maybe.
Other options could be maybe the Sin.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's the Rakan from Maina. I mean, if you go back to their lower bracket finals against Liberty Esports, it was that Game 5 Rakan performance from Maina, finding that miraculous, heroic flank that sent them into the grand finals against Leviathan, or not Leviathan, Omega Esports in the grand finals of the Wild Tour. And for Rix, they already know the power of this Rakan. When Maina is on his game, there is no engage that he cannot find.
And
Nana has been amazing last game on the Rakan as well. Makes perfect sense that they want to grab it for him here again. Rix, they don't want the Kazakhs this time. It's gonna be Wukong for 7. They want to fight fire with fire. You guys like to engage? You guys like to dive in? We can do that too, and we have a Cyclone for disengage as well.
I think that's the most underrated power of Wukong. So many people always associate with the Cyclone being, okay, yeah, we're going forward, we're diving, but it's the anti-dive, the disengage potential. If you have multiple people that are trying to jump in on you, you can put a stop to that.
Exactly, and jumping in on you, that's the keyword here, right? Wukong cancels jumps. And you look at Vivo Keith's team comp, that's 2 champions that want to jump around already.
Taking away the Camille from Otaseus as well. It was 2 games in a row, even the first game, but I like this from Vivo Keith. They had the opportunity to snipe away the Jace, and even though Snitch lost the second game, playing it both game 1 and game 2 with great success, that is a power pick that needed to be taken.
So now the question is, what does Snitch play in the mid lane here? Previously, we saw him pull out an Echo. It might be an Echo game here because it's a dive comp, but I don't feel like it's the best spot as well. Vera's getting banned away by Vivo Keith right now. What does that lead Doom to play? Ziggs is gone, Senna is gone, Vera's is gone. This is Ashe time.
I imagine with the current champions listed out, this is probably going to be Jace in the mid lane for Snitch, Camille towards Random. Now, I don't think I've ever seen a Wukong mid before. I definitely haven't seen a Camille mid before, you know, but
yeah, that makes sense. I didn't catch that one. Good catch, Rafa. It's going to be a Jace mid, Camille top, Wukong jungle. Your solo lanes, your top side is completely shown right now. What is your Dragon lane pick up then? I feel like that might be an issue. It really seems to me like Ashe is just the go-to pick right now. And Renekton, that's what Audace was talking about as well. Fantastic to these champions that want to dive into you. Great lane into the Camille as well. You really just shred her once you complete the Blade of the Rune King.
Support options are plenty this time around, though. Gragas, Set, some of the prime picks, even a Galio could be used to pair alongside some of the dive.
Braum is not bad here for Rings. If they want to run that back, Braum is not a bad pick here. You can go for Freljord, bot lane, Ashe Braum. It's not bad at all. But it's going to be Veiga here for Doom.
And when you talk about anti-dive, if you have a bunch of melees that are trying to dive into you that have limited range accessibility, Veigar is a great champion that can punish that if piloted correctly.
You see that Ricks have clearly prepared their pocket picks for this series. You ban away Alvarez, you ban away Lux, Veiga, Nami for Doom and Clue. Okay, that's a combo.
Pairing the cage into the tidal wave, you are putting an absolute stop to whatever gas that Vivo Keith wants to slam on in trying to accelerate the pace of these fights. Everyone's still trying to jump in onto the backline. Vivo Keith, despite seeing the Vanguard, despite seeing the Nami, they're not deterred. They slam the Kazakhs for Lord. This is still, once again, a composition with one thing in mind, Omo. It is to go forward.
Only going forward, but Ricks have adapted now. Their team comp is great at shutting down these engages. It's great at shutting down these dives. If they get out of the early game, if Doom and Clue survive lane, which they should, they're against a Cocky, they're going to be great in the mid game.
One other thing that I want to reiterate for both of these teams, this is elimination match. Point on the line. For both of these teams, the second seeds of the respective regions, Ricks for Europe, Vivo Keith for Brazil, their region's pride on the line. They want to join their fellow seeds in Game Lord and Liberty respectively for a chance to make it out of the play-in stage to advance to the group stage. Let's kick it off for Game 3 between these two.
It's do or die here for both Ricks and Vivo Keith. The drafts look amazing. I'm hyped for this one. One little note here. The Camille and the Wukong have swapped places. It's gonna be the Wukong Baron lane into the Renekton. I think that one is a slightly better matchup. And Camille jungle against Kazakhs. I'm a bit concerned about that one, Rafa. If you don't get the plays going, if you don't get a snowball rolling, he's gonna outfarm you.
This Camille is a jungle pick that used to be at the top of the jungle
#1
food kingdom.
The queen.
Yeah, used to be the queen. But then Riot was like, no. We can't have her reign supreme in both Baron lane and the jungle. We gotta pick. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, look how slow she's clearing. This is the sad reality of Camille right now. You're very reliant on snowballing. You're very reliant on getting gold, getting items. You want Triforce, you want Divine Sundra, whichever it may be. You want items, you need money. You can't get that through farming. You farm so slow, so what's it gonna be? You have to get ganks.
The thing that's admirable for players that still play Camille jungle to this day, you know it's because that it was a pick that they put so much time into. It's something that they have made a lot of their career most defining plays on. I imagine for Seven, he probably grew up grinding the solo queue ladder, playing a ton of Camille when the game first was released in the EMEA region there. I know we have a couple of NA junglers, Tybe over for Sentinels currently, who was a Camille Wukong.
He's going to be playing the next game.
And in the next series, don't remind me. I'm trying to get through this series first before we get through another heart pounder between Sentinels and Guangdong Freaks later, which means, guys, if you're watching at home and you're waiting for this series to end, you got to hold on, because between both of these, we have 2 dynamite matches still waiting to play out.
Dynamite indeed. I want to touch on that Camille a little bit more. I love it when it's picked. Also for another reason, you're issuing a challenge when you pick Camille jungle. You're saying, I'm going to snowball the game, I'm going to carry the game, I'm going to make the plays. Can you withstand that? And so far, it's been a very slow start. It's just the first clears, but you already see how much faster Kha'Zix is farming. 1 buff ahead of the Camille.
On a champion that's been nerfed specifically for the jungle as well. And you've lost down on the attack speed that you used to have whenever you hookshot towards giant jungle monsters. If you can still get through the jungle without being snowballed on, being invaded, or really being neutralized, then you're doing a job. And Kha'Zix is one of those jungle matchups that you can't specifically play this Camille into, because unless the Kha'Zix is being super hyper aggressive in the early game, he wants to farm just as much as you was on the Camille.
But once you stumble upon the Kha'Zix in the river, he's always going to win that 1v1, and he's also going to farm faster than you. Full clear completed for the Kha'Zix, full clear completed for Lord, and that's 1 cam behind for 7. I know I'm being a jungle clear nerd right now, but that's just the reality of the Camille matchup.
I got you.
You're a jungler.
Yeah.
You're pretty cracked. I've seen your Lisa.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you. The games earlier were not as polished, you know, but you know, it was a ping gap.
It was. It truly was.
The Wi-Fi was not going our way.
Look, Rafa, I can tell you that if you were playing jungle for Rix right now, instead of 7, Vivoki would also ban your Lisa. 100%.
Thank you. Wow, that's high praise. Going into this game, 3 minutes ahead, it has been a quiet start, and I think the lack of proactivity from both teams also spells out how I don't want to say desperate necessarily, but
the stakes are high.
Exactly. The pressure is on for both of these teams.
Pressure is on indeed, and this is how champions are made. I know we're not fighting for the championship just yet, but how you deal with pressure, how you perform under pressure when the stakes are as high as they're gonna be, is how you tell the true caliber of the team, the true caliber of the players. What's the saying? I'm gonna make a quote again, and Digon's gonna make fun of me again, but it's something like the brightest diamonds are forged in the highest pressures? Something like that?
Yeah. Diamonds are forged under pressure.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, let's see who the diamond's gonna be this game.
Vivoki and Rick still taking it slow. We've reached 4 minutes into the game, which means turret resistances have fallen at this point.
Yeah.
So if either team wanted to make a play now, what's up?
Howlbreaker Dragon Lane cocky. Why? But why?
I guess Slash is on split push duty this game. He's made. I mean, look where Meta is. He's like, all right, Slash.
They saw him go into push, didn't they? I feel like Random knows about this.
He's got to know, right? And you have
he's
7.
got backup.
Yeah, look. 7 is baiting for it.
He's baiting.
Vivoki thinks they have the jump on him, but it is 7 that is here to make sure that Random is A-okay, not burning anything.
Yeah, but he's gonna have to get the reset off. Clue 7, they are here as well. That does mean that resets are gonna be pretty late, but for both of these teams, so not too bad for either side right now. I feel like Snitch with the Howlbreaker is gonna have a good time against Katrina in the side lanes. And that means it's gonna be a 4v4. But Hockey is a Howlbreaker.
Yeah, but what if it's not Katrina in the side lane? Oh, okay. Right now it is Katrina that's matching up, but maybe you send Slash eventually into the side lanes. He's got to be here for this Rift Arrow because he's got package. But it is the engagement from 7. Random following up with a Cyclone. A flash forward from Odysseus trying to turn around the tides of battle. And it looks like Lord is able to get out safely. The package for the second win. Slash is in one that's on the run because Rix overwhelmed them with damage, and first blood goes to Rix.
Lot gets caught, and Odysseus pays the price. That's gonna be the Rift Herald going over to the side of Rix, and this time around, Vivo Key cannot trade objectives. Vivo Key cannot go for the dragon because Lot is stuck here. He has to defend the top lane turret, and now that is Rix pulling ahead here.
And they still have the numbers advantage on this Rift Herald, so they can't even poise over it. 7. I mean, he had Smite. He was taking his time with it. Vivo Key were looking to see if they could actually push them off of it. But I imagine that there is potentially an opportunity for Vivo Key to go claim mid priority. But Rix had them in their back pockets, had controlled them, willing them over to the Rift Herald, and Vivo Key get nothing out of it. Rix so far, 1 up.
1 up here for Rix. They're going to be happy with that one. The gold lead is still slightly in favor of Vivo Key, and that comes down to Lot having a farm lead right now. But the Rift Herald is available. 7 has that. If he makes a play with the Hextech ultimatum, if he backs up Random in the side lane, if he backs up Snitch in the side lane, they get a kill. The Rift Herald could pay off huge dividends here, Rafa.
Huge note here for Vivo Key. They don't have the package anymore. They used it in the first fight, and it went the way of Rix. That does mean that Rix are going to be slightly more comfortable looking for this dragon.
Oh yeah, they're gonna get it. Look at where Mena is. He's trying to find a play together with Odysseus here onto Random. But then you look at the map. Where's Lord? You only have 2 members here. You're trying to force a play. It just seems like Vivo Key are trying to... I have no idea what they're trying to do.
Almost just gonna be quite brutal and honest here. It's like trying to understand the madness and the chaos behind Vivo Key methods here.
Okay,
they're setting up a slow push wave at the moment. You already have rotations coming in though from Doom and
He's full HP as Barrier and Cyclone. It's just way too late. Oh man, yeah, well.
Okay, maybe they found Rix though, and Mana's gonna all in for the knockup. Not quite using the quickness though. Still, as you said, full HP. I might be getting a little excited thinking that action is gonna happen and almost just shaking the head going.
Well, to be fair, Random has been using his clone very, very well here. Tornado is...
Okay, quickness. Clone isn't available quite yet. Cyclone deters the fight here, and it looks like...
Так, я тут, ребят. Но я все матчи смотрел. Просто я не мог у компьютера быть. Меня отвлекли. Если что, я не спал. Первую игру там выкинули сами. А эти... ВК вторую игру они очень хорошо отыграли, Риксы плохо были. Сейчас у нас 2-1 в пользу... Кстати, все игры сливает топпер Риксов. Он очень плохо играет, рандом. Ой, какой хороший бабл. 3-1 в пользу Риксов.
Man, what a series of events there. Vivo Key posturing for the dive for close to 2 minutes. And at the end of the day, Rick's answer. They have more than enough time to answer, right?
Джейс уже 6600 денег. Хороший герой, правда, не смогут они запушить. Тавер. Да. Я не знаю, у них есть в этой игре очень большой шанс. Если Риксы это выкинут, это все, это просто жесть. У них сейчас типа Камила, Джейс, они очень стронг. Еще и Вейгар, который скелится. Вейгар телепорт, да, купил? Нет, да не, я не мог, там был звонок мне, я нажал, микрофон выключил и ушел. Просто, разные моменты же бывают, там, семейные какие-то еще, поэтому здесь ничего такого. Я всегда здесь, я вернусь. На корке у меня есть гайд, а новые руны какие? Ты именно имеешь в виду? Из новых рун ему ничего не надо, абсолютно. Актуально то, что я давал в гайде. На корке. Здесь на самом деле очень сильный драфт у Риксов. Очень много энгейджа, очень много дизэнгейджа. Есть полк, урон. Вейт есть. За счет Камилы и Вейгара. Джейс не особо сильный в эти. Здесь, кстати, неплохо Синджит играет. Дефа и Тавер, посмотрите. А надо уходить. А что вы делаете, Риксы? Почему вы стоите в... Боже. Ох, Синджит идеально сыграл. Синджит идеально сыграл, но я не понимаю этого бреда. Риксы стоят, там один крип, они просто стоят в этой, за Синджитом бегают. В этом, в яде его, короче. Очень плохо Риксы сыграли. Там, кстати, хорошая Жоня была от корки, от Камилы ульты. Неплохой ульт от Нами, только, правда, по Дум попадает, там остальные доджит, Рейкан дает весь проказ, хороший бабл от Нами по двоим, Рейкан выживает, пытаются давить. ВК у нас. Финальный дракон скоро появляется, через 45 секунд. Я знаю, что они хотели тавр снесли, это невозможно сделать, потому что Синджит, там оставалось 2 крипа, и Синджит дал туда яд. И у тавра было 800 хп. Это невозможно. Просто невозможно. Очевидно же. Это, кстати, очень сильно... Вообще так на турнире нельзя играть, кстати. Очевидные вещи. Что-то у Джейса пока что вроде бы голды много, но не участвует он особо в файтах. Отлично. Будет ли продолжение? Джейс. А почему Джейс... у Джейса кнопок не было, он все в крипов отдал. Он очень долго шел. Да, дракона красного должны забирать. Там клетка хорошо зонит. Риксы должны забирать. Вуконг хорошо влетает. Да, Камила забирает дракона для риксов. Игорь хороший дает ульт. Шотает Казикса. А на развороте, так как... Да, отлично, отлично, Джейс. Риксы тащат. 3-0 пока, плюс объект. Вуконг хорошо влетел, и Вейгар все-таки... Я не знаю, вот после бафа Вейгара клетки, я просто в шоке. Я когда играю в Соваку, я попадаю, когда в клетку в стан, 2,5 секунды, это просто невыносимо. То есть он просто поставил клетку, которая сама по себе очень долго стоит. И посмотрите. Вот сколько он времени выиграл. Он еще и Вуконг потом вылетел. Вейгар слишком неприятный. И мало того, что сильный герой, но клетка у него, наверное, это самый сильный скилл в компетитив. Я не знаю, что может быть сильней. Один из самых сильнейших скиллов у Вейгара — это клетка вот эта вот вообще в компетитив и в игре. Она слишком имбовая. Я вообще не знаю, зачем надо было поднимать до 2,5 секунды стан, если ты заходишь в клетку. Ну, касаешься. Риксы сейчас в преимуществе 5000 по голде, здесь Синджит пытается играть. Ну, они забирают здесь Вуконга, по-любому. Зря, кстати, Вуконг Жоню прожал, вот этого нет смысла. Нами отдавал ульт, пыталась спасти, там чуть не достал Вейгар. Урона нету справа у команды. Вот смотрю, да, на их сборки. То есть у них нет лейтгейма, Если выиграют, то сейчас. А риксы сейчас, у них мало того, что чем дольше играть, тем они сильнее. По сути, это вообще в плюс сейчас выходят риксы. Им вообще спешить некуда. Они могут даже сейчас проигрывать игру, но в лейтгейме они вытащат. Вейгар всех убьет. Там еще Камила на подходе. Очень много дэмэджа будет. И проблема в том, что Вейгар через минуты 4, если затянется игра, вот у него еще один слот остался. Это где-то минуты 3 пусть будет. И он шотает любого соперника. Арбу сейчас соберет он взял почему... Да, пробить, а он будет сферу бесконечности, по-русски, по-моему, называется, магические криты, которые он шотит любого. Это уже будет огромно. Здесь Камила выходит на сайт, будет она играть по Реннингтону. Реннингтон 0-3, нужно убивать его, да, Реннингтон выбивает флеш Реннингтон. Там, посмотрите, там на Шора начали форсить. Это плохая идея. Риксы должны тащить. В любом случае. Эту катку они выиграли. Да, хороший файт здесь был. У Джиса уже много дэмэджа. Реннингтон умирает. Прожимает Джонни уже перед смертью, да. Не-не-не, Риксы выиграли. 2-1, красавцы. Дэмэджа не хватает совсем справа у команды. Вообще нету дэмэджа. Есть контроль всякий, но дэмэджа мало.
7,000 HP. Vivoki, no smite available. Mayna doesn't have enough burst damage. This isn't Helios's Recon. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, Dune is gone. 1,700 HP. He took 1 HP. Oh my god! That one could have been so bad for Rix. The smite comes in a little early, but it is secured by Blue. But Vivoki, this is a teleport from Lord. He's coming for revenge. He's looking to pick off stragglers. And you gotta be leading the charge with Katrina. But a beautiful tide away.
Действительно, на все бабки играют. Да не, ГГ, ребят. Красавцы, Риксы. Блин, я не знаю, Камила, если делать аналитику по турниру, чемпион самый сильный на турнирах, который делал там 2 квадрата, это Камила, короче. Камила это MVP турнира. Я в смысле серьезно говорю, без шуток. Понерфили чемпиона, но это никак не влияет на ее компетитив. Она в компетитив такая же. Ну, такой же герой. Я бы ей ульту вернул бы все равно, как было, 2,5, 3,5, 4. 2,5, 3, 4 там было. А сейчас 2, 3. 2, 2,5, 3, по-моему, сделали. Красавцы. Красавцы, Риксы затащили на характере, можно сказать. Они заслужили, но они, по-моему, не выходят с турнира уже. Потому что проиграли одну игру. Да нет, Джонни на Камилу редко собиралась. Там играют либо ТП, либо Redemption. Там получается у них сколько? Не, они проходят дальше, должны проходить дальше. Да, Варус это биг. Ну, это сильный чемпион, да. Я видел, кстати, да, пентакилл первую. У них еще одна игра должна быть. Тогда они могут... Да, еще одна игра у них. Да, еще один матч. Ой, тяжело будет им выйти. Finds a way to come back. We'll see if that one plays out. If not, I still have hopes that Rix makes it a competitive series, with the stakes being making it to the Icons group stages. And the words that Rix shared with me throughout earlier in the week, and I caught them outside of the tournament on one of the off days. They said, "Yeah, you know, we were Rixy Европа, да. We just got a little complacent. Прошлую игру смотрел, да. В прошлую там без шансов Риксы проиграли, кстати. Там все хорошо сыграли, даже Рангар в лицо.
Boom! Get it up here. My bad. Chapow. There it is. Thank you, Rafa. All right. Give it on back as Rix are able to get the victory here and will continue in Icons 2022. As we see the updated bracket, that also means we say goodbye to
Последний матч будет, кстати, плотный сейчас. Интересно, что задрафтят, напикают.
Not quite the results that they wanted here, and again, it just didn't feel like this was their day.
Вот этот финал... А, нет, это... А, ну да, это все.
They got a big fan in TJ.
Здесь Камила хорошо сыграла. Она очень много впитала, нанесла, еще и выжила здесь. Там нами еще подхилит. Нормально так.
Kind of as a voice for them when they don't have any other.
While we're looking at this highlight, are we able to get the lower thirds of the predictions up?
No, you know.
Здесь очень много ресурсов отдали. Риксы, чтобы кого-то убить. И никого не убили. Корки... Ой, Корки заинтил очень сильно сейчас. Он умрет за это? Нет, значит нормально сыграл. Нет, он умрет, значит плохо все-таки. Он там флэш, экзост, все кнопки отдал, чтобы убить, ну это такое себе. Да, Риксы будут опять против Т1 играть. Интересно. Этот файт тоже был удачный для Риксов. Они хорошую позицию взяли. Да тут клетка типа Вейгара очень сильно, прям очень сильно решает. Он, вот вы видите, он кидает клетку, туда нами кидает весь прокол. Как там играть? Ну, невозможно оттуда выйти. Вообще Вейгар нами сильно очень. Я, помните, с Бумом играл, кстати. Этой связкой. Я кидал клетку, Бум кидал все кнопки. Ну, в смысле, реально, это очень прям... Очень сильно, прям неприятно для врагов. Да, завтра. Завтра еще филиппинцы играют, кстати, за которых многие болеют. РК, которые. Помните? Сейчас подойду, ребят. Where if you're landing bubbles, looks like the best character in the world, overpowered, really long stun. If you're not landing every single bubble, people jump on your face and kill you. Clue was landing every single bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. The combo, I think the switching of combos as well, because they got a Veigar in their team. So you get a bubble stun, and then you get the event horizon down. You get the cage down, basically, and then vice versa. It just works so well on getting picks and initiating fights.
Yeah, Clue and Doom taking care of business, and then allowing the star players to make those star plays in Random and Snitch.
Yeah, I think Snitch had a really good series here online yet again. I think Random had an incredible series on stage. And the big takeaway should be that adjustment from Game 2, where Rix weren't able to find their team fights, where Rix looked kind of scattered, were making silly mistakes in the sidelines, to this game, where they were behind early, were threatened early, collected themselves, won a series of very good team fights, and looked coordinated in them. That's the switch you need to be able to press to win Game 3s to stay alive in this tournament.
And for me, it felt like that was, because when we look back at Rix's performance from the T1 series, it felt like if they don't win early, that's it, they're done. But they've shown that even though the early game didn't work out too well, they're still able to fight back. And that's a really good sign coming into, you know, their journey continuing here at Icons.
Yeah, we saw in the gold chart there how tense this match was. Almost at the beginning, you felt it for the first time that both teams were tight and tense and like, we don't want to take a game-defining fight. We'll take a skirmish, but not a game-defining fight. And even though Rix took the lead after the first several fights, VK still fought their way on back, took a chunk out of that gold lead, but just ended up falling just a little bit short there.
Yeah, I think it's yet another win for the Enchanter meta, right? We've been talking about Sony, we were talking about Yumi, we were talking about Karma. We haven't really been talking about Nami yet. Nami! Added to that list here, being able to be yet another character that can sit at the back of the fights and provide healing, but also critically, using that tidal wave as an engage tool. This is something we've seen a fair bit in Southeast Asia. North America runs it occasionally as well. You get a bruiser comp that can go in, that can engage hard, and you use the tidal wave as a kind of path clearer, as a way to start those fights. Clue did a great job there. The team did a great job following up.
Look at that. Perfect segue, TJ. Standing by with Kangas is that man. It's Clue from Rix.
Thanks, Digon. I'm here with Clue from Rix GG after a really close series against Vivo Keed, but congratulations on the win right there. Righting the ship after a tough series loss to T1, but you still keep yourselves alive here at Icons. So I got to start off. First question. After game number 2, when it was a tied series, I love to hear, what was it like communicating with the team? What was the coach saying? What were other players saying to get everybody in the right mental to go into that game 3?
So after the lose, we're just like, it's fine, because we know that we just lost early game. At for Mira, it was a bit hard. So we just go next after that. Know that the whole team has kind of good mental.
Okay.
So it just went all right.
Yeah, make sure that you get through that early game. Don't let that get out of control, right?
We just keep the game, and
Yeah.
But try to fix the mistake and not to do what we did on second game, so we can just move on and we just talk of the mistake and we move on.
Yeah, you got to move on. Just
Yeah.
got to make sure that you're ready for the next one. Well, Ricks have a reputation for being very strong in the regular season, but sometimes when it comes playoff time in the big matches, that's where the team doesn't perform to the same expectations. And I'm curious, what lessons have you learned from your playoff runs to prepare you for your match tomorrow against T1?
We should never underestimate enemy. I think that's what happens in Barcelona. Where like we went Team Queso 2 days before, so don't really have to worry about it, and it should be fine. But it didn't go well, kind of.
So make sure you're giving respect to T1, right?
Yeah, it won't. It should not happen again.
I'm sure the fans will be hoping for that for sure. I'm curious because you did just knock out a Brazilian team, Vivo Kid from Icons. They have a big fan base. It's awesome to see the fans showing up. It was a close series, so I'm curious what your thoughts were about Vivo Kid and any message you have for their fans that were hoping for a win. What do you think about Brazil as a region?
I think that they played good, but we worked really hard on them, right? We did some review and things like that. So we can know how they play, how they want to draft, and yeah, it's not about them being bad, I guess. It's us being good and also working hard for it.
Yeah, I mean, you had to put in the work. They pushed you to that third game, and now you're preparing for a must-win match against T1, a rematch after your first round here at Icons. So, for the EU fans at home, for everybody watching anxiously.
We worked on it. Scrims after Tizlos went well. We stopped grazing some plays. We give some more vision. We really worked on it after Tizlos. And yeah, I hope it will go well. And I trust my team about it.
Those are all good things. Don't let the game out of control. Make sure you're holding that vision, holding that control in the early game.
The game is the most important things. Working good in early game, I guess. And if we manage to do same thing as we did in early game as Thursday, it should be fine.
All right, well, you heard it from Clue. Everybody in EU, there's hope. Make sure you're cheering them on as they go into their match tomorrow. Thank you so much, Clue. D-Gun, back to you.
Thank you very much, Kangas, and I love that energy there from Clue. You could see how excited he was and how much it meant to him. And he said it earlier, you just got to be able to reset when things go wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. And it's all about you know, very excited for their rematch, especially against T1. I'm sure they've learned a lot from the experiences so far, and this one match away from heading into group stages.
All right, well, those are 3 matches down. There's one big one to go. It's Korea versus NA. Kwangdong Freaks take on Sentinels right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Oh, boy. Our next match has Kwangdong Freaks against North America's Sentinels. This week, a very strong Burium knocked Kwangdong Freaks to the losers bracket, and Sentinels failed to get redemption in the win versus a redemption win against Liberty. The big question is there hope for NA, Riku?
Рус, не уходи. Без тебя и твоих комментариев смотреть невозможно. Я просто спал предыдущие 3 катки.
Yeah, and they've got these really organized team fights.
That is true?
They do. And I've got a really good vibe.
the vibe.
Got a really good kind of energy in the room, I think.
There you go. That's the argument. He's convincing me.
Yeah, he's convincing that NA is going to win with good vibes against Kwangdong Freaks, yeah? All right, well, Riku, like, what is your thoughts here? How do Kwangdong Freaks stack up against Sentinels if we flip it the other way?
Okay, here's the thing, right? Korea as a region, incredibly strong, but there is a but. And I feel like that is where Sentinels can lean in. There is a but.
There is a but.
There is a very big but here in this draft. We're looking at the draft right now, and I feel like when we talk about draft, Kwangdong Freaks didn't impress me too much about their draft because it felt like they were doing too many things at the same time. It felt like, yeah, big team fight. Maru was an amazing Akali player, but I felt like the Xayah, the Yuumi, the Yasuo didn't fit well. And that's the avenue that Sentinels can take, and which is, okay, Kwangdong Freaks doing too many things at the same time, then perhaps this is our avenue to draft something that's more clean, that's more straightforward.
We've converted Riku. She's joining us.
All right, yeah. Also, to be fair, in that game number 1, it did take What the Jest to 1v4 at the Baron on Thresh to buy enough time to allow them to come back. That did happen.
I will kind of say both sides of this. Yes, KDF and I think more broadly Korea has looked a little weak right now. Their drafts seem a little out of meta, and they're not doing what they do best. Bad news is, what KDF do best is team fight. They are the best team fighting team in Korea. We just talked about how Sentinel's big secret weapon is their hyper-organized team fights. What do you do when your hyper-organized team fight is playing into a team that is the best at team fighting in Korea? It's kind of a bad look.
I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Split them up. Split them up, basically, and not engage in team fights. Win the skirmishes, and then dismantle them because you are ahead in gold. That's what you do.
All right, here we go. The final series of the day. The final time we will send someone home in our day number 3. Will it be Kwangdong Freaks of the WCK of Korea? Will it be North America's Sentinels?
I don't like Elimination Day anymore.
I'm laughing very hard because I'm very nervous. Lucian is the first man here away by Kwangdong Freaks.
Obviously, a bit of a biased desk, but biased more than anything else in favor of good Wild Rift. And so honestly, genuinely, if KDF can draft themselves a good team fighting comp here and deliver on it, yeah, I'll be sad that Sentinels are out, but I'll be more excited because that's a serious threat to Burium. That's a serious threat to the rest of our bracket. KDF underperformed in their first look here at this tournament, and if they step up and reclaim the form that they had regionally, that they showed against Rolster, they're a contender against those WRL teams we've been talking about.
Yeah, it's just really scary, right? If KDF says, like, oh, hey, the things that we drafted last time didn't work out, we're going back to basics. We're going back to the things that worked in the WCK.
And I will note, Lucian gone, Camille gone. Immediately, first of all, demonstrating they've done their homework with the Camille ban, one of MTS's favorite characters. And second of all, demonstrating that they're not interested in playing Lucian anymore. It feels like everyone at the tournament has tried it. The vibes are off. Nobody's having a good time. Lucian not in play.
Yeah, it feels like Lucian is a trap now. So now the Sentinels ban the Yuumi because the Yuumi has been the go-to of Kwangdong Freaks. That could be a first Yuumi ban on blue side. Yuumi pick, rather.
And Sentinels doing their homework multiple times here because, yes, they let Yuumi through, but they ban out the Riven, they ban out the Kha'Zix, characters that Korea likes, and more specifically, KDF likes. Because so much of the way Kwangdong Freaks play the map is through the top side. It's through Maru, it's through Zeki. Terra in the mid lane is going to be a more passive mid laner. That's why you get him the Singed right off the bat. Give Terra the tools to slow down the map, play safe, play for the late game.
Whoa! Ooh. Sentinels going straight forward here with the Shen and the Olaf. You absolutely know what they're going to do. Press Ragnarok, Shen goes in. There's also the potential of a 1-3-1, depending on what their top laner. This could even be support, actually.
Yeah, I do want to see this in MTS's hands. MTS very, very good at understanding the map globally. One of the most experienced players in the world at mobile esports. He's played in China, he's played in Korea. Fun fact, in Korea, he played versus North. He played versus Maru in a different title over the course of several years. He didn't play in the 2020 season because of the coronavirus outbreak. So instead he stayed home, joined Sentinels, started playing Wild Rift. And because of that, they now get to face here. So they're ready for him. They're giving MTS the agency, trusting him to get across the map and back up the team.
And that's what's exciting about a Shen pick, right? You've got a free teleport, you can make cross-map movements immediately, even set up for a dual lane, a bot lane kill, a 4-man gank, a 4-man dive rather, and it works so well. Honestly though, I feel like they're gonna be having a hard time because of the Ziggs being picked up in here.
Yeah, this is a very classic Korean frontline.
Yep.
You've got the Jax power farming in the jungle, going to get very big in the late game, and the combination of Jax Singed is a really good frontline. It's very difficult to engage onto that, to get past the Singed, because if you do, you're just standing on goo. If you do, you're just standing in the Counter-Strike getting stunned. So you have that set frontline, and then you give Acrobat, who's one of the best ranged carry players in the game, a Ziggs to just bombard from in behind.
Exactly right. And Sentinel's response is, you know what? What is the answer against the Jax? We need more range so that he can't go near, and I like this from Sentinels.
And do you know who the best Lux AD player in the world is?
Tell me!
Neither do I, but Rest is pretty good. Rest was so good with it during the WNS that it was permabanned against him in the finals, so he's going to put in a good word with this, play very aggressive early. This is the kind of lane that is being tried out to try and punish someone like Acrobat. Problem is, Acrobat isn't just one of these classic passive players. He's one of the players that invented this style. He was one of the first players in the world to be playing Varus Ziggs as far back as they all do now.
I will say, though, if there was a major underperformer in the first series by a Freak of Freaks, it was Acrobat. Multiple times stepping up way too far and getting caught out in random skirmishes. So, if he's on his game, then yes, I agree. But if he still has some of those lingering...
Still clinging to those straws.
Still clinging.
I mean, it so far looks really good for Sentinels, right? They're getting everything. Look at this Galio. I love this Galio so much. Ooh. Because when the Olaf rushes in, boom, you've got that heroic entrance.
And it's also one of Beginnings' favorite picks. He's incredible on the Galio. He's an incredibly aggressive support. This, again, gives them a bottom side of the map. This Lux will be played by Rest, this Galio by Beginnings, and they're going to go very aggressive early. The problem is, as we're talking about Sentinels getting everything they want, so are KDF, which is a problem for Sentinels, but it's a good thing for us viewing the game, because this is going to be incredible. Both these teams getting their ideal drafts as Maru gets one of his favorite characters as well.
Oh my god, this is absolutely scary, right? But I think the tunnel, the light at the end of the tunnel for me is that KDF's composition works so well only towards late game. It's the complete opposite for Sentinels so far, unless they pivot something that can match. Never mind, there's more pokes, more range. That's what you like to see.
The light at the end of the tunnel is an oncoming train. That is KDF trying to reach the late game. You broke me, T-God. Trying to reach the late game and deliver a death blow. If Sentinels want to avoid that, they need to build a lead early, and I think it comes from their much beleaguered bottom lane. I think it comes from Rest and Beginnings starting fights early.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this, right? Early game 5v5, you can contest dragons early, first 2 dragons, get gold, win early, win the game.
Prediction time.
Oh, I don't want to do this.
Doing it.
Guangdong freaks.
What?
I'm sorry, guys.
DJ, put it on the record.
So, when I predicted Sentinels during the WNS finals, they were the only things I got wrong, so I feel like maybe I'm cursing them. And so I predicted KDF, and I'm sorry, Sentinels, I'm sorry, North American fans, but I had to do it, and now we're here.
There it is, y'all. NA, I'm with you all the way. Here we go, Sentinels. Coach Pierce putting together a draft that I like. Rafa, do you like that one too?
I'm sorry, Mark.
Game number 1 of the final elimination underway.
How could you doubt Sentinels at this time? But I understand. If TJ thinks that he's caster cursing Sentinels, then I don't want him voting for Sentinels. I want him voting for the team opposite. And I know I'm showing a little bit of bias, but it is so hard not to of course, I'm going to be happy with whoever demonstrates the best Wild Rift in our final series of the day.
I love the passion that you guys have for your teams. I can't relate because my teams are just cracked and they just win anyway, but still.
Most of them are already into the play-in
Just
stage.
one, but still.
You're still waiting on RRQ.
Yeah. Well, these drafts are definitely something to look at right now. Des touched upon it. It's going to be two very differing identities here. KDF, they've got the late game. They've got the double split push 1-3-1 options. On the side of Sentinels, though, it's the Olaf show.
And this Olaf pick is something that we haven't really seen from most teams in Icon so far.
Yeah.
But we have seen a couple of Olaf-centered compositions really sail with flying colors here.
And it's really odd to me because Olaf was such a big pick in most of the regionals as well. I'm surprised how low prio he's been.
Yeah, over time, I think people just got used to playing around the Olaf, and Olaf really only thrives when there's a ton of CC. Level 2 from Guangdong Freaks, beginnings answering back, beautiful taunt, but it is the light binding that almost takes out Noth.
The light binding keeps Noth from killing beginnings as well. I think if you went for the phase break of Flash there, might have been a kill, but such an intense bot lane so far. We saw this exact Lux Galio combo get played by the WRL teams as a kill lane. But right now, KDF, Acrobat, and Noth, they're slightly winning out on trades.
You know, the funny thing is, you say from the WRL, but for Sentinels, for any NA fans that have woken up to finally see their lone team in the play-in stage, they played this to great success during the WNS Regional Championships.
Yeah, and I feel like Lux has been one of the sleeper picks in the meta as well. She's so strong. She provides so much.
Oh, taunt on to Maru, but he flashes away from the Justice Punch.
But that's big. You burned the flash of Maru, and now he has to play safer. The Fiora timer gets stalled, and that's really the name of the game right now, isn't it? Sentinels, they're playing against a ticking time bomb in the form of this Fiora, in the form of this Jax. And any second, any minute you delay that time bomb, it's going to be a win.
A general pattern that we have seen throughout all the teams here in Icon's play-in stage. You can see how much of the WRL influence has had, mainly through the support play. So many times in the first opening games from the teams in the West, we didn't have early support roam timers. Now, after the first play-in stage, every single support from the West has made an early roam timer, either to the Baron lane or the mid lane.
And now beginnings, he's only roaming. He's done with lane. He's just roaming to try to shut down Maru, try to stall that timer we talked about.
The lane is a little too far shoved away from him, and he doesn't have flash to connect the Justice Punch. It would take MTS playing the juiciest hook, line, and sinker bait combo, but Maru's not going to go for it.
Yeah, this is pretty bad here because it hurts MTS. This leeching of experience is going to keep MTS a little bit behind Maru. Maru's going to get more EXP. He's going to hit level breakpoints faster. And even though MTS now has the Stand United, it's going to make it a little bit hard for him to hold down Maru as the game progresses.
Sentinels here. Eyes are on Tybe, though. This is the big change. The Olaf pick. Even though we know that rests and beginnings are on comfort and going back to things that made them successful in their run that landed them as the number 2 seed from NA going into Icons. Tybe is the other factor here as well. This is a sub for Sentinels. This is not the starting jungler. Sheesh could not make it due to travel complications, but Tybe coming in, and for longtime NA fans knows how much praise the region has given this jungler.
And you can see as well in how Sentinels adapted their draft for this game. They drafted around their substitute. They drafted around a new player to their roster. They have faith in him to come out huge and carry the game.
I think it's just overall the community reaction to Tybe. This man is known for so many objective steals in the WNS, far more than any other jungler in NA. And he has been able to pull out clutch plays. Will he lead his team to victory here? The smite comes out.
I think Tybe gets it. Oh no, Zeki got it, unfortunately.
It was Zeki's smite over to him. Sentinels not winning out on the crab fight here, but still playing for the mid game.
Yeah, every little bit of a lead that Jax can get, that Fiora can get, every bit of gold that goes into their pockets, it's gonna be so good for Guangdong Freaks here. Sentinels, it's not like they don't have scaling, right? They have a lot of shielding, they got the Lux, they got the Cocky. But KDF, they have 2 of the best scaling champions in the game. Bar none.
Jax, Fiora. And even add the Ziggs on top of it as well. You cannot sleep on the Ziggs late game, which is why Sentinels wanted to match the Ziggs for the Lux here. We know that Lux, the later the game goes on, those final sparks can be super deadly, and with it being on such a low cooldown.
And North as well, this set is so instrumental in the team fights of KDF because you look at Sentinel's comp, there's 3 targets for him to power drive back to their own team. MTS and Beginnings are going to be the big ones, of course, but if Type doesn't have the Ragnarok, could be him as well.
Package available from Molly. Sentinels immediately booking it for the Infernal Dragon, and RNG favoring them a little bit here, knowing that they are a late game favored composition here. If they are able to take this dragon away, which Kwangdong Freaks opting into the Rift Herald, wanting for the early snowball of gold in their pockets here. And Sentinels taking this trade means that they're going to have to bite down and hold on as Kwangdong look to inevitably start taking down turrets.
I think KDF are going to be pretty happy with this trade. Look at the champions that they have, Jax and Fiora. Uh-oh.
Oh, final spark.
Zeki
gets a little bit of burst damage, pairing up with Beginnings and the heroic entrance. Zeki is forced to flash away.
Pretty sure Beginnings had to commit the flash there, but he felt like the Justice Punch would hit. I feel like if you want to go for a play like that, you got to commit everything. Get that kill there. Slow down the tempo of Zeki. He's already a little bit ahead of Gold, ahead of Type, and that's going to be very effective for this Jax. He still has the Rift Herald. That's going to be a lot more Gold going over to him as well. And Sentinels, they burn the flash of the Jax, but I can't help but feel like they want more here.
Sentinels, a lot of global power on this composition. We didn't touch on it a lot before, but the fact that you have things like this Galio, the Shen, both champions that can join almost across the map entirely when you need reinforcements at a moment's notice. Even the final spark as well. Some of the biggest things about Sentinels that we have praised them in the NA for is their planning. Maybe they don't have necessarily the best mechanical players compared to some of the players on Immortals, but they have some of the best strategical decision-making, and with tools accessible in these global powers. Anytime the Kwangdong Freaks want to look for a play like that, you can save them, you can bail them out.
They definitely have the tools on the side of Sentinels, but it really comes down to what you said. Strategic planning, making these decisions on the fly. Their comp can fight against KDF in the mid game. It can kind of deal with it in the late game as well. It's going to be hard, but it's not impossible. But it really comes down to how well you make these snap decisions on the fly. And you see both teams, they recognize that Maru is one of the big win conditions. Both supports spending a lot of time up here.
Yeah, big challenge for Kwangdong Freaks is dropping that series against Buriram United.
Yeah.
A team that, you know, maybe they thought that they were very favored, at least the #2 Korea seed versus the 4th seed from Southeast Asia. You would have thought, as a Korean fan, that one would have been in your favor. MTS, a lot of damage. Grand Challenge has been popped, but he flashes away. Beginnings is here to deter any further action. MTS almost burns down for first blood, but he gets out.
Noff wasn't able to find the angle on the set out to met MTS as the taunt. He's able to get out of that one by good read there from Acrobat. Look at Noff now, though. He's in a great position to cut them off. Herald is used. They want to commit to a play, but MTS, he can come right back. He has Stand United here.
In the words of TJ, that's a WCK Herald if I've ever seen one, Rafa.
That's definitely a WCK Herald, and that's definitely an impression of TJ, all right? It does chunk down the mid turret, but they're going to need a little bit more chunking before they can take it down with Central Charge.
Demolish available for... Oh my goodness, that was a flash from Type, ready to jump and pounce onto the members of Kwangdong Freaks, but they're like, whoa, bro, it's not that deep. It's not that serious.
That's one of the problems of Olaf against champions like Fiora, against champions like Jax. You really just want to try to run them down, but if they have their mobility spells up, it can be oh so difficult here.
Almost 9 minutes into the game, Omo, and would you believe it that we have not had a first blood from either of these teams?
Yeah, I believe it. It's a WCK. I definitely believe it.
Yeah,
Rafa.
but it's Sentinels too. I would
Yeah, well.
I would have imagined that Sentinels would have been slightly more proactive, and this is definitely playing into the hands of Kwangdong Freaks.
Well, they've definitely tried, right? Especially Beginnings tried to make plays towards the top side of the map, tried to shut down Maru, but like you said, this does play right into the hands of the KDF in terms of how, one, they like to play as a team, and two, how their comp would want to play. The longer the game goes on without any kills in an even game state, the happier KDF are gonna be.
And a big outline for Kwangdong Freaks, known as the best team fighting team, one of the best team fighting teams. By, know, by TJ. I give a lot of credit over to TJ. Put a lot of stock into his words.
Well, let's see how this team fight's gonna play out, Rafa.
They're already burning down the Rift Herald. Sentinels can't get into the pit right now. Rift Herald is secured.
Oh, no, no ulti.
He's got the Stand United. He's bringing Molly in for the ride. And there's the heroic entrance. It is caught off Acrobat. That is first blood for Sentinels.
Mistake from Acrobat. He gets knocked right back into the team of Sentinels by the package from Molly there. Didn't use his flash, and he has to pay the price for it. That's going to be KDF picking up the Rift Herald, though. No Dragon yet for 25 seconds. No package for that one. I want to see if KDF up to fight here.
Oh, and
do they want to wait a
look
while
at the
more?
position right here. Wait, Sentinels might have a chance to just get first brick.
Yeah, they
Guangdong
will.
Freaks, they're slow to the rotation. They have the Rift Herald. They could have easily slammed it down in the mid lane and looked for first brick, but Sentinels actually catch them by surprise.
This is a very nice rotation coming in from Sentinels here. That gets them a little bit more gold. That gets them access to this Dragon. It's going to be a big one. Let's see if they want to start it on spawn type. Well, indeed. KDF, it seems like they're posturing to contest this one.
Yeah,
Herald is dropped.
Ragnarok is available as well, so Tyve can always just charge in through the front lines. Rift Herald has been dropped mid lane, so they're going to have to either force a fight or turn to the mid lane. A flash from Beginnings is scuffed, but Guangdong Free still might hold. Nice poke from downtown. Molly threads the needle with that rocket, finding Noth onto the back line. Rift Herald gets the charge down, knocks out the turret for Guangdong Free, so the map is opened up, and it's now given him all access past to the Dragon, which Zeki is burning down. 5,000 HP. It's doing it slowly, but Sentinels,
He's gonna get it.
Maybe they don't care about the Dragon. Maybe we could get mid-prio, but it's evaporated, so now they're turning towards it. Tyve, can he get in range? 900 HP. The spike, it is secured by Guangdong Free. Zeki gets out.
Teeth in the night, Zaki gets it, gets out. And that's going to be a Dragon going over to KDF at the cost of Noth's life. They get the mid lane turret as well, but I don't really count that one as a win because they took 2 Rift Heralds to get that turret down. Big, hefty investment, big commitment from KDF. But look at the game state, Rafa. It's a 1,000 gold lead. 1,000 gold, right? What's that even mean at this point in the game when you're playing against a comp like KDF has? That 1,000 gold sure doesn't mean much.
Yeah, I mean, I would love for the NA bias to give me a ton of hopium to say, oh yeah, 1,000 gold Sentinels, they're totally winning this one, bro. But I gotta go back to reality here, Omo. I mean, Guangdong Freaks, they're monsters the later the game goes on, and it's their awareness, it's their micro decisions, and past the 15-20 minute mark that Sentinels have to be cautious about.
It's not only the team, right? That's the thing. It's both the team and the team composition that's going to give KDF a great time in the mid game and the late game. This is pretty much the KDF experience here, right? They want to team fight you in the mid to late game. They're happy just scaling it up. And they're getting everything they want right now.
Oh, sure. Looking for the flip, but it's a taunt from MTS, stalling as much time as he can. 1,500 HP on the turret. Final spark, getting some burst damage right back down. MTS, he's so damn tanky. He actually almost took no damage. It was 50%, but it felt like so much was invested from Guangdong Freaks, and they got nothing off of it.
But they're going to get the turret, but backup is coming from Sentinels. Can they cut them off?
On to Zeki. MTS is dealing a considerable amount of damage. Here comes the heroic entrance. Zeki, just one more leap strike. Finally lands the killing blow onto MTS, but he is far behind enemy lines. Another leap strike, trying to distance himself away from the members of Sentinels, but they run him down.
They run him down. They take down Zeki, but he gets the turret. He gets the kill onto MTS. I'm surprised MTS survived for as long as he did, but he finally drops a 1-for-1 here. KDF trading evenly for now. They get a turret. The gold is basically dead even. 1 dragon apiece. You want to look for a play onto Molly? Maybe not quite. He has the Howlbreaker here on the Cocky. He's going to be pretty hard to kill.
Definitely seems like Guangdong Freaks are investing a lot of resources to get something that, at first, Sentinels doing a great job of neutralizing, but they're not finding as great responses on the other side of the map. In fact, they just make the rotation over to collapse and ending up just trading evenly. Once again, Guangdong Freaks, this is a team that they have team fight prowess. They also have champions that not only can play these team fights, but also they can just take to the side lanes instead.
That's the big thing right now, right? We say Sentinels have globals. They can shift their position on the map if they so choose. But still, KDF are just going to outfight them on the side lanes just based on the nature of the champions. Tyve is going to get this at least.
Okay, Tyve secures the grab here, ensuring that they have proper vision of this Baron now that it has spawned. The Elder Dragon is the next objective on the table. Won't be spawning for at least a couple more minutes here. Guangdong Freaks just maintaining defenses now But they have mid prio. They could be looking to trade.
They will be able to get this turret as well, I think. They have a Jax, they have a Ziggs, the clan minions alive. Beginning scans them off, though. That's the good thing, right?
Yeah, and Final Spark from Rest clears out the minion wave, giving no chance for Kwangdong Freaks to equalize the turret trade.
But Rafa, you see how KDF are just slowly chunking down these turrets. They're whittling them down bit by bit by bit. The top lane one's taking quite a bit of whittling. It's still up, surprisingly. But the mid lane one is basically down already. A little bit more damage, and one satchel charge will take it down. Honestly, if they find time to rotate Acrobat to the top lane, one satchel will take that down as well. There's so much standing go on the map the KDF can just get. But they're content with the state of the game. They don't feel a need to force a play. And who can blame them?
They're playing in their comfort zone, as we said before. The WCK, this is, for those that avidly follow that region, this is no strange place to be. 15 minutes, it's like, oh yeah, I just got my popcorn. Okay, this is where the game starts, right?
Yeah, the next dragon fight is where we're gonna see some real action happen. It's gonna be the Elder as well. Halfway up, well, a little bit more than halfway up. But we'll see how both of these teams want to flip that objective. It's really just gonna come down to that one. The game state right now, very neutral. Howlbreaker, Blade of the Rune King, Divine Slanderer in Fiora's backpack. That's going to give MTS a bit of pause here before he approaches her in the side lane.
Making the decision whether he wants to hold on to the turret or be ready to respond promptly with the Stand United. It is up to Tide to make that engage first or with Beginnings. Both now have flashes available, so they can close the distance quickly as long as Kwangdong Freaks are able to respond. MTS slowly whittled down, cannot hold on to the turret any longer.
But this is it, right? The game comes down to this. Tournament lives come down to this. They're going to start it off, Rafa.
Yeah, but Acrobat just used Mega Inferno Bomb just to clear the wave. I mean, they're going to miss out on a ton of damage depending on how fast Sentinels can start this up. Light Binding, but barely dodged out by Noth. The Final Spark dodged out as well.
6K, do they want to keep leashing this? It's so dangerous, Rafa. It's going to be a flip.
MTS is holding wave on the other side of the map.
They're going to get mid-turret
as well.
KDF are going to get mid-turret here.
They have the mid-wave prio, and Kwangdong Freaks is saying, okay, either you gotta burn down this dragon, you gotta force us to come to you,
They're
or
so
we're gonna get... Mega Inferno Bomb is up once again. I forgot how short the cooldown was. Thinking that it was a resource, and Kwangdong Freaks, they're pulling Sentinels apart. They're saying, you have to do this dragon, but do you really have to do this dragon? Because we can just continue taking turrets.
And this is the split push we talked about. It's starting here for the Kwangdong Freaks. Sentinels cannot make up their mind. They're disjointed. They're split. There's not a single call to follow. Package is timed out. It's looking disastrous, Rafa.
Sentinels, this is a challenge for them. Beginnings, does he find the engage? Final Spark on to Zeki, but he gets the stasis out. Heroic entrance, he flashes away from danger. And that's a huge knockup from Noth that catapults MTS almost to his death. Grand Challenge has been posted onto Rest. He has to recall. A huge Mega Inferno Bomb finds the first kill of the fight. That's the Baron laner gone for Sentinels, and a lot of their anchor tools. One of the main frontline engaged.
They're gonna start it.
Kwangdong Freaks now have the ability to turn onto the dragon. Tide would have to pull off a miracle, but it has no Ragnarok. It's only flash. Noth looking for the re-engage once again. That's a huge stasis though from Molly. Can he distance himself away? Flashing away from the repause, the damage. That gate goes down. There's no cover for Kwangdong Freaks. And now Sentinels, but they're too low to be able to fight back. Everyone has to reset.
There's time, Rafa. There's no kill, so it feels early in the game, but it's 18 minutes. The death timer for Zeki is so long. I think Sentinels, you make a beeline for this dragon. This is your win condition. This is do or die. You have to go for it.
Kwangdong Freaks, they are going to have to defend as long as they can. 30 seconds on the clock. That Zeki cannot respond, cannot contest for the dragon. Sentinels, they just have to believe that they can secure this dragon as fast as they can. Kwangdong Freaks have to pull off a miracle to prevent Sentinels from doing the unthinkable. Mega Inferno Bomb gets a huge chunk down onto Rest in the backline, distancing himself away. No one's protecting Tide. Forced to block the Ragnarok. Stand United shield is there from MTS. He's still alive, but they're forced into the backline. Noth is diving deep onto Rest. Noth is able to get out, and he can look for a second win engage. And they have stalled out successfully for a second to get back onto the rib. He's teleporting in. Sentinels, they're forced back. Did so much damage that they have taken onto the backside. Kwangdong Freaks, this is their thriving time to shine. This is where they play the best. In these late game moments where every action is critical, and it is Kwangdong Freaks that succeed.
And the Kwangdong Freaks flow like water in that team fight, in and out, and they keep you interested, but you can't finish the dragon, you can't stop Maru, he takes down Type, and that was it. Well, Type lived, but he was so low he couldn't do a thing. Zeki came back alive, he TP'd back in, that's the Elder. That's very likely gonna be the Baron. And Rafa, I feel like that might be the game for Sentinels. I feel like they've just been outscaled at this point. Look at the gold lead for Maru.
Sentinels, everything is so difficult from this point on. You're fighting a team.
Любозбущенные смотрите, как она скиллы кидает.
Sentinels now looking to just try and see if they can find ways to set up a late game base race defense here. But Sentinels face checking right into the bush, but they managed to get out.
Look at how much damage the Cinched even is doing at this point in the game.
It's so scary. Maru split pushing on the bottom side of the map. MTS can no longer answer the Fiora. She has outscaled him.
Yeah, remember the timer we were talking about? Remember the ticking time bomb off the Fiora? Well, time is up. This is it. There's not much MTS can do. He's gonna need backup. He's gonna lose the 1v1. He doesn't even need to hit the turret. The creeps would do it for him.
Taunt, just not even doing anything. Maru's able to answer back, sustain on through. Mega Inferno Bomb, barely dodged out by Molly. Has the packets available. Sentinels would have to pull off a miracle to come back from this state in the game.
Maybe 2 miracles. I think the game state is so disastrous. They're gonna need at least a clean ace or 2 good fights to come back from this one. But KDF, they don't have to do a thing. They can just chill. The game's basically won. You just need to whittle them down. And that's what they've been doing the whole game. They've been playing the whittling game, I guess, for Sentinels.
It's a slow death for Sentinels.
It's a brutal one.
Guangdong Freaks strangling the life out of them minute by minute. Guangdong Freaks say, you want to take this game long? We don't care. We're ready to go 30, 40 minutes.
We want to go 30, 40 minutes. That's exactly what KDF want to go. It's a 21-minute game with 8 kills.
Ребят, я хочу поиграть. Пойдемте поиграем. Я 4 дня уже не играл. Забыл, как в игру играть. Родные, что, пойдем поиграем? Как вы считаете, братья мои? Пойдем, покажу мастер-класс этим чемпионам, как надо играть. Или досмотрим здесь. Ну, катка, кстати, максимально аккуратная с обеих команд. Не, правильно. Кто смотрит такие турниры до конца, тот очень многое узнает. Как, что, где вообще. Это огромный опыт на самом деле. Правильно делаете, что смотрите. Не, осталась одна игра, кстати.
And they take game 1 in such a brutal manner as well. We talk about comeback wins being devastating on your mental. We talk about storms being devastating on your mental. But you know what's the worst of them all?
1-0.
A grueling loss like that where you just get bled out slowly over time, knowing you get outscaled. That was exactly what the Guangdong Freaks just did to Sentinels.
And if you're Sentinels right now,
what do you do? What's your adjustment?
Начал стримить, чем значит стрим до конца, согласен. Такие потнички, куда досмотрим. Ну да, потная, давайте досмотрим. Вообще, на самом деле, согласен, потные играют. Это, кстати, одна из самых таких аккуратных игр была.
Yeah, let's do something against the late scaling team composition, y'all. Like, come on, man. It can't just be us figuring that one out here, Rafa. Thank you very much, Rafa Nomo, for the cast. Y'all. Hi. Guangdong Freaks. They pick a draft. They have a style. It just seems to play out that way, doesn't it?
I know. It's the WCK special, right? We've seen it time and time again, even back at Horizon Cup, where farming, making sure that they stabilize the game, and then fight at Elder Drake, and then just win that big, massive team fight.
Isn't that great how Riku just described an 18-minute game plan in like 5 seconds, which is what basically played out here.
That was the TLDR. It was a Fiora, it was a Jax, Cinch, Zig, Set, basically everything that says right in your face, we're gonna kill you later.
Later. And the problem is, if you're over on the Sentinel side, you should see that. You should look at that and go, oh, this is what Riku would call a later composition. And it felt like they had recognized that in draft when we saw the Lux Galio combo for beginnings. That's such an aggressive early game kill lane. There wasn't a whole lot of killing or aggression. And that needs to change, especially because once we got to the late game team fights, those were also going wrong on a lot of minor mechanical mistakes. A couple of players getting out of position. The big one for me, Molly stepping too far forward as that Elder Drake was spiraling out of control, but Sentinels were honestly handling the spiraling pretty well. They made the right call, they backed away, they were going for the reset TP play, which pretty rough, low percent chance it works, and then during that time, Molly steps too forward, gets pulled, and you get shut down. So clean up those mechanical mistakes, and also, if you're gonna draft something that's aggressive, do something aggressive.
Be aggressive!
Yeah, I fully agree. The fact that perhaps you could use your kit to shadow basically where Kwangdong is going, because all they've been doing throughout the entire series is avoiding you and trading objectives. Shadow them, follow them.
I do want to say, I think we have maybe seen the limits of Lux. Because Rest was doing a lot of things very right. They were doing the combos that you normally look for to get kills, where you land CC, follow with Final Spark. I don't think a single Final Spark landed in the latter half of that game. And that's one of your major kill abilities. That is what decides those fights. And Rest was not able to engineer it, not I think because they were screwing up the combos, but because KDF saw the combos coming, recognized them as telegraph, and avoided them.
And it's so difficult, right? When we look at this Elder Drake fight where...
This was so fun.
It was super fun. Again, this was the WCK special of team fighting. I mean, there was a point where Sentinels was able to remove Zeki for 50 seconds. 50 seconds, by the way. That was the opening that they could take to get the 4v5, win that fight. But unfortunately, Acrobat was safe and sound. At this point of the game, 20-minute mark, Ziggs just deal a ton of damage, and if he's untouched, he's gonna whittle away your HP bar.
And that's a weakness with the composition that Sentinels drafted. If your Lux isn't landing damage, if you're not able to dive in with the Olaf, then you're not going to be able to reach Acrobat. And they didn't have an assassin that could get over the front line. They didn't have a Camille, for instance, that could lock down the back line, make it easier to land that final spark. So there was no way for them to reach Acrobat. And if you can front to back, yes, Sentinels, we talk up their front to backs. The entire WCK region plays front to backs, and and Kwangdo are the best team in that region at that style. So you can't just rely on the front to back to win you the game.
Right, I know a substitution coming in under a great amount of pressure is Tybe, but Tybe on the Olaf got to facilitate early, right? It's the Olaf-Shen combo. Those were the first several picks that they called out. You called out their strategy, and I think we might have seen the Stan United Ragnarok combo once, maybe twice in a team fight. Not even if it was successful, but just in a team fight in general, TJ.
Well, I want to call out, like, a lot of the things Sentinels did right? You look at this gold graph, they had control of the middle of the game. They played a lot of the macro stuff right, that extended trade around the Elder that was really fun because Sentinels were keeping pace. But you're absolutely right. You have the Olaf, you have that Galio Lux lane. Those are tools to start fights in the mid-game. Those are tools where, when you're sitting on an advantage, how do we press a fight? And they didn't do it. They didn't find the opportunities to. They fell behind in a lot of the macro trading and allowed KDF to engineer the fights they want. Riku, can you read that big number for me?
I don't think my eyesight is good enough to actually read the number, but I can see the bar, and the bar is very low.
The television's very far away from us.
It's 47,000 compared to Rest's. You know, the same number on the opposite side, 14,000, right?
I couldn't see it either. We both have glasses. They're not good enough for this.
We gotta get that checked.
That's all right. Not everyone can be blessed without the glasses eyes that can still read that far away. But what we do need is to see Rest land some damage here. So if that means moving off of the Lux, what's the answer then from your damage dealer in the bottom side of the map?
Okay, for me, if I were to make a suggestion on what can match the Ziggs potentially, is the Varus. In early game team fights, the Varus is so good against squishies. And I feel like it just gives you a lot of avenues for pick potential as well. You can lock people down. You can have an oppressive bottom lane as well if you lock in a Thresh. And I feel like that's one of the strongest early game, aside from the Lucian Karma or Lucian plus other enchanter. I think that's another option if they're going for the early game route, basically.
I'm gonna throw a curveball.
All right, let's curveball, TJ. Can't wait to see it. 78 miles.
Welcome to my new television show, The Curve Zone. Let's see if we can get one of those beginnings enchanters picks. Because that's what he did regionally in the WNS that we haven't seen so much of recently. But I think you need to not be trying to match KDF right now if you're Sentinels. Matching KDF into those late game, handshaking into those team fights with the split push being a major factor, that's always going to be really scary. Draft something more aggressive. Take a page out of the WRL playbook. Have something like an enchanter in the bottom lane in beginnings' hands. Have more aggressive play through the top side of your map. Let Rest and that lane play weak. Maybe a Varus as that weak side laner. Put your emphasis elsewhere. Play through type, MTS, and the top side.
All right, here we go. Deep breath, North American fans. Game 2 is about to be underway. Will it be the last time we see Sentinels on stage? We'll find out. Rafa and Omo, take it away.
I'm taking a deep breath, Degon. I'm holding it in.
I let mine out.
I can't let it out as calmly. There's so much stress. There's so much pressure built up here for the hopes of NA's second seed in a do or die state now. One game away would knock them out, eliminating them from the rest of Icons and leaving Immortals as the only NA team left in the tournament now.
The stress is gonna be so high for Sentinels. This is it. Backs against the wall. What can you do? And it gets worse, Rafa. We had our analyst desk outline the win conditions here for Sentinels, and none of them sound particularly easy or even particularly doable to me. It's your back against the wall. It's do or die, and you have to make proactive plays against one of the best WCK team fighting teams that will try to stall you out, that will try to drag the game out, and the pressure is all on you, Sentinels. Can you step up? Can you rise up to the plate?
Well, Pierce with a nod, Tybe with
He
a
says
nod.
yes.
You have faces, confident faces, going into the draft phase now. And I have seen multiple members from this roster be down 0-2, 0-3, and be able to come back in series. The clutch factor, mainly Tybe, the substitute jungler. He has not been able to deliver as much as Sentinels fans would like to see on the international stage. But there is a time to bring it back. It would be now. Game 2 starts.
And it all starts with this picks and bans phase, Rafa. In the last game, we saw KDF as having a much easier win condition, a much easier time just scaling up, team fighting, split pushing. They had it all. This time around, what answers do Sentinel have? Do you want to put all your eggs back into the Type basket? Or do you want to try to diversify a little bit here? TJ said maybe play for MTS. Well, he will have counter pick against Maru if they choose to go down that route.
Something that I would personally like to see is what if you give an assassin to Molly here? Something that Molly made a name for himself growing up through year 0 of the WNS, back when it was still the Summoner Series. Molly on multiple pickup teams, most famously Chonk Chortle for NA fans, was a huge Katarina player. Now, Katarina would be a huge wild card from left. I know, almost looking at me like, okay, I'm no longer vibing with where we were going here. The vibes were cool until you said that particular champion. But obviously, there are other assassins that Molly has shown prowess on. The Akali, even something like a Diana that is more of an like an AP bruiser / assassin that can engage with fights, set up huge plays, but also have the durability of something like a Gragas or like a Singe.
And Zed is one of the best assassin picks in the entire tournament as well, right? If Molly chooses to go down that route, that could be a possibility here as well. I feel like they might have to throw a curveball. You can't just stick to the basics, stick to the default, and hope it works. Well, like TJ said, it seems to be playing out this way. They maybe just want to play around Type and Molly again. I feel like Choir might be one of the weak links in the KDF roster as well. you want to try to exploit that, maybe draft something that Mali can be aggressive in the mid lane.
Sentinels already setting up the core. I think I can agree that, you know, while the Shen does limit MTS's ability to be a strong Baron laner that is handling 1v1s against champions like the Fiora later on into the game, it gives them a lot of power early, and it gives them a lot of agency in the mid game with the Stand United, and the Ziggs being locked down for rest ensures that Acrobat doesn't have a standout game on the Explosive Expert, but it's going to be on the Varus, and the Lee Sin for Zeki. Oh, now Kwangdong Freak saying, hey, oh, but this, okay,
that's nice.
All right,
That's
so
good, yeah.
two things back to back. So Zeki gets the Lee Sin. There's now early agency for this position, but when we have talked about Tide, 2-trick going up in the year 0. It was the Camille and it was Wukong. And I spoke to Tide saying, hey, did you see the Wukong change? He's like, they seem all right, but Wukong has been popping off in this tournament, and I think he's finally bitten the bullet and said, you know what? Give me the Wukong.
It's time to bring back the Wukong, and I like it here as well. Has a decent matchup into the Lee Sin. You get on top of the Varus with the Inferno Bomb coming in, with the Stand United coming in. He's basically done for. And I feel like we've kind of flipped the script here a little bit, Rafa. KDF now, they are going in on the early game. Varus is going to have a good lane phase against the Ziggs. Lee is going to do Lee things. He's going to be enabled by the Singe. And now it's KDF's turn to go for the early game, go for the pressure. Let's see what they can do.
From a theoretical point, Kwangdong Freaks are flipping the script here, as you said, saying, hey, we just won a game where we bled you out slowly.
Where we just did nothing and won.
Yep. And now they're flexing their muscles and saying, okay, now we're going to take a composition that allows us to ramp up the pace. We're going to show you how to play the early game correctly. I'm going to inflict even more mental damage, but also bolster our diversity as we get ready for if Kwangdong Freaks take this series against Liberty for the 2nd seed.
And I really did like this Alistair pick. I feel like there's a lot that Alistair could do into the Kwangdong Freaks team composition, but the set, yet again, getting locked in for North, and you know he just has one goal in mind, one target in mind. I want to slam that cow into the rest of his team.
I've never seen Molly play Yasuo before, but something in my bones tells me that with 2 knockups from Wukong and Alistar, that is what they're looking for. That would be hype as hell.
Yeah.
But Kwangdong Freaks with this Akali pick for Maru, great answer into Shen, one of the few matchups that Akali can thrive in because you're not necessarily auto-attack based, you can just cast mostly your spells and dodge out on the Twilight Shroud.
Okay. It's the Diana like you talked about, right? And the Diana into the Singe, that's a bit of a dangerous matchup here, Rafa. We were kind of talking about this earlier on today. If you're melee, if you're short range, Singe can just go up, he can flip you. Lee Sin's there, that's gonna be a kill. Mali, though, is one of his best picks. We've seen him try to make the engages happen for Sentinels in the past. Now, he has backup. He's working in tandem with Types Wukong, in tandem with MTS coming in on Stand United, and of course, Beginnings gonna be on that Alistair trying to make the plays happen. Will this be it for Sentinels? They have a team comp that can make miracles.
One of Molly's longtime duos in NA is starting, formerly of Tribe, and now, you know, playing for Immortals as their substitute. Both of these guys have been doing a ton of 1v1s on the Diana. They are some of the best Diana players that NA has to offer. If there is hope for NA, it starts now in a reverse sweep attempt for Sentinels against the best team fighting team in the world in Kwangdong Freaks.
Well, we'll have to see what the Kwangdong Freaks can do here because their team comp allows for them to take some amazing team fights. But at the same time, so does Sentinels, and that sets us up for a very exciting game. I don't think we're going to see the snooze fest we saw last game, Rafa. I think both of these teams want to go at it, starting from Dragon number 1.
I'm ready for a match that will deliver on the hype. All stakes are at an all-time high. Kwangdong Freaks at match point. Sentinels on the back foot. Reverse sweep would have to start now. And Kwangdong almost delivering on a all-out brawl level 1.
Yeah, both teams just staring each other down, but nothing's really going to come out of that one. I do want to point out that I feel like the set's going to have a field day this game. He has 2 very clear targets. He can knock Mali out when he's channeling the Moonfall, and of course, he can knock Beginnings into your own team as well. He's going to be a big part of the win condition for KDF, and he definitely delivered last game as well.
Oh, hey, what's up?
It's us.
It's us. Taking the stance. It's a power casting stance there.
I'm just glad I'm not doing anything unglamorous this time. I have a pretty unglam casting mode, as you would see from the pictures that Riot have taken of me.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's on me, really.
You always got to be ready for the cameras.
Yeah.
Clearly, we weren't there, but, you know.
That one was okay. I was pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't, like, necessarily not glamorous. However,
it could have been better.
It could have been better. We could have had epic gamer stances.
That would have been something here. And then both of these teams just going to be staring each other down in the mid lane, but nothing really going to come out of that one. MTS takes a good trade to start things off in the Baron lane.
Both the supports also roaming as well. Noth answering beginnings, looking for a mid lane roam. 3-on-1 potentially here.
Beginnings getting the high value heal there onto both his mid laner and his Baron lane and his jungler. He's roaming all the way up here though. Where's he going? Type's not here. Beginnings is all alone here trying to back up MTS. This is quite the roam, Rafa.
Beginnings is going for the sneaky link through the bush here.
He's gone for the cross country.
Yeah. He's ready
but
to
why?
pounce on Maru. I mean, he wants to find an executive play. And something that the analyst has mentioned is that they criticize Beginnings not being able to pull off aggressive plays.
Yeah.
You can see that Beginnings is trying, but it's the timers that are difficult to pull off here and the position of the wave state that makes it hard for Sentinels to actually execute. So
Look,
this
is going to sound harsh here, Rafa, but it feels to me like Type and Beginning are just not communicating, or they're just not on the same page. Because when your Alistar roams on the way up, when your Wukong's at the bot side jungle, that's never a play that you could make work.
I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt that they were hoping to catch Maru by surprise.
Sure.
You had saw Zeki clear the Scuttle Crab, so Maru might have thought, okay, maybe I can push into the Shen, maybe I can take a more aggressive trade and no one will be here. However, Zeki might be caught out here. It is Tybe looming in the shadows.
He's got backup.
He's waiting maybe to walk up and smite it. Oh,
No!
it's a flash. Oh!
The worst possible scenario for Beginnings. You could do two things. You could headbutt Palf. You could flash Palf. Unfortunately, I think it was a misclick. He flash, headbutts it, and Zeki fast enough just flashes right out of there. It's just gonna be a trade. Oh man, that's a heartbreaker for Beginnings. He's been having these heartbreaks the entire series, Rafa. His Galio engages haven't been landing. Now an Alistar as well, it's just rough.
I'm really trying hard to find the words to, you know, find silver lining. That one kind of hurt, I'm not gonna lie.
Remember what Degon said, okay? Breathe in, breathe out. Game's just getting started. It's 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. No objective's gonna be up yet. We are just chilling for now.
Inner peace.
Inner peace is what Sentinels need to find as well.
Inner peace. All right, I got my meditation session.
All right.
I've forgiven Beginnings. You know what happens to the best of us on the international stage? Pressure's on. I hope Sentinels are breathing as well. You know, just calm down, guys. Take a page out of the LATAM region and the Brazil region as well. When they were down, they didn't let the game get the best of them. They didn't let the pressure get the best of them. Yes, they exited out, but they still tried for it, and they were able to pull off some of the most miraculous plays forward. I mean, Furious Gaming with the upset over Nova, yes, was only one game, but Sentinels, just...
But what a game.
What a story to remember. And Sentinels, they have... If they are able to pull out a miracle in this game against Kwangdong Freeze, the second best Korean team, that would be a miracle in itself as well.
Yeah. I do want to talk about the game for a little bit here. If you look at Beginnings, his roaming has actually ended up hurting him. He hasn't found anything, and now he's a level behind off. You don't often see supports with a level gap, barring a massive kill gap, because that just doesn't happen. You're not farming, nothing's going on. It's just Beginning has been over-roaming. He's basically 2 levels down on off if you look at the EXP bar.
Every word that you say is another dagger in my elbow.
Every arrow that Acrobat throws is another dagger into the hearts of Sentinels as well. It's doing so much damage. They're gonna start off the Harrow.
You know what? Here's my copium angle.
Okay, let's
Sentinels want to play for late games anyways, right?
Not really. Kinda? Man. But Akali's late game is so good.
Me. Please give me something to hope. Oh,
well, let's
Tybe's
look
in the
at
pit.
this.
Okay, 3,400. Cyclone right onto Noth. The knockup follow-up from Beginnings, but he's super critically low. First blood goes over to Kwangdong Freaks, and the Rift Herald has been secured. But Tybe is able to answer back on the Wukong. Oh, it's Tybe! one that manages to yoink the Rift Herald away from Korea.
Oh no, he wants to go for challenge here as well. The Singe stuck under the turret. The Rift Herald gonna tank that one up.
And he's super low. He doesn't have the ultimate
Doesn't have
anymore.
anything,
Molly's
yeah.
just towing like the okay, Tybe and Molly turning it up. Rift Herald gets the charge down. They're not going to be able to go for first brick quite yet because Maro is here to defend the turret, but Sentinel's showing signs of life in this series.
Let's take a look at how that one played out. It started off so well. Every ultimate used onto Noth. I thought that Kwangdong Freaks had the fight based off of that. Okay, we just don't want to look at it because it was bad for KDF. That's basically the gist here.
The panoramic view.
Yeah, of Summoner's Rift. Take a tour with me. We had the radio show. Now, what do you call it? You taking a scenic view?
Yeah, the nature show.
Yeah.
There's actually
I like
some
that.
super nice nature spots we got to hit up after in Singapore on some
100%.
off days.
Well, let's look at Noth.
Oh, Noth. He's going for the scenic tour view of trying to see if they can knock out Sentinels right now. Beginnings, no ultimate available, so this cow is very squishy at the moment. Dragon being started up by Kwangdong Freak, still looking to poise around it, but they've given up position right now. Sentinel's able to bully them off. Zeki is nowhere near. Can he go for the Steel Sonic Wave in? But it is Tybe that secures another objective for Sentinels.
Now Sentinels are looking good, and this time around, KDF don't have the benefit of infinite scaling team compositions anymore. They are starting to feel the pressure, I'm sure. Sentinels gotta feel good about this one. Ooh, look at that.
It's starting off well. Arrest is putting out major damage now, a lot more reliably than the Lux was. Kwangdong Freaks seem to have practiced well against the Light Sorceress himself, but this time, an AoE bomb like that is hard to dodge consistently.
It is definitely gonna be hard to dodge out on. I want to point out Maru's itemization. He has the Lich Bane, no Divine Sundra. His goal is just gonna be to try to kill Res, try to kill Molly, try to kill some of the squishies. Doesn't care about MTS.
Oh,
that's big.
Molly is in a world of hurt. 1v3.
Oh, man. And that kill going over to Maru is going to be great as well. He's one of the primary carries of this game. He's one of the best scaling sauces, if not the best scaling champion, on the side of the Kwangdong Freaks here.
The only thing that keeps them in the late game the further it goes on. Acrobat and Zeki, built for the early game. Noth as well, great engage as always, but their power and their consistency and reliability can fall behind in likes of their counterparts in the Wukong and the Ziggs. And Sentinels will take on. Sweeper is going to find Maru here. Headbutt pulverize combo. Huge damage from Rest. Maru Ignite taking down. Sentinels, another one on the board.
Maru was a bit greedy there. He held his flash, he held his shroud, he held his everything.
Cyclone onto Noth. He's out deep in enemy territory right now, flashing away, but the Haymaker shield has already been expended. Another bomb! Sentinels, another one! They're starting to ramp up!
Things are falling apart here for the KDF. They lose members one after another. Maru dropping, then Noth getting caught out. Sentinels are finding the picks they need. They're finding the kills they need. Will it be enough this game?
And something to know about Sentinels, especially this jungler Tybe. Whenever the confidence starts rolling in, that is when he starts feeling more confident in how proactive he can be. It is a momentum swing, and maybe something that we saw in Game 1 where on the Olaf, because things weren't going their way, playing too relaxed, you're just saying, you know what, I don't want to make any mistakes. I don't want to be the one that costs my team the game because I'm the substitute, but get out of that mentality, Tybe. Be confident in yourself.
Yeah.
This is Sentinels. This is NA's hopes and dreams on the line. You have no time to worry about being scared. You have to play to win.
Well, on the Monkey King 3-0, he's definitely playing to win. He's going to get the Rift Herald here for his team as well. And Sentinels are rushing down to try to save MTS again. Great usage of the bombs. Great usage of the lasers last game as well. Res has been doing a good job clearing out the waves where he needs to.
Tybe, another objective secured. This Rift Herald is going to be thrown down a la WCK, Rift Herald style, but 1500 HP. As long as this Rift Herald doesn't get stopped, it will slam and open up the map.
That's big.
Great chain of corruptions from Acrobat. It's going to stop Sentinels right in their tracks and almost takes out Tybe, but it is the clone. Even I got debated on the end of that one. Caster, by the way.
Well, that's still got to be the mid lane turret going over to the Sentinel squad. That's going to be big, right? You have a lot of wave play. You can hug your turret line the entire game, and there's no whittling going on this game. Sentinels, they've taken 2 turrets, but barely even taken any damage on their own.
Game state, somewhat even. Sentinels slightly pulling ahead, thanks to the objective plays off of Sentinels. Sentinels in the past few minutes. We're approaching the 11-minute mark. The second dragon will be spawning as well relatively soon, and most of Sentinel's key playmakers are on 2 items now.
Yeah, this is a huge timing spike for the Sentinels. Their team comp does one thing, diving into the Guangdong Freaks with the item spikes, with the death cap being picked up here from Mali as well. If they get the engage onto the right targets, it's gonna be huge for the Sentinel squad.
But while Sentinels are currently ahead right now, you cannot count out Acrobat on this Varus because he is at his prime. Muramana's not fully stacked yet, but once it is, those auto attacks, the arrows coming in from downtown, if Sentinels leave him unchecked, that is Guangdong Freak's way back into the mid-game, back into maintaining control and closing out this series.
Yeah, and the Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds as well. There's a bit of a goal lead here for Sentinels, but it's not massive. It's not game-winning. It's still anyone's game, it's still anyone's fight, and both teams are definitely posturing for this. No one wants to trade this time around. We are here to fight. Look at the damage from the Sundra Wukong.
Tide thriving in comfort right now.
Yeah, this is his zone.
Don't let him into that zone.
He's already definitely in his zone.
Sentinels slowly posturing over this dragon. But there's great ward coverage from Guangdong Freaks, so it's going to be difficult for them to take it safely. Noth already in position to advance forward. No clone. That's a cooldown.
Zeki just went home to pick up his Black Cleaver. I get it, it's a big power spike, but that was so dangerous. Luckily, the Sentinels were not aware of that. If there was a Watt that spotted it out, that dragon was theirs.
Prepping the minion wave to make sure that they have all 5 members at the ready.
Yeah, look
you
at the
also
top
have
lane.
MTS pressuring the turret here. I wonder if Sentinels, if they can just play this slow, as long as they don't get engaged on by Guangdong Freaks, MTS is currently unchecked. He can do serious structural damage. But Tybe is going in for the engage, so that means MTS has got to join the fight as well. Cyclone, it is stopped. Beautiful. Dragon's Rage and Chain of Corruptions, and Maru is on the flank. Watch for him. If Rest isn't protected here, he will die to this Akali. Beginnings going for the recall. Piercing Arrow finds him. Beginnings is going to walk right into Maru, and that's the cow gone! And now suddenly, Sentinels are thrown into a world of chaos because there is a sneaky ninja assassin on the backline somewhere. Sentinels have to play together. They have to play as a group. They're looking for the dragon. Molly gets the shuriken backflip tagged right onto him. Maru goes in. Perfect execution. Half HP already gone, but still has one more cast. Can play with it. Look for fatal damage here onto MTS. Looks for it. MTS gets baited out on the taunt. Time able to trade back on the choir, but who gets the dragon in the end? It is secured by Acrobat. Tybe is still chasing. Molly's on the chase as well. Maru doing fantastic damage on the backline, but Rest manages to stay alive. And Sentinels, have they traded up? Yes, they have.
They lose the dragon, but they have traded up in kills. It's gonna be a 2 for 3 at the end of that whole situation, and it's gonna be a big team fight win still for the Sentinels. Molly gets the kills, Tybe gets the kills, blinking red health bars on both teams, but it's the Sentinels that took the team fight win.
A moment of relief from NA fans right now. The game isn't over yet, and there's still a looming danger from Guangdong Freaks, who they have had their marksman shut down in that prior fight. But getting a dragon adds to the scaling potential, and we cannot reiterate this enough. Guangdong Freaks are absolute behemoths when it comes to the later parts of the game. Yes, this composition doesn't look like it's engineered for the late game, but Guangdong Freaks will find a way to make it work.
They have the tools. There are tools. It's not impossible. There's a big Dragon Rage win condition. There's Noth setting up a big combo. There's Maru. We saw him. He nearly won the team fight for his team in the last team fight. These 3 guys are going to be the ones you're looking out for. Maybe Chariot can find a nice little flip, but he's not going to be the main playmaker. Neither is Acrobat. We're looking out for the Akali, the Lee Sin, the Set. Now on the side of the Sentinels, it's pretty straightforward, right? It's gonna be Tybe, it's gonna be Molly. These are your 2 big playmakers. Everything else just layers on top of that. The Stand United, the Mega Inferno Bomb, and of course the Alistar combo.
And in terms of change to the original roster dating back to year 0, last year, July 2021, these are the 2 newest members. Tybe obviously here as a substitute for Sheesh, but Molly changed out for Michael Udall, someone that he recommended personally to take on the mantle of this mid lane. Getting engaged on, thanks to the Stand United from MTS, will keep him alive. Beginnings looking for a potential pickup for the counter engage. Doesn't find it.
And Sentinels have done such a good job shutting down the plays.
Whoa, Tybe onto the forefront.
Man.
Has the GA, so he feels confident going for the engage.
But
and he can find it. Cyclone almost soloing out Noth, but his GA almost
Doesn't
gets
pop.
popped. Ooh!
No way.
Tybe, the piercing arrow
No
doesn't
way.
land. Tybe is able to save his GA. That's a value play.
That is huge. He nearly takes down Noth. At the very least, he gets a flash, and that's going to be a very value flash because Sap Flash
the Ignite
is
too.
so important. Yeah, the Ignite as well. And he saves his own flash. He saves his GA. And Tybe, he is showing up big when the pressure is up, when the pressure is turned up.
For those who are longtime fans of Enemy, the team that Tybe came from before the end of the WNS Championship, one of the long-standing members alongside teammates like Yikes, Truth of Light as well, Jackie and Alui and Luan DJ, all these former team members looking through their former jungler, playing on the international stage for Sentinels, knowing that when Tybe gets ahead like this, when he is able to play this dangerously, this is when he is best. But Kwangdong Freaks can't sleep on them quite yet. Tybe is forced to use the Cyclone primarily to disengage from a fight.
Jella right now on the Singed, he's so squishy. He's getting shredded every team fight. This is a far cry from the Singed we saw last game. Not having the best game here for sure.
2,000 gold still for Sentinels. Nothing to write home about. It is nowhere near in Sentinels' control, but a slight edge gives them the confidence to continue playing forward, to continue being the ones that are putting Kwangdong Freaks on the back foot.
And it's quite the back foot as well. They're getting zoned away from their own jungle.
Tybe is so strong. He doesn't take any damage from Zeki at this point. This is how the Lee Sin Wukong matchup starts to play out. It's so hard to take him down. Divine Sunder, and now it is beginning. This time he is looking for the ones. Acrobat almost falling to beginnings. He had the Stand United Shield as well, but it looks like it was canceled by...
That's the good thing about the Singe in the Shan matchup. You don't have to crowd control him. I'm pretty sure your glue trap cancels the Stand United.
Oh, snap.
I think it does.
I thought he would just walk up and flip, but if that's the case,
I think it does. I'll have to double check. But the flip definitely does.
Oh,
no!
A nice death trap from Sentinels finds one kill immediately for value, punishing Kwangdong's Freak for walking blindly into the Baron buff. And Acrobat and Noth are the ones that pay for it, but they answer back onto Sentinels. It's up to Maru! All Maru all day! Can he be the hero for Kwangdong Freaks? Can he close the distance? It looks like he only finds two in the end.
And this has no business being a close fight for the Kwangdong Freaks, but it was all Maru finding Ras, cleaning up beginnings, 3 items on the Akali. We said he was the only chance for the Kwangdong Freaks in the late game, and is he delivering on that or what, Rafa? 5-1 and 0-1 this Akali. Inferno Elder Dragon right now. This is gonna be the game.
Coca-Cola pop-off. Taking a replay here. This is where they punish Noth, having to be the one person that steps up for vision, but explodes without it getting a chance to pop the haymaker.
And look at Tybe, man. He just pressures Acrobat out, takes him out, but look at Maru. He finds the Shuriken flip onto Ras, comes in, basically one-shots him without using half his combo, and just cleans him up at the end of that one. Look at the Elder, though!
Okay, this is what we were leading up to. It seems like Sentinels have full control of the Elder Dragon.
The Elder!
Oh, the Elder is being whittled down, but they're taking their time with it. Kwangdong Freaks having to be forced to enter in. They cannot let Sentinels take it. Tybe on the forefront has the Stand United Shield. He's looking for Acrobat onto the sideline. No one can protect him. The marksman is gone for Kwangdong Freaks. Sentinels, they're the ones on the forefront. They're the ones leading the charge. And in a time that was necessary, Tybe and Molly stopping up Maru. Can he be the hero for Kwangdong Freaks? Can he salvage this game? Can he prevent it from going to a game 3? Does he find the Shuriken backflip on the MTS, but he doesn't want to jump into 5 members. This Elder Dragon, Zeki, a miracle would be had if he can get into the pit, but Molly throwing his life potentially just to make sure that he doesn't get into it. Flashing away, but Zeki takes out Molly, and now Sentinels are down a member. Noth throwing his life in there as well, trying to stall as much time as he can. Maru's still full HP. He can still deal some major damage here. Acrobat's death timer is coming up in the next 10 seconds as well.
Beginnings is keeping the dragon leashed. That's all he's doing. He's keeping the dragon leashed so he can finish it off.
Zeki is nowhere near to be found. He's on the bottom side of the map. He can get in range. 3,000 HP. Sonic Wave. Does he toss for it? 1,800. He walks in. Who's took the dragon? I can't tell. Sentinels. They have taken the Elder Dragon, but teleports are coming in. It's the reinforcements from Kwangdong Freaks. Can Sentinels make sure that they get out alive? Sentinels with the Elder Dragon on their side. I imagine that they are in the lead, but Kwangdong Freaks, I don't know.
What can the KDF squad get out of this? That's the question right now. 30-second death timers for MTS and Type. Their eyes are set on the Baron, but I don't think that's what they want, Rafa. I think they want to turn. I think they want to kill off Sentinels.
24 seconds on Type. 1200 HP on the Baron. A Mega Inferno Bomb from Rest. It is going to dissuade and stop Kwangdong Freaks in their tracks. Maru, though, not giving any an inch. He wants Rest as well. Perfect execution, already expended, but it's the rest of Sentinels looking for revenge. They're looking to take down the Ninja Assassin as well. Acquire, making sure that he stops it. Oh, a Dragon's Rage kick from Zeki, but a beautiful stasis from Rest. It's going to keep him alive. Zeki's gone, and now Sentinels, they have Tybe up.
That's Baron. That's gonna be Baron here for the Sentinels. The Elder, the Baron now in their sights. Sentinels, they want to bring us to a game 3. They want to bring us to a match point. And Rafa, I think they can do it.
Baron being whittled down. Kwangdong Freaks looking for a flank. Kwa has the last cone. He's getting in there, throwing as much poison damage as he can. Mega Inferno Bomb adding to the chaos. 2000 HP. Time secures the Baron for Sentinels. They can clean up the rest of Kwangdong Freaks. Death timers on Zeki and Noth now.
And the Kwangdong Freaks lose the Baron. They lose their support. They've lost their jungler. They lose the Elder Inferno Dragon with a 6 as well, Rafa, mind you. That's gonna be bring a lot of damage. Back against the wall. No more scaling. There's no more win
Рус,
conditions.
ну
I think
прокомментируй,
Sentinels might have
плиз.
just done it.
Sentinels, the game is not over yet, but you can imagine that all the dominoes have been lined up for success to answer back in this second game, to bring us to a game 3. NA fans from around the world, Sentinels fans from around the world hold their breaths as they wait to see if this miracle can be made, if this step closer can be closed out here, whereas Kwangdong Freaks, they are not going to go down without a fight. They will go down swinging if they have to.
They're gonna go down swinging, but there's not much to swing against. All 3 lanes being pushed in by the Baron. Where do you throw a punch?
It starts with Maru. Maru's been so spectacular on this Akali, pulling out all the
here we
miracles.
go.
Molly flashing forward, looking for Acrobat. He wants to end the game right now. He wants to bring us to a game 3. Do you believe, North America? Do you believe Sentinels bring us to game 3?
I did not believe, Rafa. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought that one was over, but the Sentinels make it work. And Type, man, what a performance from him. The kid steps up huge here. They drafted a comp around him in game 1 around his Olaf. Frankly, he did not deliver. But here on the Wukong, he comes up huge.
My heart is pounding. If TJ and Dagon know, Kangas knows, every NA fan knows how much history I have known, not only most of these players from Sentinels, but also Tybe, one of the first pros that I've known since July of last year. This is the biggest challenge for him and the Sentinels yet. But for Kwangdong Freaks, can they bring it back here, Dagon, or is this the Sentinels reverse sweep?
That's a lot of yelling over there on the side of Sentinels in the background. I'm sure you can hear it. I am containing the hype right now, but
I understand.
All of us. Riku, you are now a part of us.
I know.
We're cheering back there.
I'm cheering with you guys.
Man, thank you very much, Rafa and Omo. Again.
I do believe!
There it is. There it is. He does believe in it. Here we are. We're another game 3 on the horizon, but let's break down game number 2 here, TJ.
I mean, I want to just start with what a series.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot ask for a better game 2 of a series. It is worth mentioning here in Singapore, we are now gaming past midnight, if you have just tuned in on the West Coast.
TJ, you have to say it the way that you said it back there.
We're now gaming past midnight.
There we go. That is the connotation of gaming past midnight. It's not, hey, we're gaming past midnight.
It is 1 a.m. Here in Singapore, and so I don't want to blame everything on that. I think there's also, this is an elimination game on the stage. I think that's also factoring into this. But both teams, you're seeing just some nerves from those players, which is, I think, improving the series. And it's also worth mentioning, we spent this whole desk talking about how, frankly, the best thing for Sentinels to do is to give up on their late game team fights and maybe go for a swing in the early game.
Right?
They doubled down on the late game, and we saw this hyper late game work out for Sentinels.
I love the fact that they picked up the Ziggs. There's a high priority on the draft earlier in game number 2, and it helped them so well to match that in case that Guangdong Freaks does the same thing again, where they have to fight an Elder, boom, we've got the Ziggs on our side, dealing a whole lot of damage.
A ton of damage there by Rest, and you kind of wonder on the flip side there for Acrobat playing someone else akin to what Lux is. You gotta land your abilities, you gotta land the arrows, and Acrobat not doing that, a lot harder to do.
Yeah.
Other than a Ziggs right now.
I mean, Acrobat is one of the players who defined this playstyle. He was one of the first Varus players when WCK was playing full tank plus Varus, so everything is on the Varus landing his piercing arrows. He was the guy who kind of premiered that style because you could rely on Acrobat to play an incredible Varus. Be it the game in Past Midnight, be it the elimination game, he is not landing his shots right now in a match where it matters. And Rest, a player that has had doubts raised about his abilities all season long, is stepping up. That was an incredible Ziggs game from him, and he outperformed Acrobat when it counted.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Look at King, it's just punching the air out of happiness, and it was just so hype, right? When we look at what KDF wanted to do in this game, it felt like they want to rush things. They didn't want to reach that 20-minute mark, especially there's a Ziggs in the opposition, especially they have a Lee Sin on their side, a Varus on their side against 3 tanks, by the way.
This entire sequence by the Elder Dragon was some of the most nerve-wracking gameplay I've ever seen. Maro at this point, like everything on the bottom side of the map falls apart for KDF, but Maro, as always, is going to be the player who shows up.
For sure.
Every single time, and both these teams have that MTS similarly stable in the top lane, but Maro completes Infinity Orb around this time and starts looking terrifying on his Akali, and he's dancing through these fights completely unsupported, finding kill after kill and almost working their way back into it.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that the Ziggs Rest was well protected by 3 beefy frontliners, by the way, and for some reason the Shuriken still finds the right target, which is Rest.
Yeah. The Shuriken still found the target, but Beginnings, who was like a little bit shaky at the beginning of this, experiencing some gaming past midnight at the beginning of this game, comes into the second half when it matters, when Rest needs his protection, and delivers some of the cleanest support play we've seen all day, and we've seen a lot of really good support play today. That was a really good Alistar game.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like you're going to be able to ban him out now because you've called it the multiple champions that he's able to play on those engages, but let me tell you, North American fans, that was our pulse right there, right? We're like, good, okay, good. Oh, we're almost at it, 21 minutes, almost gone, and then bring it right off there. But goodness, again, Sentinels finally not only getting or picking up their win here and getting the win back in their sails, but also Guangdong Freaks were pretty loose coming into this game too. It felt like they needed that win a ton, and now they're the ones that are going to have to battle back against a loss here, TJ.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about the final damage numbers here because I think they tell the story. Incredibly good performance by Maru. Rest of the team that you need to follow up, not there, and you could see that in game as well. So I don't know.
Алло, ребят, что, играть идем?
I assume there's a conversation happening behind the screens, or behind the scenes where they are hopefully getting.
Да, я пошел играть, короче, ребят, я давно не играл, что-то.
Yeah, and for me, take a look at this chart. This is the first time we've gotten to see Tybe, and why, out of all the player pool available, he was the one that was selected to come on.
I do also want to tag one thing on there, which is that Acrobat did have a very big number. It was a like really long game. It was once you're past 20 minutes in Varus.
Какой счет здесь вообще?
When it mattered, when the team fights
2-0 закрыли, надеюсь.
Landing the arrows he needed to. So don't be deceived by the very big number. That wasn't actually a great performance from Acrobat. You are right about time. That was a good game. Riku?
Yeah, I really think when it comes to the later stages, we've reached the 23-minute mark. When it comes to Ziggs versus the Varus, it's going to be a little bit tricky. I feel like Ziggs feels
Так.
and bigger output when it comes to the damage department.
На 1-1, серьезно?
Itemizations in general. There are not a lot of tanks on the side of KDF, so there's a lot of value on those bombs. Meanwhile, unfortunately for Acrobat, had to deal with the Wukong.
He's farming damage on Alistar.
Так что, будем смотреть третью или пойдем играть? 7 часов стрим идет. Держу в курсе. Рекорд побили.
Just you could hear the shouts behind us right now. Guangdong Freaks running up. Sentinels hitting us with the let's go.
Who is it? I think it's Maru on stage who's just got this booming voice that we can hear every time they team fight. shouting out on the opposite side, Sentinels. This is a huge game for them. Rest, Beginnings, MTS, the core of this team have been on the international stage before. A North American
Вайкосов хотя бы добейте, ребят.
never made it out of the groups. They have played international in multiple different mobile esports, played very well, never been able to take wins off of the Asian teams. This is their
Да, утомляет, реально. Там еще перерывы долгие. Ладно, я захожу в игру, ребят. Накидайте вайкосов, сейчас музыку, хардкор и ГГВП, ГЛХЛФ. Так.
It's us, by the way.
Oh my god. Oh, that is you. That is you losing your mind. Steve Kangas is, by the way, play-by-playing those games.
Yeah.
That was the win moment. We realized we had to go on. Steve Kangas is still sitting exactly there in front of the Coca-Cola fridge.
I love it right here. I think Kwangdong Freaks behind us just said, let's go, and then Sentinels just yelled, let's go 3 times right back louder while we're watching this replay here. And again, the job won't be done either way, right? The Freaks and Sentinels, whoever wins,
to stay alive.
will have
Так,
the
раз,
liberty
два,
to make it out of groups. But
три.
again, let's get a series win here for either one of these squads. You guys, gotta ask you, y'all willing to come on back? Have some hopium here for the NA squad, back to the WNS, the squad that we've covered and work in, TJ?
I'll tell you what, you know where my heart is. You know, you saw on the screen where my heart is. But in the brain, I have to believe in Maru. I have to believe that KDF are going to come back. That's my analytical brain talking. But my heart, yes, I believe, Rafa. Yes, I
Так, ребят, захожу в игру.
I'm sorry, I'm still sticking.
Oh,
Dong Freaks.
my
I mean, I'm
goodness.
loving this series, but I feel.
Я, наверное, играть уже разучился, так что строго не судите. Чемпионатов пересмотрели, походу. Так. Нормально работает. Сейчас еще раз. Так. Спасибо за лайкосы, ребят. Не забывайте поддерживать лайки, комментарии. Там те или иные моменты жизненные. Так. Короче, поехали. Та-тан-тан-тан-тан. Офигеть, давно не играл. Ну я зарядился с чемпионата мира, сейчас трайхардить пойдем. Ребят, поддержите вайкосами, ну чё вы как не родные? 7 часов стрим идет. Вы же знаете, как ваша поддержка важна. Татан таран тан тан татан татан тан таран тан тан татан тан таран татан тан тан. Можно было стрим ну что-то неохота. Фух. Тан-тан-тан-тан. Тан-тан-тан-тан-тан-тан-тан. Ту-ру-ту-ру-ту-ту. Как же неприятно. Ай. Родной, спасибо, Знат.
С 5 аккаунтов лайков врубил. Долго будешь катать? И как твое впечатление об организаторах этого турнира?
Да,
по сравнению с недавним.
Все нормально, но долго, конечно, и бывают трабы. Ну, все это фиксится, типа, с каждым чемпионатом. Спасибо за поддержку. Сейчас всю карту убью. Я заряжен. Блин, там, конечно, раму сакали. Это не совсем удачный пик для меня.
За мной не заржавеет.
Миньоны были призваны.
Ну попробуй.
Знал бы, что тут Z. Другое бы кое-что взял.
Пока не отстрелись одну-две ноги.
Ай! 4 дня не играл, конечно.
Это что за интрижки?
Фри ФБ отдал. О, сделал и фрикил отдал.
Это герой. Пока не отстрелишь одну-две ноги. Ну, попробуй.
5 уровень взял. Он меня убьет, кстати.
Это что за интрижки? Ну, попробуй.
Ладно, давайте останемся, пофиг, может он затроллит.
Я люблю подвижный.
Хорошо. Хорошо Серафина сыграла.
Вечная проблема. Я люблю подвижность. Это что за интрижки? Есть гениальный мысли. Погоди, Мира. Это был предупредительный. У меня нет.
Я умер. Даже с бортовым, типа. Ну, из этого урона больше в начале. У меня хп мало. Я мог там выфишить, конечно, ульт нажать, но я пожадничал. Такое себе. Они дракона бьют. Да 4 дня не играл, топлю-то. Как дурачок играю.
Пока не отстрелишь одну-две ноги.
Ну, у меня ульта 1 секунда. Ну, это цирк. 1 секунда ульта.
Союзник убит.
Казик завинтрейдил, пришел.
У меня нет времени на игры.
Почему Серафина в боте? А, потому что у него Женя уже. Чуть не туда ты побежал, родной. Пойду в тавр играть, пофиг. Фрикил. Надо Женю покупать срочно. Ничего, я вейт выйду, я убью их.
Противник убит. Даблкил.
Как ты, родной? Ой, как ты мимо кинул, родной. Ну, я убью его. Ага, понятно. Какой же троллинг на Серафине? Че, поболтаем сейчас? Я готов. 14 сайков даете, ребят, до 600? Я пошел в бот пушить, короче, там дракона.
В атаку. Опасность в атаку. Союзник убит.
Одно хп? Серьезно? Боже! Как же я хорошо разыграл! Как же я хорошо разыграл! Я еще почти листа разобрал, это 3 спушил. Еще и дракон, найс! Ох. Было потно. Да не надо Аристара бить, ребят, ну гоняете реально что ли? Под ультой я имею в виду. Серьезно? Ну боже, ну он офиженный, у него еще фантом прокнул. Флешбол, кушка, инвиз. Окей. У меня команда за Рамусом бегает. Сейчас я вернусь. А у нас израиль еще есть.
Тут героя. Пока не отстрелишь одну-две ноги.
Отойти от барона.
Это что за интрижка?
Там Алистара нет, го на Шора. Серьезно? Почему? Как он на Шора Акали забрала? Цирк. Они еще и под нашором. Кринж. Сейчас умрете. Очевидно. Найс. Они без вины ничего не могут. Ребят, ну! Ребят, ну вы что стоите? Ты же фуловый Браун! Господи! Боже, я 1 в 3 дрался. Чел на Брауме, нажми W, шилд в меня. Господи, Браун, как же ты плохо играешь. О, господи, Браун.
У меня нет.
По вине, по вине. Найс. Найс. Ребят, спасибо за лайкос. 600 лайков почти добили. 5 лайков добейте до 600, ребят. Сын Вин. Но они молодцы, они красавцы. Они хорошо отыграли. Хорошие ребята. Блин, Джейс. Война. В Джейсах хороший. Ну, давайте, ладно.
Проявление высшей справедливости.
Да, там драфт хороший. На войну надежда. Кстати, Нику-то это неждан. Я 1000 раз попадался с ним. Слабенько играет. С щитком пойдем. Ай, спасибо за лайки. Какой ранг? У кого? У меня 900 ПТС. Син выиграли 2-1. Топ-10 Вейн, топ-3 Галио. Что там у них?
Ровная поступь.
Подамажиться хочешь, родной? Ты меня убить хочешь? Ты серьезно? Убил, родной? Найс, 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 ну, серьезно, анваки. Надо было кайтбэкать. Ну, он меня убьет, да. Зря я трейдился с ним. Он киллов много получил, плюс еще под редом. Я бы его убил, кстати, если бы не даблкилл. Больше не буду с ним пока трейдиться, рано еще. Ну. Ребят, Галио с ультой! Что с Галио не так? Хоть на кого он обиделся? На Лисина? Он просто АФК с ультой стоит. Боже, что мидер делает? Он до сих пор ран не купил. Офигеть. Да, да. Чел пишет, что вся команда нуб. Бесполезный мидер. Она не дожила. Очередной раз убеждаю, что нельзя героя брать на команду. Такой додик в миду попадется и ГГ. Почти убил его. Чуть-чуть не хватило. Ну ничего, может у нас мидер начнет играть. Понятно. Боже, какой урод на Галио. Просто уродец. Нытик и урод. Посмотрите на него. Че, 0-3 в миду отстоял? Пока мы гапали Джейса с Лисином в боте. И Лесника. И пишет Лесник нуб. Все нубы, кроме него. Животное. Лук мид сигнал пишет, когда мы в боте убиваем. Да, конечно, чел. Конечно, ты же не можешь посмотреть, что Лесник у меня в боте, значит тебе нужно виксайдить. Значит Лесник у тебя в миду будет. Дурень тупоголовый. Вот наш мидер, ребят.
У врага серия убийств. Враг атакует башню ингибитор. Враг атакует башню на верхней линии. Союзная башня уничтожена. Союзная башня уничтожена. Враг атакует башню ингибитор.
MVP, да? Топ-3 Галио, чел с ником бодибилдер. Господи. Ой. Автофилит пишет. Окей. Ладно, у него автофил, короче, я тогда пойду в лес. Классно играешь, кстати, Грагас на Грагасе. Но я не буду, конечно, рассказывать и скрины скидывать. Да. Классно играешь, кстати, родной. Там фейкер на Ясо, ребят, можно открывать. Я надеюсь, Бескранк не будет меня мучить, бегать сейчас.
Добро пожаловать в дикое ущелье. Миньоны были призваны.
Господи, ну почему вы так поздно фышаете? Кринж. Я так и знал, что Блицкранк эти будут вещи делать.
Враг атакует башню на верхней линии. Я в пути.
Интересно. 0-3 сет, ребят. А, сет Фиди, да? А он же написал, что он лес не играет. Как сет умирает Фиори 0-3? Боже.
Враг атакует башню на средней линии.
Зачем я с ним свапнул, если он играть не умеет? Ой, просто позор. Фест, спасибо за донат большое. Спасибо, бро.
Братец, возьми Вуканга на барона, расскажи за сборки и все такое.
Спасибо за донат, окей.
Опасность.
Боже, какой чел. Ты же написал, что ты в лесу не умеешь играть. Почему ты 0-4 на топе, животное? Что с тобой не так, животное?
Враг атакует башню на нижней линии.
Боже, какое на сете животное, ребята. Я просто в шоке. Это просто жесть.
Вражеская команда союзник убит. Противник убит. Конец серии убийств. Первая башня уничтожена.
Да как тут не гореть, если я на уступок пошел, он говорит, у меня автофил лез, я говорю, Гой, с тобой свапнусь. Чел говорит, давай, пожалуйста. Я свапнул, он 0-4 играет на 3-й минуте. Куда ты ее толкнул? Господи! Офигеть! Он в меня ее... О, боже, какой он урод! Он вместо уже под меня, он ее в меня ультанул. Вы видели этого? Как не... Я не хочу играть, ребят. Go FF, животное. И это просто... Ой, боже. Каких же уродов кидает. Боже, чел. Офигеть просто. Я не знаю. Не успел я статистику посмотреть, то там как он не играет в лесу, если он у него на Ксине последние игры. Ксин, Ривен. И на топе он играет. Что с ним не так? Придурок. Просто слов нет.
Я создан быть лучшим.
Здорово, Колян. Ага, Реннингтон, да? У нас нет... Ага, ну давай тогда вот так. Если против тебя стоят такие, как Реннингтон, чемпионы, лучше взять хватку. Если там сквишей много, то завоеватель зайдет. Он и тут заходит, и завоеватель, но возьмем хватку. У нас танка нет в команде. Еще можно вот с этой руной играть на нем.
Ты находишься на зеркальной стороне карты. Линии поменялись местами. Добро пожаловать в Дикое ущелье. Миньоны были призваны.
3 АДК, да, у нас в команде? Ну все, турниров пересмотрели, да, походу? Понятно. Лесник внизу. Должен быть Казикс. Найс, тележку пропустил. Линия пушится медленно в мою сторону. Казикс тут.
Опасность!
Как, родной? Пофармил? Хорошо пофармил у меня големов. Сейчас буду так сустейниться с синим бафом. Спасибо за синий, кстати. По КД кушечки как залетают тебе, Редниктон? Найс. Без шансов. Пластину надо забрать. Найс. У меня еще все кнопки есть. Фри дракон, кстати. Там Z. Одно хп Z. Найс.
Первая башня уничтожена. Союзник убит. Опасность. Уничтожена. Союзник убит. Враг атакует башню наверх. Конец серии убийств. Вражеская башня уничтожена. Серия убийств. Убит. Я в пути.
Как вам мой сустейн с кушки?
Даблкил. Неудержимость. Ширь ярости. Вражеская башня уничтожена. Доминирует башню на верхней линии. Союзная башня уничтожена. Я в пути. Твоя команда убила героя бездны. Я в пути. Союзник убит. Конец серии убийств. Твоя команда убила дракона. Союзник вернулся в игру. Вражеская башня уничтожена. Противник убит. Опасность. Атакуем башню. В атаку. Противник убит. Вражеская башня уничтожена. Вражеская башня уничтожена. Союзник убит. Победа!
Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world to see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty. Best to give me your loyalty, 'cause I'm taking the world to see. They'll be calling me, they'll be calling me royalty.
Разбор, объясни, пожалуйста, в каких случаях Конга можно брать на топов, каких нет, против кого, к примеру, не рекомендуется. Против скишей чемпионов очень интересно слушать твой совет. Вуконг сейчас в данном мете стоит против любого чемпиона на топе. Особенно если ты стоишь схваткой, как я показал, и просто устанешься с кушки. Просто тут дело в том, что он чемпион командный. От команды зависит, и он в ИТ бесполезный, слабенький очень. У него контрпиков на топе нету. Есть против, там, вот Рениктон, кстати, нормально стоит Вуконга, если хорошо играть. Фиора неприятно. А так, чтобы его кто-то контрол, сейчас такого нету. Он спокойно стоит. Когда его стоит брать, ну, если ты играешь в команде, там это одно. Если в солоку, то там уже, если ты видишь, что в команде нужен дополнительный контроль какой-то, и плюс тебе нужен чемпион, который будет на обороне спокойно стоять, можно Вуконга взять, вот. И тем более он очень простой чемпион для новичков. Вот Вуконга на топ это... Вот Гарен, Малфит, Вуконг, на этих чемпионов на топе нужно учиться играть. Просто на них тащить тяжело. Я, наверное, пошел отдыхать, ребят. Всем огромное спасибо за лайки, за поддержку. Сегодня хоть и не весь день был с вами, не весь день комментировал, были дела. Ну, что-то все равно отдохнуть надо. Поэтому всем хорошего вечера, ребят. Хороших выходных. Доброй ночи.